by True North Convenience Stores. Cavs playoff basketball, Guardians baseball,
with the first pick,
and the NFL draft. So much sports news, you can hear it all here. WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights.
Let's just do it, okay?
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Now the Cavaliers back on the practice floor later on this morning. You're ready for their first-round matchup against Toronto. The Cavs lost all 3 games with the Raptors. Granted, it was played back in October and November. Head coach Kenny Axon with his thoughts on those cranky dinosaurs.
Position defense is the first, their speed, and then they turn you over. So they're really good at that. You know, Brandon Ingram's a high-level player, high-level scorer. But they've done it as a group this year. So a lot of respect for what they've done. I think they deserve to be where they are. This is going to be a big challenge for us. That's what I think.
Cavs back to work following Sunday's win against Washington. The Cavs will face the Raptors in Game 1. That is coming up Saturday afternoon at Rocket Arena. NBA play-in round continues tonight. In the East, Philadelphia plays host to Orlando. In the West, Darius Garland and the LA Clippers entertain Golden State. The winner moves on to play Phoenix to determine the 8th seed in the West. Guardians closed out their series in St. Louis, and their road trip is going to be coming to an end today as well. They take on the Cardinals. Guardians try to take 2-3 after losing last night. 6-5 in 10 innings. Slade Ciccone is going to start for the Guards. 0-2, 5.74 ERA this season. First pitch at Busch, set for 115. Browns continue their offseason voluntary workout program today in Berea. The team, for now, just doing workouts, meetings, and rehab. However, the Browns can start doing some on-field drills next week. Meanwhile, tomorrow morning, GM Andrew Barry is going to talk about the upcoming draft here. The press conference live, 11 o'clock, right here on 92.3 The Fan. Can I find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube? Subscribe to our YouTube channel to the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Basket and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
If you hear anybody saying the Cavs didn't win by enough points on Monday after Saturday's game, it's a great weed out. They don't know ball.
Did you just uncover a new segment called You Don't Know Ball?
I think so.
I was going to go right to the podcast and go record that and let you get the hell out of here. But now we got to have a meeting over this because I like where your head's at.
I root for my hometown team.
Hopefully it doesn't get stolen by another show that listens to our every word. No, I'm not talking about Nick.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Basket and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Yeah.
Do you know how many shows you start with like that grunt?
It depends. It depends. You told me you didn't watch the Guardians game last night and go. Brrr.
Well, yeah, but
it was a meltdown, man. That's like I'm trying to
start the show.
Well, guess what? I think that's the way Guardian fans feel today. Like, how did we let that one go? Like, if we missed the playoffs by a game, last night's one of those games you're going to look at and go, man, we choked last night, didn't we?
So negative.
Did you watch the game last night? I'm so upset about it.
Yes, so negative.
What? You can't be upset about losing last night? They handed that game back to St. Louis.
I know,
they gave them the game.
The guttural open to the show. Fearless Leader's right here. I don't know if he likes that alone.
Is that okay, Fearless Leader? Can we start the show that way? Do you want to be a part of this or not? Since he brought you in, turn his mic on. Yeah,
auxiliary mic.
Yeah, you're still not working.
The morning show called it the worst loss of the year. I called in. I said that sounds ridiculous. They played 18 games.
Yes.
If it was like July or August, I could see you making that case. But like that terminology just sounds stupid when you're saying worst loss of the year. You've lost 8 games, of course. Yeah, it might be the worst loss of the year, but you're going to have about 60 or 70 more. So get ready.
I mean, let me defend them for a second. Was that factually correct that it was the worst loss of the year? I'll give them that if they want.
I mean, factually correct, but like, come on. That's like saying in the second week of the Cavs season, well, that's the worst loss out of the 3.
They're doomed.
That's true. That's a good point. I agree with that. So was it appropriate or inappropriate that I started the show? Oh, man, how did we blow that game last night?
Well, that's appropriate.
Thank you. All right, I appreciate that. I can't wait.
Just don't resort to the worst loss of the year.
Yeah, it's not the worst loss of the year. I'm sure it isn't. We'll find another way.
Yeah, well,
I mean, Kate Smith blew another game too. So, And is that a problem? Because that's where you got to. Jeff, how are you doing this morning? It's good to see
Andy,
you.
top of the morning to you.
Oh, it's always a pleasure. Dan Manigan is here. Dan, how are you doing today in your Dodger blue?
I mean, I'm a half step up from.
That's okay. Did you guys not watch the game? You don't feel that way about the game last night?
Won at 162.
Yeah,
oh, come on.
All bent out of shape out of one out of 162.
You can't give games away. They gave the game
What's
away.
an error
last
and
night.
a couple of wild pitches between friends?
Well, you know what? Hey, is it true? Like, I think they're doing dollar dog night and then be a catcher night the next night after that.
Wow.
Come on. Did Fried really need to be catching last night? Sorry. Did he?
Well,
did he not? I mean,
in the Stephen Vogt world of, wait a minute, there's a left-handed guy on the mound. I better throw in a right-handed hitter. Yeah, he did.
Did it cost him the game? Now we're thinking.
If we make the assumption that Bo Naylor or Austin Hedges would have blocked or stopped those pitches, well, then yes.
Okay.
But you have to make the assumption then, which I don't think is fair because I think they were really not very good pitches.
Are they close to the catcher?
Get your body out there, and that's why you're wearing a chest protector. Throw that body in front of that ball, baby.
And then the error by Brito, like you could feel
hard
them
two
losing.
hopper that took a little bit of an odd bounce on him.
Yeah. It looked like he let the ball play him rather than him play the ball. It was one of those moments.
It was hit hard enough that it would have been really tough to charge. You know what I mean? It was hit hard enough that I don't know that the second baseman can charge that ball. But he's playing on the cut of the grass. And then it took enough of a short hop that I think it caught him by surprise.
There you go. Second only to Tom Amansky when it comes to breaking down plays. Jeff, well done there. I agree with you. It was a tough play. It's almost like you wish you would have taken another step forward, and then he probably would have been able to make the play. But he didn't, and in the end, it all started to trickle back, and that's why they lost last night. At least that's what I think. We'll talk more about that here in a second. By the way, Meredith Kane, hello. Good morning to you as well. Meredith is the great voice you'll hear at the other end of 216-474-0092. Want to let you know that Howard Beck is going to be on the show today from The Ringer. We'll talk NBA with him. Sal Paolantonio, ESPN NFL matchup show, is going to join us at high noon. He is the Sal Pal. To me, he is the dean of NFL reporting these days.
And he's nice.
Yeah. Chris Rose from John Boy Media, you know him and love him, and obviously the play-by-play voice of the preseason statewide network for the Browns before they get into the regular seasons. All right, so let me go back to this Guardian issue. Is it a Guardian issue? Let's start there. Is it an issue?
Is
the way
what
they lost
an
last
issue?
night? I hate to say it. Is Cade Smith an issue? Are we worried? Are we concerned?
Can I say not an issue yet, but something that's worth keeping an eye on?
Yes.
We were used to absolute lockdown ends of games when Emmanuel Clase was closing games here.
True.
Little did we know.
Yeah.
And then Cade Smith stepped in last year.
And did a very nice job.
When Emmanuel went on the paid vacation. And Cade Smith did a very nice job. I would assume that he will get back to doing a very nice job. I trust the Guardians organization to handle pitching properly. I also think the Guardians organization, if they have to, could find another guy to close games. It's weird to me. It's one of the things that I've always looked at baseball and thought, they keep telling me how hard it is to get those final 3 outs, and I get it.
I think we make it harder than it is.
But how often do pitchers – how about this? How often do teams go scoreless in an inning? Most of the time.
Yeah, all the time.
Most of the time. And I would think a good major league pitcher could go out and be a closer and get 3 outs without giving up a run most every night.
Okay.
But there
there
are guys who do it obviously more effectively. Emmanuel Clase was one. Dennis Eckersley, after Dennis became a closer, was one. John Smoltz, when he was a closer, was. I mean, just you can just keep going with great closers, but guys can do that, and I think the Guardians will take care of the issue.
I do too, and I kind of think that sometimes closers come out of the gate a little rusty. I don't know why. I feel like as the season moves forward, they can get into a groove, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, okay, that's what we expected out of this guy. I'm kind of bummed Zabrowski gave up a couple runs last night because for watching him,
he looks good.
Yeah, last night it was just weird. I was like, okay, well, maybe if there was a night where they were thinking about switching, and then he gave up 2 earned last night, but he did have 2 strikeouts. I like Zabrowski. He's got closer written into his future, don't you think?
Well, he could, yeah.
As long as he's healthy, as long as they're still kind of watching his arm and they want to make sure he's okay.
Well, yes.
Do we put too much pressure on the end of the game? I mean, seriously, we don't treat the outs in the other innings the same way we treat those last 3 outs of the thing. That's why I've always been hesitant on the whole closer role anyway. If somebody's rolling and they're in the 7th and 8th inning and they're still under 50 pitches, I don't know. I'll even give you pitch count stuff, which I can't stand talking about. I think if a guy's pitching well, leave him in there and let him go. I'm not looking at the number, and I understand the analytics, and I understand you probably don't want to let a starter go more than 100 pitches. I understand all that, but I also think there needs to be a sense of reality sometimes that if a guy is super hot, leave him out there until you're like, okay, you know what?
Well,
I know you always want to leave a little bit left, but I just...
You don't want to see a starting pitcher, going 120, 130 pitches, because he's going to go out again in 5 days.
Which is really like 150 when you count warm-ups and stuff like that.
Well, it's more. I'll bet it's even more than that.
160, you think?
I'd go closer to 200. I mean, think about how much a guy warms up.
What do you get, 4 in between innings? What are you taking? I don't even know what most major
8.
league. You think you're taking 8?
Yeah.
Huh. And then what are you using to warm up? That's the other part, too.
Well, it's a lot on the arm. So, I get that. I understand it. You understand it.
Do we make too much out of that last out, though? Do we make too much out?
No,
why do we have to bring in a special guy at the end of the game if somebody else is doing the job?
You didn't used to. But the way the game has evolved, Andy, it's basically the 5 and fly for the starting pitcher.
If you're lucky to get to 5, I feel like it's more 4 and go.
4 1/3, whatever. They're taking him out in the 5th. Let's just say 5 and fly.
Okay.
And then 4 relief pitchers. Everybody throws an inning. The days where Raleigh Fingers would come in and get the 2-inning save, those are gone. And I wonder
until the playoffs. That's when managers seem to throw that out.
I wonder if they should be gone. It goes to what you're saying. If let's just say Zabrowski comes in and pitches well in the 8th, and you're not, and let's say it's the second day he's pitched. Well, why wouldn't you throw him out for the 9th? And because you're going to have him, you're not going to have him for the 3rd day anyway. He's already up. He's hot. He's in the game. He's done a good job. Let him get a 2-inning save.
Well said, Jeff Phelps. I concur, man.
I think that's a bit of slight overmanaging that happens in Major League Baseball today, where it's like, well, we must bring in the closer for the 9th inning. I agree with you on that. Guys, if a guy was nails in the 8th, leave him in. If he's good to go, if he's not at pitch restrictions, if you're not going to be able to throw him the next day anyway, but he's hot and feeling good, leave him out there.
Sometimes I feel like managing relievers is like playing blackjack. You're like, well, what would the book say here? Oh, the book says take a hit. Okay, I'm going to take a hit.
Dealer has a 6. I must hold.
But even if I'm sitting with 12, that'll drive you insane.
Yeah.
Right. Same thing. You're like, oh man, I don't feel good about the 6 the dealer has, and now I'm sitting here with a 12, and I'm like, should I take another card? I don't know.
No, you can't because it'll jinx the whole table.
Unless you're playing third base at the blackjack table and you're the last one, right? Although you still could jinx the rest of the table.
Absolutely, Andy.
And then you got to look at the table. You say, hey, do you guys mind if I take one here? Oh, it's your money. Okay, yeah, I know it is. I get it. Dan, do you think we make too much out of that last out?
Yes.
We do. Okay, good.
The best reliever should pitch in the highest leverage situation. I hate the closer is the closer because he's the closer. It's the stupidest thought in baseball.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dan Mennigan agreeing with Baskin and Phelps about something with baseball.
This is like a hat trick.
Outside of sacrifice bunting. Sacrifice bunting is 1. The closer is the closer because he's the closer is 2.
So what would you do? So like last night, I mean, Cape's struggling. I mean, and...
he wasn't struggling
until the error.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, he had 2 outs, and he got the ground ball he was looking for to end the game. But there was an error.
But didn't you feel the confidence? Maybe I felt the confidence drop after the error. And you're like,
well, he wasn't out there for much longer after that.
Well, that's all it takes, though.
Pass ball and fly ball.
Yeah.
Base hit.
All right, go back to my original question there, my friend. So what should you do to end a game? Do we really need to have closers?
No. I've always thought that was one of the most ridiculous things.
I never knew this about you. It's
saves are a ridiculous stat. It's ridiculous. I never understood for the life of me.
Dumber, wins or saves?
Saves are a little bit better, but they're both kind of ridiculous.
How do you feel about holds?
again, the quality of a reliever is determined by other metrics besides one. Hold. Okay, congratulations. You managed to not give up a run, which is your job. So
Dabrowski had his 7th, by the way, last night.
But no, I hate the closer is the closer because he's the closer. It's just ridiculous.
All right, so listen, do we have a Cade Smith problem after watching last night's game? And now he's blown 2 games now, 2 saves. That's the second blown save of the season, I think. And so you look at that, and then I got to ask you about David Fry. Like, what are they thinking on this guy? I'm watching last night's game, and I'm watching the ball go fly past the catcher, and I'm like, why are we even in this spot? Why are we there? This isn't the 15th inning. This is the 10th, and I'm still trying to figure out what happened last night. They gave that game away. I know it's 1 of 162. I get it. I understand it. You don't have to tell me I'm blowing this out of proportion, but still, that's one they should have had. 216-474-0092. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Howard Beck coming up at 11:20. He's from The Ringer. We'll talk to him about the NBA playoffs. I know I've been complaining about the play-in tournament the last couple of weeks, and last night, that kind of blew up my entire argument because we had a pretty good game.
Well, no, you had two good games, but it's still the play-in tournament.
So we'll get to that. We'll talk to Howard Beck here at 11:20. Sal Paolantonio. ESPN NFL matchup show. He's awesome, and he's done so much. He's so much more than football, military service, all kinds of stuff. Big fan of the Sal Pal. And then Chris Rose, 1:00. John Boy Media. You know him, you love him. Pride of Shaker Heights. He'll be with us. The big national voice joins us at 1:00. Talking about the Guardians, a game that they absolutely just blew yesterday. They just. See you later. Here you go. Hey,
well, you made an error in the ninth inning.
Hey, and then why aren't wild pitches and pass balls errors? That's a very
they're a different variation of an error.
Yeah, but do they count as errors?
No, they count as wild pitches and pass balls.
It's a very Les Levine question, isn't it?
How come the last hop is always the worst hop?
Yeah, something like that, and that happened to them last night too. So, all right, so we're kind of talking about two things here. One, do we have a Kate Smith problem? Or is it just too early? Do we have a problem with the closer? Yes or no, Jeff?
No.
I don't think we are either. I think we just need to kind of get through the first couple of weeks of the season, and then we won't. And then I think it's going to work itself out. Dan, you on board with that? Do you think it'll work itself out with Kate Smith?
Scale of 1 to 10, I'd put it at about a 4, where I've got a question mark next to it. I'm not totally biting my nails off every time he comes out there, but boy, we've got an eye on it.
It's not like Bob Wickman fear. Like I had Bob Wickman fear for a long time. That was a long time ago, but he sat there.
Wickman did a nice job.
Yeah, but you always knew two guys were gonna get on. They were gonna have a chance. Tying run was gonna come to the plate most times.
Do you remember an Orioles pitcher back in the day named Don Stanhouse?
I do.
Don.
I don't remember what he did, but I remember
his nickname was Full Peck
because he'd get the bases loaded.
Because Earl Weaver, because of nerves with Stanhouse coming into the game, would smoke a full pack of cigarettes
nice.
In the ninth inning.
Yeah, well.
That was his nickname.
Is that back when they had ashtrays in the dugout?
They didn't need them. They just flicked them on the...
Oh, that's true.
Now it's seeds.
Now they let the kids just... Yeah, I get it.
Now it's seeds.
Here's my next question for you guys, too. David Fry finds himself behind the plate at the end of the game. And I know they like him as a utility guy. I just don't... If you have two catchers ahead of him, and I know you're playing the lefty-righty game.
Do you have two catchers ahead of him?
I think we do. Don't you?
I don't know about that.
Really?
Well, I kind of think Stephen Vogt likes to play Fry more than he likes to play Austin Hedges, even though Austin's actually hitting the ball right now. Fry has been a utility guy since he went to college and was an infielder. But his last year of college, he started to play some catcher, and he's played catcher on and off ever since. But it's clearly utility. It's like I am in the major leagues because I can give you extra value because I can play catcher.
It's what you want in your last
Absolutely.
two guys on the roster. I get it.
Absolutely. But is he the best defensive catcher going? Probably not. I can't say that he's a bad catcher, but it just magnified last night because you had two things that happened that cost you a base and cost you a game.
Dan, do you sweat when Fry's behind the plate? Don't you think that I don't? If I had my druthers, clearly you want Naylor out there, and then Hedges, despite the fact that you may look and say why he's on the roster in the beginning of the season, he's been coming through so far early on in this year, and you can understand, why Vogt wants him there, and I get it. I get it, and I understand it.
This is going to come off very mean. Why is he here?
Fry?
Yeah. Why is he here?
Because Stephen Vogt loves his versatility. They love him. And I don't want to say for some reason, but I'm going to say it anyway. And for some reason, they absolutely love his bat.
But why?
I don't know.
I mean, I'm not trying to sound
he
crass or mean.
He made the All-Star team based on that phenomenal first half 2 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was phenomenal, but it went south, and it went south fast.
Right. It's almost like he came crashing to the mean.
Yeah.
I mean, to what he's been for the rest of his career. I do not understand it. I know you love having those leaders in the locker room, but you already have Austin Hedges, who, yes, is hitting right now, but has a career that says hopefully he continues to hit, but we know what this looks like.
You understand why he's in the clubhouse, right? Like, we get that.
Yeah, but how many of those guys can you carry on a 25-man roster?
I think every manager should have one, and that's it.
How many Michael Martinez's can you have on a 25-man roster?
It's interesting that they do have 3 guys capable of catching on the Major League roster. You know, sometimes teams go with 2. But David's versatility, that he can go play some other things, helps you. You know, if you had to, you could play him in the infield.
Does it? Does it help you?
Obviously, Dan, in their minds, it does.
I mean, don't you have Daniel Schneemann for that, who can actually hit worth a hill of beans?
Yes.
I mean, he can play every darn position on the infield and a little outfield as well.
He's been playing center field.
Yeah, and arguably pretty darn well.
Arguably, yes.
Outside of being able to call the ball and that kind of stuff, but that's another thing for another day.
Let me ask you this. Do you think it's, and just why we have these guys here, right? Do you think it's the front office's call, or do you think it's Stephen Vogt's call that we rarely have the same lineup on 2 back-to-back nights?
So if we believe that the front office works relatively in an analytic sense, correct?
Yes.
Do we believe that to be the case?
Yes.
And we believe the manager respects the analytics but also uses his gut from time to time, right? Are these both things that all 3 of us agree on?
Right, yes.
Then the answer would be the manager. Because the analytics would tell you there's no reason why David Fry should be on this ball club.
I'm just looking. Do you realize they have not used the same lineup on back-to-back nights in any game this season?
That's not Stephen Vogt's style.
I'm looking at this.
Or Andy, maybe it's the roster he's been given to work with, that he doesn't feel, that he can start that lineup against a lefty or against a righty or whatever. I'm not going to campaign for Rhys Hoskins to get more at bats today. I'm not going to campaign for Rhys Hoskins to get more at bats.
But you want to, don't you?
I'm not going to campaign for.
Go ahead.
Yes, I do.
You feel better?
Yeah.
All right. Let me take a couple phone calls here because I know people want to get into it. Let's start with Lenny in Amherst. Hi, Lenny. Home of the Comets.
Hi, fellas.
Hey, Lenny.
Well, I got to tell you, last night, the guy's a rookie. Live with it. It's going to happen again. I agree with both you guys on several points. Jeff, as far as keeping an eye on Cade Smith, yes. These things are going to happen. And when you talk about catching, you're talking about a guy that's taken up a roster spot, and we're loaded with young players that are just looking to get at-bats. The one thing that drives me nuts, and I'll take this to the grave, I hate to lose a game when the other team doesn't have to get a hit to win. With this putting this guy on
the
second
ghost runner
base
thing.
I do
Lenny,
too,
that's
Lenny.
a great call. I agree. We didn't bring that up yet, but I think you're right too on that. But if we had won, I know none of us would say a word about it. So
Andy and I have both always said, Lenny, we would love to see regular baseball at least for 2 more innings, if not
through
3.
the 11th. Like just play it normal through 11 or 12. That's fine.
And then
or
do
put them on, start them off on first base instead of second.
Yeah,
and
then
make
you're
the
set up
team
for a
get
double
hit.
play though. Still.
Yeah, but that makes it a little more interesting.
Yeah, maybe.
Yes, it
I don't
does.
know. But now they'll go back. Oh, we got to change all the record books. Well, you already did when you put a ghost runner there, didn't you?
Yeah, thank you.
Lenny, thank you.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Lenny.
Lenny checking in from Amherst. I think first time caller.
Home of the Steel Comets.
Here's another one, I think. Tony at Columbia Station. Hi, Tony.
Tony.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey, man.
Hey, okay, watching the game last night, David Fry, I love the guy, but he was driving me bonkers. First time I've seen him do it closely. Putting his glove down every time the pitcher's delivering the ball. And as a former pitcher of the elite levels of the North Coast League in Northeast Ohio,
yeah, baby,
in high school, as a pitcher, seeing your target disappear every time you're going to throw the ball, that would drive me insane.
You know what, though,
And I wondered
Tony?
if you...
That's kind of a trend now, and catchers are actually being taught that. You kind of you aim for the chest protector, and the catcher drops the glove so that you're not showing like a target. And then as the pitch comes, you elevate the glove. And I agree with you. To me, I think, really, that's the way you're going to do this now? But that's something that's kind of being taught.
Okay. Well, thank you for the information.
Thank you. It's always. Did you say NCAC or were you talking high school?
No, high school, North Coast League. I went to St. Peter Chanel in Bedford.
There we go. Hey, you know what? It's always good to hear from alumni there and giving respect to a school that's no longer with us. So I appreciate that. Yeah. Shout out to all your alumni. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tony.
There you go, Tony. I feel bad when schools close and like all those Cathedral Latin guys that have to kind of hang their hat. I mean, yeah, I know NDCL is a thing, but
it's back, kind of.
Yeah, you got to give it's tough. You got to keep the Alumni Association going without a building there. Sure. Anthony is in Cleveland Heights. Hi. Speaking of alumni, what's up, Anthony?
Hi. Hey, okay, so real quick here. On Fry, without regard to the target on the catch, the mitt and so forth, I'm with Dan. The concern here is it was like 2 months of a shooting star, and other than that, it's yet to reappear, and who knows if it's going to take another 84 years, like Haley's Comet, come back again.
Anthony, he hit 171 last year.
Right.
And couldn't throw, and you kept him,
Right. Yeah. That one is concerning. I think with Cade, I think people are starting to understand what was so great about Clase. His ability to induce weak contact was huge, because when a guy swings and hits it and it just dribbles to the second baseman or, to the shortstop slowly, that's a great result because they think they got a good, wood on it, and they didn't. They got a little bit because of his, because of the movement on his pitches. The only thing about the standard closer in the ninth inning situation is you got to deal with matchups. So, the fact that it's a new inning, if the matchup is better for Cade for that particular player, I'm not sure if I want to just trust the coach's gut and just stick with Sabrowski or whoever it would have.
I don't know. Sabrowski's look pretty good. Anthony, thank you. I tell you, appreciate it.
Thanks, Anthony.
216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. You don't care about the matchup, though, when you put a closer out there. It's his inning. It's not about...
You don't go lefty-righty.
No, it doesn't matter. No,
it's your closer. You put
here we go.
There.
You're the closer. That's why you're getting paid the big bucks. Howard Beck's going to join us at 11:20, coming up in a little bit. Sal Paolantonio at high noon. I'll stick around with a little bit of Guardians talk here if you want to hang in on this. Hey, we're talking about Cade Smith. We're talking about David Fry. But I also want to talk about those play-in games last night. And, oh, boy, Amazon, ouch, what happened last night? 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for Bookman and Son. That's right. Talking about my friend, Josh.
Jeffrey is going to talk about the upcoming draft. Hear the press conference live at 11 right here on 92.3 The Fan. Listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows. You can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now, of course, you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. That includes The Morning Guys. It would be Ken Carmen, Anthony Lima, 6 to 10. Would include us, Baskin and Phelps, 10 to 2. And then the guys who follow us, Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7. It's live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. You can subscribe to that channel for free. That'd be FREE, free, and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand. You can do that right now.
The Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Howard Beck's going to join us at 11:20. Sal Paolantonio, the Sal Pal, is going to join us at noon, and Chris Rose at 1 o'clock. I want to get into what we watched last night. How about a dirty play in the NBA? We're going to get to that here in a second. I do want to wrap up our conversation about the Guardians last night. They gave one away. I mean, they should have won that game last night against St. Louis. We'll see. There'll be a game somewhere down the road that they should not have won, that they will win. So it works itself out in 162 when you look across the board on this thing. But, you know, you get to the end of the season.
That was deep, by the way.
Well, it's true, though,
deep.
isn't it, Jeff? I mean, it's not.
Well, it's when you play that many games, sure.
It's just it'll work its way out. There'll be a pass ball or an error. Something will happen, and they'll win a game at the end that they probably shouldn't win. And so it kind of works out. Unless it doesn't, and then you miss the playoffs by one game, I want you to remember last night.
By the way,
I want you to go, the day before tax day, they blew that game, and that's the reason they didn't make the playoffs.
It's the reason I had to write a check to the IRS.
Oh, you did? I'm sorry.
Those pitches, by the way, last night were wild pitches. They weren't ruled pass balls on David Fry. But, you know, if a catcher can save a pitcher from a wild pitch, you're a pitcher's best friend, and you can keep a guy from getting the extra base, you're a team's best friend. That didn't happen last night.
Bigger question. Did you just finish your taxes, or when did you finish?
No, a little while ago.
Oh, okay. So you've been good for a while.
Yeah.
But you send the check today, right?
No, I just paid.
Oh, you paid it then?
I figured the 2 cents I'd make in interest in the checking account wouldn't really benefit me too much, so I just thought I'd get it over and done with.
You know, penny saved is, I don't even know if they make pennies.
They don't even
anymore?
make pennies anymore.
Yeah, I know. Dan, did you get your taxes done?
A nickel saved.
Oh, yeah, I did mine like 2 months ago.
You did? Oh, 2 months ago, you had a refund coming then.
No, I just wanted to get out of the way before I get, distracted by the next shiny object.
All right. Well,
in other words, baseball.
I hope you got your taxes done, because there's nothing more stressful than trying to figure that out. And then
here we go.
Trying to figure out, what did I do with that W-2? How many miles did I use on that thing?
I'm allowed to file an extension.
Yes, you are, but you still got to pay. All right, so let's wrap up this conversation about the Guardians here, too, because that was a game that they should have had. We talked about Kate Smith. We've talked about David Fry. Jeff in North Olmsted. Hi, Jeff. How are you?
Jeffrey.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you for calling.
Andy,
yes.
I am 100% with you on your frustrations this morning. I have a couple reasons why, and you guys know I'm big on baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff, you brought up a great point. You don't need to bring up Rhys Hoskins, but you should be bringing up Rhys Hoskins, because David Fry is taking those at-bats away from Rhys. Rhys is a doubles machine. I want him playing as much as possible.
I do, too.
And also
against lefties or righties.
Yeah, I don't care. I want his bat in the lineup. He has hard contact all the time, and he hits the gaps. That's what you're looking for out of a 5-6 hitter, whatever you got him in the lineup. My biggest issue right now with Vogt, and I've had this for the past couple of years, is at times I've always felt like he overmanages games, whether it's with the bullpen or with the roster. Last night is a perfect example of the issues that we're talking about. Valera hasn't been playing. He finally gets a game where he's getting some at-bats. He goes 1 for 4. They pull him for Brito as a pinch hitter. Everybody knows Brito is here right now for his bat. It's not his glove work. He's an average fielder at best, above average if you want to be generous. Fine. You take Naylor out of the game for the pinch hitting for Fry. I'm okay with that. If you want to throw Fry in for a pinch hit, fine. He's hitting 200. My bigger issue, though, is you took the most meaningful position off of the field, and you didn't replace it. You could have brought in Hedges to close out the game, catching.
I thought that, too.
My issue is defensive assignments are so crucial, and with a team like this, the way we are constructed, these giveaway games do matter. We cannot be looking at the schedule, and I know, Andy, you brought it up, oh, maybe we'll get lucky and get one back. But we can't think like that. The biggest issue is closing the game out with the right and best fielders on the field no matter what. I don't care if it was labeled a pass ball or not. Those situations are so deflating, and the caller hit it on the head. You lose a game, and they didn't even get a hit to score the run. Yeah, they got a base hit that scored it, but the run was unearned. So it's, again, these are the frustrations that you feel from that side of it. But, yes, you're right. Fry is taken away from ABs from a lot of guys. And if Hoskins isn't getting them, and we've got guys like, we're looking down the road, Bazana, we're going to have to find a roster spot for him inevitably. How are we going to do this if we're hanging on to guys hitting 200 that are Jeff, a liability on the defensive end?
At least for now, Austin Hedges is swinging a pretty good bat.
That's what I'm saying. He's hitting over 300.
And why is he on the team? Because of his defense behind the plate.
And you're 100% correct. I don't care. Even if he hits 200, he's such a great defensive catcher, and the pitchers love him. So that's meaningful. That matters, and you're not paying him a ton of money. So they just need to work a couple of kinks out, but that seems to be like the issue right now, right? Have a great day.
You too. Thank you, Jeff. All right, let's take one more. Eric is in Columbus. What's going on in Central Ohio today, Eric?
Hi, Eric.
Not too much. So how long did it take for the impact of Arias and Roki up the middle to show itself? 6 days? 5 days?
Yeah, Brito.
I mean, I'm sorry, but I mean, it's the middle infield is part of the reason they went on that run last year, and they don't have an answer defensively without Arias and Roki up the middle. And I went to the Clippers game for 4 or 5 innings last night.
Yeah.
And Bazana booted a simple double play ball behind second base.
Oh, don't say that.
I mean, just popped right out of his glove. And he's like pressing so hard at the plate right now.
Oh, you're killing me. Don't stop. Please stop. This is not the scouting report I want.
Sorry, reality is reality. He did hit a double off the wall that he struck hard, and then he slides into second, and he's so pressing so hard. He's like clapping his hands furiously while he's laying on his back, and he's playing a AAA game. I mean, the dude needs to chill out a little bit. He's like pressing way too hard.
Dude needs to chill out.
Well,
Eric, do me a favor. Eric, do me a favor. Listen, I need a Clippers correspondent for the show. You are now it. All right.
Well, I don't know how much AAA ball I could take. I mean, I'm a diehard,
All right.
But I go down there every once in a while, and I mean to keep an eye out.
You're killing me, man. You're killing me. I want Bazana here now. You're killing me. Goodbye.
Hey,
go ahead.
Don't hang up just yet. I mean, the thing is, it's like everybody wanted to run Arias out of town. Everybody. Almost everybody. And, I mean, his glove matters. I'm sorry. We need him back. So I'll let you guys chew on that if you want to.
All right.
Have a great day.
Thank you. Clippers correspondent Eric, thank you. He doesn't even realize it. That job pays nothing, by the way.
Here's what you need. You need somebody at second base to play competent defense and hit. And if it's and Rocchio, Rocchio the other day, came through. But he's playing shortstop now with Arias out. The issue is you can't have two middle infielders who are pretty good gloves and don't hit. Not in today's baseball. You just can't do that. It just doesn't exist anymore. And you can't do that. And somebody at second base is going to have to hit the ball and be competent. We're making a big deal out of one error by Juan Brito.
Right.
And it's only one error. But in this case, it cost him a game. I'm not spinning the wheel of regret because I didn't want J.J. Weatherholt with the number 1 pick.
Right.
He's been up for the Cardinals. He hit 2 home runs last night against the Guardians.
Yeah, I know. Thanks for the depression. All right, I'm over it. I want to talk about the NBA playing games here, especially as we go into the next. Because I sat here and I was ripping them. I thought we didn't need them going into the playing games last week. And as we sat here last night,
I think the play-in tournament's stupid.
Although the game, it was entertaining last night.
Well, of course, they're NBA players and they're playing you win or go home. That's entertaining.
Well, isn't that what we want?
Well,
I mean, they were playing that way.
Then why did you play 82 games in the regular season?
Because, well, you want me to argue with you? I can't argue with you. I agree.
2/3 of the league is playing some kind of postseason basketball.
And if you wanted a reward for playing hard the last 2 weeks of the season, then make the 7 and 8 spot hard to achieve, right? And that's what happened this year. That you had two teams, there were three teams that were all tied or fighting with each other in the Eastern Conference, trying to get that final spot. That's what we want every year. So you got that, and then you got these play-in games too. And man, did you guys see the play last night, LaMelo Ball? I mean, now I'm not talking about the game winner. I'm talking about Bam Adebayo.
The cheap shot?
Yeah, it was. I don't even know how he got to stay in the game. Let's talk about that. Howard Beck's going to join us at 11:20. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for Weather Seal Home Services. Is it time to replace your roof? Then it's time to
and sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
The only place for Browns news on your way into work. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to our show. You can listen to all of our local shows here on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. And our number is always 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. NBA play-in games last night as we wait for the Cavaliers to take on Toronto. Sunday can't get here fast enough for that because I want to watch the Cavs get back on the floor. I'm happy they got a couple days
Saturday.
off. I would say Saturday. Sorry, Sunday. I thought Sunday for a second. Saturday. So you look back at last night's game, and LaMelo Ball hits the game winner. But should LaMelo Ball even have been in the game at that point? There was a play early in the game. If you haven't had a chance to see it, hit it up on Google or something. You'll find it there. It's not that hard. Where Ball is in the middle of the paint and gets thrown down to the ground. He's on the floor. Bam Adebayo, was he going for a rebound? I'm trying to remember. Jeff.
Yeah.
Okay, he's going for a rebound, and he's on 1 foot trying to get it, and Ball's on the ground.
Right by him.
Yeah, and Ball takes his hand.
Like baseline.
Yeah, cups his ankle and pulls.
He yanked his foot out from under him.
Yeah. And I'm like, it was weird because when you saw it in first real time, it wasn't that obvious.
Well, it looked like Bam just fell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when you go back and watch the play,
when you're standing on 1 foot and somebody pulls on that foot, you're going to fall.
And it wasn't like he was pulling on the front of the foot. He put his hand, kind of cupped it around, around his heel.
He pulled him. It was intentional. Yeah.
It was just so, how do you not get ejected for that? And then, you go back, and Dan, you watched that. You heard the referees on this. Was it which one of you guys said they heard the referee? Oh, sorry. Jeff said it.
It's all right.
What did the referee say on that? Because I think it's ridiculous.
It was Zach Zarba, who was the official last night.
Right.
And what happened was, if you saw the play, it happened, and there was no whistle on the play. So there was no foul called.
Right.
It did look like Bam Adebayo just fell.
It was away from the ball, too, a little bit, right?
It was right there. And he just fell. And it looked like he just fell down. But Zarba says, and one of the other officials was Curtis Blair, and he said Curtis was there. It's his responsibility to see that. Excuse me, that was Eric Spoelstra saying that. So there's an official right there. Zarba said this to a pool reporter after the game. The play wasn't whistled in real time. So in other words, there was no call on that play when it happened. He said play continued with a fast break, and because the play wasn't stopped immediately and there was no whistle on the play, the window to review the play was closed. So play was stopped after a change of possession and then a timeout. So by rule, our window to review that play then is closed.
Does anyone think that's the dumbest thing you've ever heard? It's an egregious play.
If there's something flagrant, you should be able to go back and review it.
Yeah, I agree.
But nobody saw it in real time. Did you?
Well, I'm sure Bam did.
You hear what LaMelo? Well, I'll bet Bam didn't have any idea. He's just standing there on 1 foot. All of a sudden, his keister's on the ground, and he's out for the rest of the game. Huh. LaMelo Ball said, I apologize on that one. I got hit in the head and didn't really know where I was, but I'm going to check on him. I'll see if he's okay and everything.
Eric Spoelstra was pissed after the game.
Eric was steamed. Yeah, Eric was not very happy at all.
Yeah, Eric was mad after the game, and then Eric came back and talked to the media about it afterwards. And here's what he had to say.
I didn't see it, but I don't think it's cute. I don't think it's funny. I think it's a stupid play. It's a dangerous play. Obviously, our best player is out. I'm not making an excuse. The Hornets played great. Those plays down the stretch. We had our opportunities to win. I just, that's a shame. He should be penalized for that. I don't think that belongs in the game. Tripping guys, shenanigans. And Curtis was there. It's his responsibility to see that. And if it's not his responsibility, then Zach's got to see it. If somebody has got to see that, he should have been thrown out of the game for that. I don't know him from anyone. There's no place in the game for that. Obviously, it took Bam out of the game.
He should have been thrown out of the game.
He should have been tossed. Yeah. So there are two things here. One, we can talk about officials making calls, missing calls, not seeing calls, things like that.
Happens.
But ultimately, the official's job, and tell me if you think I'm wrong on this, is player safety. Like, isn't that really keeping the game moving? Sorry,
it's part of
keeping the game moving forward. And I'm not expecting them to see everything, but player safety should be top 1, 2, 3 priority, right?
Yes.
And so, like plays like this drive me nuts because they don't have to happen, and it's garbage. Like, there's no reason he should have been doing that. None. I know here comes a basket moment, but in hockey is a thing called a slew foot, and it is the most dangerous play that you can have out there. That most times it's hard for an official to see it. But it's a dirty play by dirty players that shouldn't be playing the game, and that's what he did last night was the equivalent to a slew foot for me, where it's classless, and it shows that you have no respect for the game. It drives me nuts when I see plays like that.
So Chris Haynes has out that the NBA is going to review the LaMelo Ball play, resulting in the back and neck fall, cost them the rest of the game in the crucial do or die. Ruling expected before the Hornets' final play-in game on Friday.
No way he should be able to play. No way.
Chris, former Plain Dealer beat reporter covering the Cavaliers.
Speaking of Chris, I ran into Chris Miller the other day when the Wizards were in town.
There you go.
Just a ding for you. He looks great. Fantastic.
That's great. I'm glad he does. Chris, how you doing?
Ding. She should not be able to play in the next game, right? He should not be able to play. Agree or disagree?
I wonder. I'm not sure of the official ramification here. I wonder if that is a suspendable offense.
Dan should be able to play.
Basically, it was tripping. Okay, it was a flagrant trip.
Yeah, it was dirty.
I wonder if it can be ruled as more than that.
If it was someone else, you can maybe make a bit of an argument. But the fact that LaMelo has also done this in the past to Bam Adebayo, there's another play that is out there earlier in the season where he reached his arm out and tried to trip Bam. I can't see it as anything else besides with malice.
Let me throw this at you, Jeff. If it was Draymond Green, would he be tossed for the next game?
Draymond's done a lot worse, so I don't know if he would be. I honestly, I don't know what the NBA will think when they see that. We all know it was a dirty play.
Right.
Does that mean you get suspended from a season, ending game, perhaps?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe.
I would.
Maybe.
If I was the league office, I'd suspend him.
Well, let's put it this way. If Adebayo doesn't get, knocked out of that game early on, does Miami advance?
Great question.
Yeah, Miami might still be playing and Charlotte's season is over.
Dan, if his name is Draymond Green, is he out?
After watching that game yesterday, it might be more of a punishment to leave LaMelo out there. He did hit the game winner, though. I have never seen.
When you knock a guy out that had an 80-point performance earlier in the season, 80-point-plus performance, you've taken out one of their best players.
I have never seen a game in my life where someone was somehow the worst player on the floor and the best player on the floor in the same exact game. Like, you would hand him the LVP too. He was horrible for about 3.5 quarters.
Did they do that? No, I didn't know there was an LVP.
You may I don't know. Amazon kept showing me that they had some trading card with a screen on it that had him on it over his neck that they had at the end of it instead of showing me the Suns game. But I feel like we're going to yell about Amazon later.
Yeah, well, Amazon now.
Here's one of those games that makes you wonder. And Dan's right. Let's go the positive spotlight. Ready?
Okay.
LaMelo Ball had 30 points and 10 assists, along with 5 rebounds. All right, should we spin it?
Yeah, spin it.
LaMelo took 31 shots and was just 2 of 16 on threes.
Yes, he was horrendous from three. Both he and Con Knippel was an 0 from three.
I like Charlotte's team though. Miles Bridges has had some issues, but he can play, and Brandon Miller might be one of the most unknown, really good players in the NBA. I shouldn't say unknown. I don't think he gets enough credit for being as good as he is.
All right, so Charlotte is now they're waiting for the winner of or loser.
They play the loser
of
Orlando Philly game.
Yeah. What happened with Amazon last night, Dan? Give me the TV lowdown.
I mean, Amazon has not exactly had the best season with the NBA to begin with. Their studio shows have been awesome, but the games themselves, for some reason, it's almost like the audio is a half second ahead of the video. So, like, someone would shoot a three, and at, like, the arc of the three, you would hear the crowd go nuts, and the announcers go, bang, or, he hits it. You'd hear it, like, before the ball went through the net. And you kind of just got used to it. Though there's a part of you that's like, dude, you're a $2 trillion corporation. Can we get this right? Like, this is a little sad.
You send 17 trucks to NFL football games on Thursday night.
You do a great job delivering stuff to my house. Can you work on the audio?
Right. And I mean, we're talking, it's like a half a second. It's not enough. It's enough that you notice it, but never enough that you'd lose your mind over it. But so then yesterday, during this game, we go to overtime. There's like 40-something seconds left in overtime. And then all of a sudden, the screen goes blank. And then this.
Charlotte's been a great NBA city. It just went dormant for a while.
Absolutely. I mean, you can see the fan support here. And look.
And then it goes blank. And then they put the technical difficulties screen up there across everybody, unless you were watching the Spanish feed. The Spanish feed did not have technical difficulties, which I can't figure out for the life of me. But
as I mentioned yesterday before the game started, I wouldn't be tuning in necessarily to watch the playing games, and I thought I had Prime left over from football season,
right?
But I was watching the Guardians, so I'm looking at the computer. And I see that the game's, close, late. And I went to Prime, and I had the screen, so it was there. And I thought, all right, well, good. My subscription's still in play. And then I clicked on the game to watch it, and this big screen pops up, and it says technical difficulties. And I said to myself, all right, the technical difficulty is that I don't have my subscription. So I thought, that's on me. Sorry, my bad. Apparently it wasn't.
$2 trillion corporation. Technical difficulties.
Oh.
Well, remember, it's still just television. A lot of things can go wrong.
That is true.
In overtime, in a game that was decided by 2 points, and you had technical difficulties.
Can I give you my favorite Joe Tate line of all time?
Yes.
It plays with this. Joe, of course, the legendary Cavs play-by-play announcer, also did television for years on Indians games,
right,
and some Cavs games.
He had Barker's no-hitter.
And he said, Jeff, do you know what I hate about television? And I'm not going to try and do my best Joe because nobody can do him justice. Joe's line was, I hate television because at any given time, there are 43 people who can make you look like a...
He's right.
And he's right.
He's right.
Yeah, at least last night it was just technical difficulties.
And guess what, Jeff?
Didn't make
that's why
Ian Eagle look bad. It was Ian, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yes, it was Ian Eagle. And Stan Van Gundy, who did an awesome job.
Yeah, Stan's good.
It's amazing. They got the announcers right there. I don't know. Maybe they can fix football. I mean, Al Mike is still the greatest, but maybe they can fix the football announcers. We get an NFL guy in there. But
they're supposed to.
Yeah, that's why it doesn't pay to have an ego when you're doing TV, especially local TV.
Yeah, you can't do anything about it.
You can't because you got a million people that like you're in their hands, and I mean, all right, Cavaliers. Let's get ready for the weekend here. Let's talk about the series as they get ready for Toronto. They are warming up. They are getting set out in Independence for this big weekend series against Toronto. Against Saturday, that's a 1:00 tip. Monday, they're back out on the floor. That's a 7:00 tip, and then Thursday, 8, and then Game 4 would be a week from Sunday. So all of those things are laying out there. Oh, good. 2 of those games are on Prime. Great. I'm glad we just ripped them. Let's get into the Cavaliers. We'll do that next. 216-474-0092. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Cavs getting set to take on Toronto. That is Saturday at 1 o'clock. That is right here in beautiful downtown Cleveland. Let's get some insight into the Cavaliers' first-round playoff series against Toronto and other NBA stuff with Howard Beck. Howard is from The Ringer, longtime NBA writer, excellent writer as well. Hi, Howard. How are you?
Howard.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
We are doing great.
Good to have you with us. Thank you.
Howard, let me start with one thing here before we get into the Cavaliers. LaMelo Ball last night, that play on Bam Adebayo. Just your thoughts on that, and then we'll get into the game a little bit. I'm still shaking my head after watching that.
I'm just glad I was able to watch that play, given that, we just never knew when the screen might go black. So that was a plus. Thank you, Amazon. I did rewatch the play a couple of times, and they've got multiple angles. There was the one angle that troubled me most. I think it was a little bit of maybe it was an overhead camera, and you can see LaMelo's eyes move toward Bam as he's grabbing his leg to kind of whatever yank, push, pull, and in that one it was the one that was the most potentially indicative of forethought, right? It is a bang bang play. We're watching it in slow motion. We're watching it in replay. It's hard to judge, I think, especially when you start watching it in slow mo, because it does happen very quickly. But in that one moment where he's looking up, it's kind of like, okay, you do know where he is and what's going on. LaMelo's explanation afterward, I thought, was fair of the, listen, man, I just got hit in the head and I'm hitting the floor and I'm just trying to. He's just getting his bearings. I could see where if you saw something out of the corner of your eye and you're just trying to make sure a leg or an ankle or a foot is not going to hit you, I get that. Was he actually trying to upend him? And I don't. We all become mind readers in these situations, or we try to be. I don't know. Had they had a replay trigger to review it, is the interesting part to me, right? Because Zach Zarba gave the interview to the Pool reporter afterward and said, "Look, there was no opening for us to do it. The rules do not provide for it, and the referees are beholden to the way the rules are written. They can't just, replay anything, review anything anytime they want to. And so it's unfortunate. What would have happened in retrospect? We don't know, but we will know soon, because the NBA always reviews plays like this, and we will get a statement from the league at some point. If they decide to retroactively make it a flagrant or even a flagrant 2, I don't think they'll go that far, but I could see them retroactively making it a flagrant, which would then, does a play-in count toward your flagrant foul points for the postseason? I don't even know. Your stats don't, so who knows?
Good question.
If they'd been able to review it in real time, I know there are people out there who think he would have been ejected. Certainly Spoelstra felt that way last night. I've heard others in the media ranks suggest that. I'm not sure if it went that far or not. The impact is rough. The fact it doesn't come back is rough, and so you start judging it based on the results as opposed to the act. But it wasn't great.
Howard, after 82 games, do you need a play-in tournament? We know where they're making money and blah blah blah. Do you need to get 20 teams playing after 82 games?
All right, so let's start with this. We've had this for a few years, and some of the playing games have been dreadful, but then there's a night like last night where it was those 2 games were really fun. They weren't the most well-played games. There was a lot of just the Hornets are just a roller coaster, so are the Suns, and it wasn't the cleanest basketball at times, but they were both really exciting games. So there's that. Those fan bases, especially, for the 9-10 Miami, Charlotte, right? Phoenix and Portland would have been in anyway under the old format of 8 teams, but this gave 2 markets another night of excitement last night. Now Miami is done. Charlotte moves on. Do we need it? No, we don't need it to settle a playoff field, but that wasn't the purpose. The purpose wasn't hey, if we got the 9 and 10 teams in, maybe it'll change the way the postseason unfolds. Like, no, 7 and 8 seeds are cannon fodder almost every year.
That's true.
They exist as a warm-up act for the 1 and 2 seeds in each conference, and then once in a blue moon, we get a first-round upset in the 1-8 or the 2-7. So that it doesn't really matter anyway when it comes to the ultimate results of the playoffs. I think the first, impetus for it is this has engaged more teams and their fan bases deeper into the season. It's part of the anti-tanking measures that kind of haven't worked well enough, and now we're back to the drawing board. But still, it has made it more compelling, I think, in March and April for the last several years. This year was an outlier, but most years we've had even teams that were kind of hovering around 11 and 12 have still been in the running for a play-in spot, and that has kept those teams and their fan bases engaged. And it has in other years, not this one, in other years, it did reduce tanking. It was an incentive to keep competing. So that was the first goal. It wasn't so much, about do we need more teams to be in the postseason. But I think as a commercial element, yeah, sure. You always, you have more, TV games to sell, and there's more interest that way. So I'm fine with it. I think on the whole, the play-in tournament has been a win. In fact, I'll take it over the NBA Cup every day.
I'll buy that.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah, so you got a full house on that, or at least a hat trick on that. Howard, let's talk about the Cavaliers in Toronto here. Just your initial thoughts on that series, because it was so weird. We thought it was going to be Atlanta, and then all of a sudden at the last minute, Toronto, who was in the spot, ends up getting back up. So your thoughts on Cavs Raptors?
Where did you want this to go, by the way? Where were Cavs fans rooting for that first round matchup?
I don't know that they really cared.
I don't think either team really got everybody all hot and bothered. I kind of think, I don't know, there's something about Toronto that kind of scares me a little bit. So I was kind of thinking Atlanta might be a better matchup, Howard.
Yeah, it's funny because I think, I'm in New York, obviously, and I think Knicks fans were kind of hoping for the Toronto matchup, obviously, but they were 5-0 against Toronto. And Atlanta, they've caught fire late, and they're long, and they're really, a lot of really great defenders. And I think Atlanta would actually scare me a little bit more than Toronto personally. But a lot of these things are matchup dependent in the NBA. It's funny because one of the knocks on Toronto, or one of the holes in their resume collectively, is that they've been really bad against the best teams in the East all season, except for Cleveland. But all three of their wins against Cleveland came in the first 4 or 5 weeks of the season,
and done by November, end of November.
Yeah, there are years where and series where you put stock in the regular season series, and there are times when you just can't. I think Toronto's overall record against the top of the East, winless against the Knicks. I think they got one win against Boston, winless against Detroit, something like that, shows that the Toronto Raptors are basically a nice, solid regular season team that I don't consider much of a threat. Defensively, they're fantastic. Offensively, they're sort of meh. Not a ton of great playmaking or shot making, and they're kind of a funky build, just the way their lineup is built, and they do have a lot of length, and they do have a lot of guys who can handle the ball. But they don't feel like greater than the sum of their parts to me. I guess if I'm the Cavs, if the concern I would have, and again, the season series is over by the end of November. That's months before they get James Harden. It's not the same team. But I think the one thing that would concern me maybe is you're generating so much of your offense out of the backcourt with Harden and Donovan Mitchell. And I do think that the Raptors, with all the length and defenders that they have, starting with Scotty Barnes, they do have some ability to slow you up there. But I obviously expect the Cavs to win this series.
Howard, back in November of 23, you wrote a piece on James Harden saying he couldn't win his legacy back because of all the things he had gone through. Is he in a position to change the way people think about him with the Cavaliers if he can help them propel? Would it change your mind a little bit? Yeah, this is an older.
You want me to contradict myself? You want me to tell Howard Beck of November 2023 that he was wrong?
No, not really. I just want to know if he can change your mind now. Yeah. By the way, his legacy is still pretty much the legacy you kind of wrote about in that too. It's not. We're sitting around here talking. Dan and I debate this all the time, and Dan's like, hey, talk to me about when he's in the playoffs, and it's at the end of the series when he can't get something done. So Howard back in 03 isn't too far off.
I mean, the column I wrote then, it was because he had just, forced a trade once again. And my point then was basically about the idea that his legacy, forget for a moment the playoff legacy, which is its own mess,
right.
But just that his overall legacy as a star of this era is the guy who's always, discontent, the guy who's always disillusioned, is always asking for a trade, and who, gets what he wants, gets the coaches he wants, gets the superstar. The roster of superstars he's played with is insane. It's incredible how much talent. And he sours on relationships and sours on situations, and then he wants to move on. And that's how he got to Cleveland too. So that part of it is pretty entrenched, that part of his reputation. And that was mostly what I was getting at in that column from a couple of years ago, is just that whatever else he does in his career, even if he wins a championship, and I think I even stipulated that in the column, that's not what we're going to remember him for. We're going to remember him for being the guy who's just always, souring on situations and torching relationships and wanting to move on to the next thing. And that's truly him. And it's even more so him now than it was then. But to your point, if the Cavs make a run, if Harden got them to the finals, especially, a place he hasn't been since he was a sixth man for the Oklahoma City Thunder over a decade ago.
Yeah,
it would change that piece of his legacy. Maybe he could at least tamp down some of the he never delivers in the playoffs type stuff. But, that's going to require a pretty Herculean effort by him and the Cavaliers, because the East is we keep saying it's wide open, but it's also tough. I think the Pistons are legit. The Celtics, with Tatum back and playing the way he's been playing, are certainly legit. We know how tough the Knicks can be. This is, they've got a tough road ahead.
Do you like Harden in the backcourt with Donovan Mitchell? Do you like that combo?
I think it's been pretty good. And I think it's been weirdly sort of an upgrade over Mitchell and Garland. Just because, look, it's still a guard attack, and I think in the NBA most of the time you're better off if you have a star guard who's a ball dominant scorer creator type, which Donovan Mitchell is, which James Harden is. The ideal complement obviously is more of like a bigger wing or a big, and guard is tough. It's tougher when they're small, which they were with Garland there, and Harden is bigger and tougher and more stout in a lot of ways, and can defensively, is he the greatest shutdown defender on the perimeter? No, but he could body up guys, and he's gonna score in more ways, and he can score through contact, and he's more durable, clearly. And I think so far the partnership with Mitchell has been pretty good. But the playoffs are when you actually see, whether or not that's, built to win or not. And so I'm curious to see how it unfolds against the Raptors to start with.
Who's the team to beat in the East? And by the way, I want to remind everybody to listen to your podcast, the Real Ones podcast. But who do you? I mean, to me, Boston just is right there. It's hard not to avoid. But Detroit, they held their own in the end, and I think people were looking for Detroit to drop off, but they didn't.
I felt like for the entire season, let's just go back to before Jason Tatum came back, when it was just, wow, what a great story the Celtics are, not taking a gap year. Jaylen Brown's been amazing. He's a potential MVP candidate, and look at how much they're getting from Derek White and Peyton Pritchard and Neemias Queta, who, not exactly a household name prior to the season. And I think for much of the season, there was so much focus on what the Celtics were doing to overachieve, or what the Knicks' latest drama and their ups and downs were. The Cavaliers obviously had theirs too. I feel like the Pistons were just kind of cruising along unnoticed, and I feel like no one was really giving much credit to the fact that they were, leading the conference from basically start to finish, and maybe just not being taken seriously enough. So I was of the mindset for most of the season, the Pistons are the worthy favorites in the East by virtue of their record, but also they had their introduction to the playoffs last year, lost to the Knicks in 6. They could have won that series, the Pistons, and yeah, they've got their holes, but everybody does, and so I thought they weren't getting enough credit. But then Tatum comes back, and Tatum looks pretty good, and then he looks better, and then he's putting up triple doubles, and he's At this point, it's hard not to think that the Celtics are the rightful favorites, even though the Pistons have been the more consistent team over the course of the season and have the better record. The Celtics have obviously the championship experience. They've got one of the best 1-2 punches in the NBA, and I respect the hell out of the Pistons. I think they've been awesome, and I think they can win the East. I think the Knicks can win the East. I think the Cavs can win the – I do think it's a 4-team race. But if I have to pick a favorite, I think it's the Celtics.
Donovan Mitchell hasn't made it out of the second round of the playoffs. Team seems primed to do that this year, perhaps. What if they don't? Well, what should the Cavs do if this doesn't get to where they want it to for the fourth year in a row?
I was always a little skeptical of, again, we've talked about this in the past, like the Mitchell Garland backcourt, the Jared Allen, Evan Mobley front court. Like, they've got a lot of money invested in four guys. They're a little top heavy. There's some overlap between their bigs and their guards, all that stuff. And plus there would be, eventual cap and tax issues. They've dealt with some of that along the way, and they did inevitably break up that foursome. I think if you fall short in the playoffs, if you anything short of the conference finals, I think they have to take a long, hard look at everything again, right? Like, I don't know where that'll leave Donovan Mitchell in terms of his mindset. Like, does he see a future there? Does he start considering other options? I don't know. But the front office, I think, if you fall short again, if you're out in the second round, you have to seriously consider the makeup of this team, the trajectory, how to reshuffle this, get the payroll, more manageable again. And, you've got a short window with James Harden, assuming that you're keeping him because of age. So there'll be a lot of decisions to have to make if this thing doesn't go well.
I already got about a minute here. Just how far can the Cavs go in this thing?
Like I say, I think it's a true four-way race in the East. I don't think the Cavs are quite at the level of the others, but that skepticism is mostly based just on less track record with this group as currently constructed. I think they can go all the way. I don't know that they're the favorites to go all the way. I think, the way things line up, and the way that things line up for anybody in the Eastern Conference, like once you're out of the first round, there's no easy matchup here. So you're probably in a second round against the Pistons then. The Pistons are super tough. We need to see a little bit more of Cade since he came back from the collapse lung to see how good a shape he's in. But if the Pistons are themselves, they should win that series, obviously. And then we're in the scenario we were just talking about. Cavs out in the second round again, and then it's time for all the navel-gazing and hand-wringing.
Between that and Mike Brown in New York, it's going to be interesting to see who survives this playoffs moving forward. Hey, we always appreciate talking to you, Howard. Thank you. We're listening to your podcast, as well as always checking you out on The Ringer, the Real Ones podcast. Thank you, Howard. Thank you.
Thanks, Howard.
Appreciate it, fellas.
Talk to you soon. Howard Beck joining us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Oh, man, he had a lot of things to say about the Cavs and what's going on with the playoffs. We're going to dive into that. Sal Paolantonio joins us at high noon. All kinds of good things coming up right here on Baskin and Phelps. Dan.
A little bit of news before we head to break. Mike Garafolo of NFL Network. A lot of buzz lately for Georgia offensive tackle Monroe Freeling as a riser into the top 15. Browns, Chiefs, Dolphins, Rams are among the teams who have spent extended time with him through the draft process via visits, workouts, and other meetings. So Mike Garafolo saying the Browns have spent extended time with Georgia offensive tackle Monroe Freeling.
92.
pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As we close in on the upcoming NFL draft, all kinds of news. You can check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night. That was last night, 7 to 9. Jake Volnick, Lance Reisel, and Daryl Ryder. They recap all of the latest Browns news, all the moves this offseason in free agency and the draft ahead. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan. You can stream us on the Odyssey app. And you can watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special. Each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on The Fan.
Sal Paolantonio is going to join us in about 13 minutes, so we're going to talk to the Sal Pal from ESPN's NFL Matchup Show. Looking forward to hearing what he has to say about the Browns. And we were just talking about mock drafts in the break there, just where everyone, a lot of people, a lot of the experts saying the Browns are going to trade out. We'll see what happens. It's what they do. They're the Browns. I don't know why you'd be surprised by that. Going back to Howard Beck from The Ringer that we just talked about. And, of course, if you missed a moment of that interview or you missed a moment of our show, you can always use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. That is Integrated Restoration. Let's do just a little live rewind here on Howard Beck and your thoughts on what he had to say, especially about the playoffs and the Cavaliers.
I think it's interesting that the guys who cover the NBA on a daily basis for a living, Fedor, Howard Beck, both said they don't get out of the second round. Look out.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems hard to believe that, but yeah, I think you're right. And the reason I say it's hard to believe is because you really had 7 games with this new core 4. I don't know if maybe there's a better name than core 4 for them, but for the nucleus of this team, for those 4 guys to have 7 games, what do you say, 92 minutes together on the floor, and then expect it. But what Chris said yesterday was when you do have those guys on the floor, they look, to quote J.J. Walker, dynamite. They look great, right? I know. I was just going to say they look dynamite, and I was like, I'm going to
good times reference.
I'm going full tilt on this, Florida. So, nice. They look really good together. Can we expect that in a playoff series that starts Saturday at 1:00 right here in downtown Cleveland against Toronto?
Good question.
Do you expect it?
I think they'll play well. I think they'll win the first round series.
Yeah, I think Toronto maybe gets 1 at home.
I think it could go 6.
I like the Cavs in 5.
Okay.
What do you think?
It could
Dan,
go 6.
You got a prediction on that?
Toronto in 5 makes a lot of sense. Or I should say, sorry. Cavs in 5. Had 2 different things in my head.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards that. I don't know. He asked another question early on. Who do Cavaliers fans want? Did they want Atlanta? Did they want Toronto? And when he asked, I was like, I don't think they really cared.
I don't think they did either. I think Cav fans think a trip to the second round of the playoffs is a foregone conclusion, and that's dangerous.
Yeah,
that's dangerous.
So
you were a
Indiana.
4 seed.
Yeah,
you were a 4 seed. It's not like you dominated in the regular season.
But would you have been a 4 seed if this roster had been together all season?
Maybe. Might have been a 5th.
Might have been a 3rd. Easily could have been a 3rd.
You never know.
Maybe, they jump out to the start that Detroit had. I don't why. Well, I mean, with Cade Cunningham coming back from the lung, I still can't believe that's how fast your lungs can heal.
Those babies heal.
That he's back out on the floor. Both Boston and Detroit obviously dealing with injury problems, but so have the Cavaliers. The closer we get to watching this team play, I seem to feel more confident, and I felt super confident. They made the trade. After they made the trade, they played a different style game than what we were watching in the beginning of the year. Then they were dealing with injuries, and you're like, maybe it isn't as good as I think it's going to be. And then towards the end of the season, knowing that they could be healthy going into the playoffs, I'm leaning back to the way I felt right after the trade. I'm not at that same level. Like if that was a 10, feeling confidence about this team and thinking, hey, they're going to the Eastern Conference Finals and they are going to make a run for this thing. If that was the highest feeling I may have had at one point, no, I'm just maybe 2 notches below that. They have the team to do this. If they're healthy, they have a team that can do a lot of damage. I'm not predicting the end-all, be-all, but they can do some damage.
I don't think there's any question about that. But I agree with Howard.
Do you think people were questioning that, though, along the way here?
No, not really. I think the Cavs have a really solid team. And I agree with Howard Beck. I think it's 4 teams, and I can't tell you that one is necessarily the favorite to win it all. But Detroit's tough. I mean, I think people are kind of thinking, well, it's just Detroit, and no, Detroit's pretty damn good. And if the Cavs meet up with the Pistons in the second round, that's going to be a series. And I think the Cavs would be hard pressed to win that series.
I gotta be honest, we haven't talked about the West once. I don't think in the last. When's the last time we talked about the West? I don't know if we've ever had it.
Because I don't know.
We just haven't had a word about it.
We're not there, and I think everybody assumes that Oklahoma City is just going to kick everybody's tush
all the way through.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wish you were wrong. No matter who comes out of the East, they're going to be the underdog against Oklahoma City. It should be. Man, what a year! They only lost 18 games all season long. Whew. What a season OKC has had. What a season. All right, we're going to bring in Sal Paolantonio next from ESPN's NFL Matchup Show. And as we said, going into the break, there is a lot of buzz about the Cavaliers trading this about the Browns trading this 6th pick coming up. A lot of buzz about that. So we're going to talk about that. We'll talk about other things, including the quarterback situation, with Sal Paolantonio, ESPN NFL Matchup Show. He is straight ahead right here on Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
teams who have spent extended time with Georgia tackle Monroe Freeling through the draft process. Around the NFL, the Commanders reportedly hosting Ohio State safety Caleb Downs this week. Washington sits behind the Browns at pick number 7 in this year's draft. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The only place to get ready for the NBA playoffs. Weekday mornings in the CLE. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
We want a winner and we want one right now. Be caller number 4 right now. 4 at 216-474-0092 to win a pair of tickets to see the Cavaliers take on the Raptors. It's Saturday, April 18th, 1 o'clock, rocketarena.com. You can get tickets at Cavs.com. It's all courtesy of the Cleveland Cavaliers and 92.3 The Fan. I went caller number 4, Andy.
4, good.
Because they're the 4th seed.
Oh, well, that's cool.
You like that?
It's a good number.
Yeah, 216-474-0092.
He is Jeff Phelps. I am Andy Baskin. We had Howard Beck on from The Ringer. That was at 11:20. Chris Rose is going to join us at 1 o'clock from John Boy Media. We'll talk about the Browns with him. In fact, we're about to talk about the Browns with Sal Paolantonio from ESPN's NFL Matchup Show, and he will join us in just a few moments here. Of course, we love having Sal on. You know him from ESPN, probably one of the most trusted and respected reporters, I would say, on ESPN. Love watching him, especially on game day, too. So,
yep.
So we will get to Sal here in just a second. It's hard to believe, a week from tomorrow we're talking about the draft. All right, let's go to the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We bring in Sal Paolantonio, the best thing. I know he's from New York, but he's the best thing from Philly. Better than cheesesteaks, better than Rocky. Hi, Sal. How are you?
Oh, wow. That's pretty high praise.
Yeah,
I don't think so. I think I come in maybe 3rd or 4th on that list.
I don't know.
Rocky's number 1. I actually don't eat cheesesteaks because I want to fit in my suits on Sunday morning. And my wife makes enough ravioli for me to avoid a cheesesteak when I'm on the road. So, but I do love them whenever I can. But thanks for having me on. Thanks for inviting me back on your show. I appreciate it, Andy and Jeff.
Sal, we love having you on the show. First of all, let's talk about what you have going on right now, the NFL matchup. You guys did your draft show last night. Anyone who wants to watch that, it's on ESPN Plus and on demand right now. Greg Cosell, outstanding. The way you guys dive into film. Just your thoughts on the show that's out right now, and what can viewers expect if they missed it last night?
Yeah, well, our mandate on the show is a little bit different than all the other draft shows, Andy.
Mm-hmm.
What we try to do is find the players that are going to create matchup problems on offense and are going to solve matchup problems on defense in the current game and how it's played in the NFL right now. So that's our mandate. That's our job. That's why we're called the Matchup Show, and we take a little bit different approach. And to me, when I look at this draft and the study that we did at NFL Films and the conclusion that we drew on the show is there are really 5, only 5, because there's a paucity of quarterback talent, we all agree, in this draft after you get past Fernando Mendoza, who I think is going to be a terrific pro, by the way. But after Mendoza, there are really only 5 matchup problems in this draft in the first round that are bona fide, blue chip, no doubt about it, going to be a problem at the NFL level. And it starts with Jeremiah Love, the running back out of Notre Dame. Then the tight end out of Oregon, Kenyon Sadiq. And then 3 defensive players, Caleb Downs, the safety out of Ohio State, Reuben Bain Jr., the edge rusher out of Miami, and Sonny Styles, the linebacker out of OSU. So those are the 5 big matchup headaches, nightmares, if you will, in this draft. And frankly, if I'm the Cleveland Browns, if I'm Todd Monken, and I want to try to build this offense into something that it wasn't last year, namely scoring points, and, Kenyon Sadiq is sitting there when the Browns pick in the first round. He may not be. He's moving up on the boards. But, if the Browns are there at 6 and Sadiq is available, I take him. I take him right away. You got to create matchup problems on this offense. You only scored 16 points a game last year. You only had 16 touchdown passes. To me, you got to find somebody. There'll be plenty of wide receivers. I know people say Carnell Tate to the Browns there, and I'm all about getting guys who can put it in the end zone. You can find a lot of offensive tackles in this draft, especially lower round and first round and in the second round. You got to have matchup problems, and to me, after Love, it's the tight end out of Oregon. He ran a 4.39 at the combine. That's the fastest at the tight end position in the last 20 years. He is a very aggressive player. He is big and strong. He will patrol the middle of the field, which will help the run game and help your quarterback, whoever's going to play quarterback for your football team. So I think this guy can do a lot of things for your offense. Just put him on the field, line him up anywhere.
Sal, with that thought in mind, what if Jeremiah Love is sitting there at 6 and you drafted 2 running backs last year?
Well, to me, and Darius Butler, my teammate on the matchup show, said this on the show, and I was like, wow, I agree with him 100%. Jeremiah Love, after Mendoza, to me, is the best player in this draft. No question about it. And I would take Jeremiah Love if he's there at 6, but I don't think he will be there at 6. I think he'll be gone. To me, if I'm the Giants, even at 5, I'd take him. Even though you got a running back coming back from a pretty gruesome injury and showed some flashes, he's not Jeremiah Love. Jeremiah Love is Saquon Barkley.
That's high praise.
That is. When you guys do the show, how can you? What are the difference makers in the? Like, you just named 5 guys. What do you see on tape that makes them pop out against college competition that makes you know that, hey, this is going to work? This is why I'm calling them a blue chipper. What are you guys looking for?
Okay. Well, let's switch it to the defensive side, and let's look at Caleb Downs.
Okay.
So Caleb Downs played 146 snaps for Matt Patricia's defense at OSU, 146 snaps each at deep safety, in the slot, and in the box against the run. 146, 146, 146. That's the very definition of versatility. And you want multi-dimensional safeties. Let me give you a number so that you can look at this from the perspective of the NFL. Last year, NFL teams scored an average of 23 points a game. That's a 5-year high. So scoring is up in the regular season. However, in the last 2 Super Bowls, they have been won by defense. The Patriots were held to 12 points. The Chiefs were held to 22. The 2 defenses of Seattle and Philadelphia manhandled those offenses. And if you look at Fangio's defense and McDonald's defense, the one thing that they had in common was multi-dimensional defensive backs so that they could rush 4, drop 7, and they could do damage against the quarterbacks, both at the line of scrimmage and then picking them off. And that, to me, is what you get with Caleb Downs. This guy is the number 1 defensive player in the draft, to me, hands down. You can line him up anywhere. He will be a matchup nightmare deep along the line of scrimmage. He's got terrific blitz timing. He is Cooper DeJean 2.0, maybe times 2. I think he's that good. Reuben Bain Jr., second thing that flashes for him is, other than his obvious edge rushing, drops in coverage. Every time he touches the ball carrier goes down. He's got great strength in his upper body and his hands. Another guy you can line up anywhere along the line of scrimmage. Same thing goes for Sonny Styles, who played stack linebacker only 2 years at OSU. And you'll see it on our show. He just jumps right off the screen in terms of his size, his speed, his anticipation. I mean, virtually unblockable. I mean, to me, if I'm the Giants and I'm sitting there at 5, and Jeremiah Love's already gone to the Titans, and I got Downs and Styles sitting there, I don't know what I'd do. I don't know. I might have the next Ed Reed. I might have the next Ray Lewis. What am I going to do? Tough call. But for me, it's Caleb Downs. I would take Downs.
Let me ask you this. When it comes to rating these guys out as blue chippers, right? When you're playing for Matt Patricia, does that give you a little bit more street cred because you're watching a kid in college that understands the pro concept because you've got somebody who's respected in the NFL like Matt Patricia. So, like, if you're a kid looking to go play college football, you probably want to try to. I mean, if you have your druthers, you'd probably want to try to hook on with a guy who's been in the NFL because that's if your goal is the NFL and you can learn that NFL style in college and be even better off. Like, so how much street cred do these guys get because they were with Matt Patricia? You got 2 of your top 5 played for Matt at Ohio State.
Well, of course, Matt Patricia is one of the best who's ever done it. He is super smart, knows the game inside and out. And when you talk about an NFL-level defense, again, he is looking at players and how they match up. And he's got contingency plans if they don't, something he learned from Bill Belichick. You know, Matt Patricia went to RPI, Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute.
Right.
He wanted to be an aeronautical engineer. You know, he wanted to put people on the moon. So he's a smart man. You know, he was the one that designed the defense for Malcolm Butler to intercept Russell Wilson at the goal line. That was Matt Patricia. You know, he gave Tom Brady an extra Lombardi trophy. And I hope Matt Patricia gets a case of wine every year from Tom Brady. But, I mean, so, yeah, street cred, it goes beyond street cred. I mean, and that's the reason why you see so many defensive players at the top of this draft from Columbus is because of Matt Patricia. But, you know, it also takes speed, power, strength to be that kind of multi-dimensional player. And you look specifically at Styles and Downs, and they have those ingredients.
Sal, with the guys you're talking about, it sounds like the Browns are going to have somebody on the board at 6 who fits the bill, who you'd be really intrigued to get if you were running the Browns. We keep hearing trade down. If you're the Browns, would
No
you?
way. No way.
Okay.
No way. No way. Listen, here's what's going on. I don't have to tell you what's going on with your team, but I've studied the Browns a little bit, knowing I was going to come on the program, and because they're drafting in the top 10, and I'll be embedded with the Jets, which always is a tremendous possibility for disaster. You know,
that's why they send you there, Sal. You'll make sense of it.
No, for some reason I'm in charge of the disasters. I don't know why, but
that's why you're always welcome here.
Yeah,
I've been there for 2 of them, Tim Couch and Johnny Manziel. I was there for both of those drafts. So I look at the Browns,
50-50,
and you have the easiest schedule in the NFL. Your opponents this year had a record last year of 43% of their games. That's the easiest in the NFL, .429. You had 5 wins last year. If you have some semblance of consistency at the quarterback position, you can get from 5 to 8 wins this year based on the fact that you have the easiest schedule in the NFL. So 2 things have to happen for that. One, I think Deshaun Watson should be your starting quarterback. If he can, he will play. I think he'll beat out Sanders and Gabriel if he's healthy. And the big question is, will that Achilles heel hold up? Will he remain healthy, and for how long? Because he's the best talent that you have. I mean, a lot of Browns fans are not going to want to hear this from me right now, but he is still the best talent at the quarterback position potentially that you have. You had 3 different starting quarterbacks last year. You got to have consistency at the quarterback position. And the other thing is, what is going to be the profile of Todd Munskin's offense for this football team? And the answer to that is simple. They must be a lot more balanced than he has proven to be in Baltimore. You know, I'm looking at your numbers last year. You only had one back have over 100 yards rushing last year. Judkins against Minnesota in Week 5, right? Am I looking at that correctly?
Sounds right.
So, yeah. So you need to get help for these guys on offense, these quarterbacks that you're going to put out there. And Munkin has to be committed to running the football, which he wasn't when he was calling the plays for the Ravens in the AFC Championship game against the Kansas City Chiefs in Baltimore, the game that they lost, when he had Lamar Jackson drop back almost 40 times and Gus Edwards only had 3 carries. And then they go up to Buffalo in the divisional round, and again, he's got Lamar Jackson throwing it all over the place, and he's got Derrick Henry on the roster, and Derrick Henry only has 16 carries in the game. So he has to be committed to balance on offense, and not sexy. I realize that. You probably want a little bit more from me, but they got to have balance and a run game and calm things down, and you get from 5 to 8 wins, and the season is a success.
There you go. Sal, we're looking forward to seeing you here next year for the draft because you only come here when we have quarterbacks, so I guess we'll see you next year.
Here comes Arch Manning.
You may as well book your ticket right now. We're looking forward to that.
Oh, that's awesome.
Keep up the great work on the show, the NFL Matchup Show. Again, you can watch last night's show on ESPN Plus and on demand. You're a good man, Sal. As always, say thank you for your service and thank you for the excellent job you do on TV. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Sal.
Thanks for inviting me on the show. I really appreciate it.
All right, we'll talk to you later. Thanks, Sal. There it was, Sal Paolantonio, ESPN NFL Matchup Show. And make sure you check that out. It's on ESPN Plus and on demand. Right now, a tight end? A tight end. Is that what he just said? I do believe.
Or other things that might make you think, really?
Wow.
He was on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline.
There you go. Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
draft. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Sal Paolantonio was with us just now. Said things that no one else is saying. I can tell you that. He was very
on fire.
He was. I mean, first of all, he's very well respected, and so
he's awesome.
And I love the fact that he doesn't let anything cloud the way he thinks, and a lot of the stuff that he is based on the show that they do, that NFL matchup show with Greg Cosell, who I know Coach Sam Bertigliano just totally respects, and just like. And how many conversations I've had with him throughout the year, he always talked about Greg Cosell, always talked about Greg. And, no one knows how to break down film better than him, and he's at NFL. He's at NFL Films right now. And so just to hear what Sal had to say, and does this make you rethink what you think the Browns should do when it comes to the draft? Because I got to tell you, for weeks now, I've said either take an offensive lineman or take a wide receiver. He did put a tiny different perspective in there.
Or trade down.
Down.
That's the general consensus of most everybody.
Right, and we'll go through some of the mock drafts that have just come out in like the last 24 hours here in a moment. But so if you asked me, even before I walked in the studio today, I would have said Browns trade down at 6. Browns, I've been saying that for weeks, and that follows their MO and their history, obviously for the last couple of years, right? Or don't even have a pick at all in the first round. But they do. They've got 6, and they've got 2 picks in the first round. So life is good there. Everything that you thought, probably, Sal just ripped it to shreds. Trade down? No way. The 2 things they don't probably need on offense, a running back and a tight end, because we thought they took care of that in last year's draft. Sal talked about drafting
Draft the tight
end and a running back. Jeff, that was fascinating.
Or a defensive player.
Yeah, or a defensive player, which is probably the fourth thing that you may have thought and said.
The thing I completely agree with Sal on is this. If you're at the top of the draft and you're drafting 6th, and I keep bringing this one up, is now he focused on Kenyon Sadiq and Jeremiah Love.
Right.
Okay, where, we have Harold Fannin. Everybody thinks you're good to go. We have Quinshon Judkins and Dylan Sampson. Everybody thinks you're good to go. But he said if you get that playmaker, it changes things, basically. Or a defensive standout. And he said Caleb Downs. Here, the thing that I agree with him completely on is this, Andy. Hopefully you're not drafting 6th anytime soon. Go get the best football player at 6 you can possibly get. And no disrespect to Joe Thomas. Joe is a great pick at 3. Is there another Joe Thomas in this draft who you can get at 6? If not, then don't draft a lineman. I mean, there's no left tackle in this draft that people are saying, that guy is a surefire, big-time guy.
It's true.
And that's why I've been hard-pressed to think taking a lineman at 6 when there's supposed to be some really good defensive players, Downs, Bailey, and then some difference makers on offense. Bay is not a guy that's been on my radar very much because I've kind of thought you're going to have Harold, and then you're going to get another tight end or 2, somewhere. You have got a couple on the roster already, and you'll go from there, and you need the wide receiver. I do like the thinking of just put really good football players on your team and then coach to what you have. And that's a great idea. The Jeremiah Love thought, Andy, is one that, boy, I think you got to think about that one.
In listening to what he said, right? He said
wouldn't you be hard pressed to take Jeremiah Love?
If he was sitting there in front of us, I'd take him. I'd figure it out. Maybe I trade one of my current running backs. Why?
Or you'd have 4.
At least 3.
If you had Sampson, Judkins, Love, and Rocket Sanders, who we might get under a practice squad.
Rocket Sanders. I don't.
Well, they made a trade for him last year. They like him for a reason, and he's a big-bodied running back. Just if you're going to keep 4 guys around, that might be the 4 guys you keep around. But are there enough footballs to go around, enough carries?
Well, the other problem is if you don't have an offensive line to block for them, I mean, you could have, it's like buying a really, really nice diamond and putting it in the worst setting you possibly could sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. I'm not saying our offensive line is the worst setting, but it's just, you got to make sure.
The other thing you said, Deshaun Watson.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not
We've been
super surprised about that.
Yeah, we've been talking about that.
He said there were 5 blue chippers in his world, right?
Yeah.
Love, Sadiq, Downs, Baines, right, and Styles.
They were the matchup guys for their show.
Right.
The ones that caused the problems.
Those 5 guys.
And that's the kind of guy you want. You want somebody at 6 who's just a difference maker.
Well, if you
really do.
If you trust what he's saying, you would hope that one of the 5 picks ahead of you takes someone else. And that would leave you the opportunity.
Fernando Mendoza.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, you're right. I didn't even say that. So you're good. You are going to have the opportunity to draft one of these 5 guys. Kenny Sadiq, I think, is interesting because he's a tight end. You probably think that that's the one place that you did a good job last year in drafting. But there's no reason you can't have 2 tight ends. And if you think that Sadiq is a hybrid tight end wide receiver, and again, you talked about the fastest 40 time in 20 years at the combine? Could you look at him and say, okay, I'm willing to is Carnell Tate gone? That's the question. I'm willing to look at him over Carnell Tate.
I haven't.
Not going to lie, I would.
I haven't read enough great thoughts on Carnell Tate to think that
it's the thought of what he is, though. That's the way he laid it out was like,
No, my everything I think about Carnell Tate is this. Well, everybody says he's the best wide receiver in the draft. Okay, is he head and shoulders above, Casey Concepcion? Is he head and shoulders above Boston? Is he head and shoulders above Mekhi Lemon? Guys you might be able to get later. And I don't know the answer to that. If Kenyon Sadiq comes in and he is as impactful to an offense as Brock Bowers was when he came in for the Raiders, as Travis Kelce became for the Kansas City Chiefs, that's just a weapon on offense. So I understand the thinking. You need weapons on your offense. Todd Monken coached 2 really good tight ends in Baltimore, in Isaiah Likely and Mark Andrews. He made them both work. Now they didn't have very good wide receivers. Zay Flowers is pretty good. Other than Zay Flowers, they had guys playing wide receiver. But he had Derrick Henry. As much as you need a left tackle, Andy, if there's not a Joe Thomas caliber guy sitting there, and you have other players at other positions that are just, you think are going to be Pro Bowl players for years, I don't think you can pass them up just because you need a left tackle. Go get one at 24. Go get a tackle. But bring in a difference maker at 6. And if you have to think out of the box a little bit, you have to think out of the box a little bit.
It's hard because I'm about to say something I probably don't.
Oh, good. These are always fun.
This is very Phelpsian to me.
Oh.
And you'll understand this.
I didn't know that was a word.
It is. Dan, is this Phelpsian to me? Look, I really like Carnell Tate. And I'm sure Jeff will be ready to pound on me because I am a Buckeye fan and everybody knows he is. Carnell Tate wasn't the best receiver on his own team. And for some reason that haunts me when you look to go pick a player in this draft. And it's not there were just points during the season.
If in other words, if Jeremiah Smith are coming out this year, you'd trade up to get him.
Yeah.
I think I would too.
And I'm not saying that to belittle.
That guy's a difference maker. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Carnell Tate is a good wide receiver.
Now, and the thing about it is, like, as I watched him play, I kind of felt like he went away there for a little bit of the season, and whether you want to say injury or making sure he didn't get hurt in games where you needed him down the road, I understand whether that's him or his agent or Ohio State or whatever. There is something about that notion that, I mean, you're taking a guy that wasn't even the top receiver on his team. And I'm not trying to say that to be unfair or mean in any way, shape, or form. That's why it's just so Tate compared to maybe somebody, even the other Buckeyes, Downs, Styles, Reese, it's like, okay, I look at him and I'm like, oh, yes, he's legit and he's going to be a good wide receiver in the NFL. Is he going to be a great wide receiver in the NFL? I don't know. And part of it was he might have been blocked at Ohio State because he was behind the top receiver. I think he's top receiver in college football.
I just don't think you take a guy at 6 who is a need filler if there are big time talents at other spots there. That's why I keep thinking, please, Andrew Berry, take the best player available. And, of course, Andrew Berry's press conference is coming up tomorrow.
Yeah.
We're going to hear it right here on The Fan.
Well, speaking of the press conference, I'm sure he's going to say this again tomorrow. The Browns treat every draft like we're an expansion team. At least that's what they want to say.
Well, then guess what?
Press conference where you ask questions and I barely answer them.
If that's the case, you would take the best defensive player on your board, the best tight end, or the best running back if you live by those words. Would you be good?
Well, you would take the best player. Yeah.
Would you live by those words? I mean, could you live with the thought on draft day, which is coming up next Thursday, a week from tomorrow, and the Browns go to the podium at 6 and take a tight end or a running back? Imagine it. Talk about it next. 216-474-0092. Also, headlines coming up here, too. So, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
This winter might not have been the worst one on record, but it's up there. Aside from being hard on people, it's even tougher on our homes. Hey, it's Nick Wilson here for Victor's Home Solutions. If the freeze-thaw cycles this winter created even the slightest crack in the shingles or sealant on your roof, you're going to have water in your home this spring when the rain hits. That's why you need to call Victor's today and schedule a free 21-point roof inspection before the rainy season. 866-VICTORS or online at victors.com. They'll go over every square inch of your roof and review their findings with you. And if they do find a problem, it can usually be fixed with an inexpensive repair. But if it is time for a new roof, you couldn't hide.
sits behind the Browns at pick number 7 in this year's draft. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
I feel like I need to go to the confession. I mean, I said something about an Ohio State guy that I have been thinking, but really just didn't say.
Forgive me, Roger Goodell, for I have sinned.
Oh no, forgive me, Ryan.
I said something realistic.
Give me Brutus Buckeye for I had sinned.
There you go. Woody, I'm sorry. Although you wouldn't have thrown the ball to him anyway, but Woody, I'm sorry. You would have found a way to run and have the dust behind you. Okay, so I tell you, the Sal Paolantonio interview really opened my mind, maybe on some things that I wasn't thinking about before, and I kind of just locked myself out of the tight end spot there. But I don't know. As we
you know what Sal told you to do?
He told me to open my mind.
He told you to sit at 6 and take the best player available. That's what he told you to do.
Why are you laughing?
Because he told me to open my mind. What is he, the merry pranksters?
No, but I'm sitting there going, I got to tell you, guys.
Open your mind.
People coming around going, here, take a hit of this. It'll open your mind. Sal Paolantonio pushing LSD on you.
Whatever it takes, man.
Were the Beatles going to meet the Dalai Lama?
I kept closing. When it comes to Jeremiah Love, I close my mind. Can we close our mind on the thought of taking a running back? I heard for weeks, hey, I hope Jeremiah Love is available at 6 so someone will come up and trade with the Browns. If he's that good, take him.
Tennessee's going to take him at 4.
Probably.
Well, if I'm Tennessee and he's as good as he's supposed to be, I'm taking him at 4 and giving Cam Ward somebody that he can hand the ball off to.
The thought of taking a tight end that can not only catch the ball, but block and be a receiver, more of a wide receiver in some ways than you look at most tight end. Oh, man. That's hard for me to walk away from. Is he an impact player? Does he change your offense immediately? Dan? Does Kenyon Sadiq change our offense?
You can talk me into this really easily.
Okay. See? Now your mind is starting to open.
No. You're going to take blue chippers.
With him, though, you're going to have to look at what you think he's going to be. Because though he was good in college, his numbers weren't like screaming, he played really good football. And you're going to have to think this is what he becomes.
I look at him as an oversized slot wide receiver.
There you go.
I'm not using him in the stereotypical tight end fashion. Can he block? Sure. But he is an oversized slot wide receiver. I live then with 2 tight ends on the field the entire time, and I force the defense to put 3 linebackers out there and cook them. And then make them go, well, maybe we should play a little bit smaller because I got Harold Fannin and Kenyon Sadiq out here. Maybe we should go safeties. Then you use their size and cook them. I am here to make the matchup of the defense absolutely miserable with those 2 guys. Fine. Well, now we'll run it down your throat. You going to play safeties out there? Let's go. You want to put linebackers out there? Good. Now we'll blow by you. Game plan wrecking. That's what I'm here for.
Can you seriously draft a tight end or a running back with the number 6 pick in the draft? And by the way,
the last tight end to go that high was Kyle Pitts in 2021, who went 4th to Atlanta.
Yeah.
And he was supposed to be the incredible wide receiver at tight end.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Pitts just barely found himself last year and was considered an absolute bust.
Did the organization fail Kyle Pitts, or did Kyle Pitts fail the organization?
I think Kyle Pitts is a good player. I don't know who, but by golly, if anybody can fix him, it's Kevin Stefanski.
I don't know.
Oh,
He did have 24 receptions his sophomore year from a current quarterback on the Browns roster who shall be named nameless because nobody wants to watch him play.
No, nobody wants that guy.
Let's do it. All right, I had to sigh. I sighed at 12:46. Can we do headlines here before I commit more Ohio State blasphemy?
In accordance with the radioactive 1927.
Here we go.
Equal time for Dylan Gabriel.
God bless him.
Do you have equal time?
Little buddy.
When it came to Kenyon Sadiq and Taylor Gabriel. No, I said Taylor Gabriel, didn't I?
Yes,
Dylan Gabriel.
In 2019, TJ Hawkinson went 8 to Detroit. They were so giddy about him, they sent him to Minnesota.
Where he's been awesome.
He got hurt, but boy, he's been good.
All right, let's headline here before my head explodes. Headlines. Live from the 24-hour newsroom, here's Dan Bennigan.
All right, gentlemen.
24-second newsroom.
Whatever it is.
I don't know. We'll figure it out one day.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like we'll figure out a name for this thing.
Sure.
Yeah, whatever.
So the Tigers are the new team that has signed a young, high-end prospect shortstop. Kevin McGonigal has signed an 8-year, $150 million contract extension with the Tigers after making his debut this year, following behind Colt Emerson, Connor Griffith, various other guys as well who are signing this. This feels like it's a thing, Jeff. This feels like something that's going to happen more and more.
It does. It's a gamble. You have to have the right guy. I kind of understand it, but man, I think it's more of a gamble for the team than it is for the player. You know, if the team is wrong and that guy does not turn into anything better than an average player, I think you've hurt yourself if you're in a situation where your team maybe doesn't have the revenue or want to spend it. Don't insert your guardian insult here if you want. I think it could really blow up on the team. If you're the player, I don't know how you pass up lifetime security at the young ages that these guys are getting these deals. They have to take them.
Let me ask a big picture question on this, because really the advantage here is that you're buying out the arbitration rate, right? I mean, isn't that what this is really all about?
Correct.
So
yep.
With
and in most cases, another year after that, something like
Correct.
that.
Okay,
Another year or
so
two.
You've got a new contract negotiation coming up here. Why not? You want to get rid of arbitration? Because I got to tell you, the thing I love about Indians/Guardians over the years is that they hate arbitration because they don't want to sit in a room with a guy and tell him why he's bad at something. When you spend your entire career with a guy telling him he's good and he does this well, and we want to be positive about your career, now all of a sudden when it comes down to cash, remember the whole Trevor Bauer thing was like disenchanted by the fact that there was no one from the front office that was actually in the arbitration. So maybe, is this a sign that maybe we get rid of arbitration somewhere down the road?
Or
is this too deep for this?
Andy?
You
can be sure they'll be discussing that over the winter.
Yeah.
I don't know if it means we totally get rid of arbitration, because you'd have to. Again, you'd have to talk to players, and it also just announced the Guardians game is in delay.
Okay.
So, I don't know if it gets rid of ARB, but it definitely maybe puts you in a position. Enough of these guys want to avoid it, and I don't know.
I wouldn't want to do it.
I don't want to do it.
As a front office organization, I tip my cap to the Guardians/Indians for this, for the reason why they hate it. They don't want to tell a guy what he does wrong. Or it's not that what you do wrong. They don't want to sit in a room with stats and tell you why you suck at this and why you're no good at this, why we're not going to. Why? If you want the employee, why would you bother putting them in a room and putting dark clouds and rain on the ceiling?
Hey, Cubby, you're not good at this. Now go get him, son.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
But the players aren't going to fight you, or I should say this way. The players are going to fight you for some kind of set thing because of the fact that they want the guys who are performing at a high level to be compensated at the level that they are, which is how we got the arbitration thing to begin with, is to bring in somebody impartial. So who can sit back there and go, okay, yes, he deserves this, you deserve this. Actually, you know what? You're probably closer to what the team wants to begin with. So, I don't know what the happy medium is in all these things, because I don't think the owners would love the idea of having these guys come up and go, okay, every single one of them gets an 8-year, $150 million contract. Let's go. I don't think they would be head over heels for that general concept. So it might just be the WBC argument once again, which is the best solution for playing the WBC is to play it in March, and I really wish there was a better solution. And I feel like arbitration might fall under that too. Former Penn State quarterback Drew Aller is visiting the Steelers today. Tom Pelissero, do you need a hug?
Could he beat out Will Howard?
Do you need a hug?
Dude, this is like the worst conflict ever. I can't. This is like, do you want 2 steaks or one? Oh, do you want medallions or do you want just a regular fillet? This is bad. And they're at a restaurant you don't like, but you love the food. How can you do this to me? This is brutal.
I know.
Brutal.
It's just a visit, though.
Howard and Aller at the same spot. Oh man.
It's just a visit.
Okay, all right.
But still, I can see why the Steelers would be interested.
Would you be happy if the Browns took Aller?
I'd be fine with it.
Especially if there was no pressure for him to start right away.
I'd be fine with it too.
I'd be okay with
Andy, this is Cleveland. That doesn't exist.
The fact he's from here too, the fans would start.
Can you
start percolating
that
pretty
doesn't
quickly.
exist.
I don't think we've seen this organization, and not even the last coaching staff, this organization, be able to develop a quarterback in a while.
Do we not have a new head coach that's supposed to be able to do that again?
Well, we had one that was supposed to be able to do it, and he actually won a lot of games with a lot of different quarterbacks.
Patience is only used for lakefront development and construction in Cleveland, Ohio.
Wow.
It's heavy.
That is super deep.
Next. I got my moments, man.
Yeah.
Oh, and getting bridges built downtown.
And getting bridges built in downtown.
Yeah.
Yes, that will also require patience. Those are the 3 things we use patience for.
2 years plus.
Good golly.
Tiny sigh.
All right, gentlemen, we will end headlines with this. So there's a lot of rumors and rumblings out there that the Live Tour might be shutting down. That they may be folding this bad boy.
After all this, huh?
After all of this, yes, there was a closed-door meeting with a bunch of Live golfers that has taken place. Nothing official, nothing that has been seen as super credible, but there are a couple places who have been right in the past when it has come to Live Golf saying, we might be shutting the door on this bad boy.
And what would the Saudi public fund say? Hey, go ahead, keep our hundreds of millions of dollars.
Oh, we lost
See
yesterday.
you later.
We lost yesterday's interest. Oh man, bad day.
Hey, keep drilling. Oh, look what you found. Okay, yeah, we're good now.
And then what does the PGA Tour do if all of these guys are suddenly available?
Let them come back. It's good for the
Open
game.
arms.
Let them come back.
Or qualify off the DP World Tour.
Don't ask Tom Watson.
Let them come back.
I mean, you've let Brooks Koepka back in the
Got
door.
to go to Q school?
You let Brooks Koepka back in the door.
Yeah, but with restrictions.
All right, you know what? Go to Q school. That's fine.
You're letting Patrick Reed back in the door.
Got to
Okay
pay
with
some
that
dues.
for all those guys.
Got to pay some dues.
What? Don't some of these guys have exemptions in tours too? In some of the
for majors.
You're going to keep a guy that's top 10 in majors out because so what? They got their money, they left, they're back.
There would be a bunch of resentful guys on the PGA Tour. It's like, hey man, I stuck it out. You got your 100 million, whatever it is, and now you're back.
Yeah,
and I didn't get mine because I stayed. They'll have to do some finagling to make that work.
Jealousy?
Yes.
Let them play.
Financial jealousy.
Come
yes.
on. Are you going to tell me the Masters wasn't? I can't even argue. I don't have time. Chris Rose next. Baskin Phelps. 92.3 The Fan. Hey, everybody. It is Andy Baskin for FanDuel. That's right. FanDuel, where I love talking about a little bit of hoops. NBA fans, listen up. You can enter FanDuel's Play-In Palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets every day of the Play-In tournament. All you have to do is place a live bet using your Play-In Palooza token. Play-In Palooza! Then you automatically are entered for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Don't just watch the NBA Play-In tournament from the sidelines. Visit FanDuel.com/local, FanDuel.com/LOCAL to get in on the action. Don't forget to enter FanDuel's Play-In Palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel is the official sportsbook at 92.3 The Fan.
21 plus and present in Ohio. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Limit 1 entry. Profit Boost bonus issued as non-withdrawable Profit Boost token. Prize is issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-MY-RESET.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
LaMelo Ball absolutely should have been ejected from Charlotte's play-in win last night over Miami. Now, LaMelo scored 30 points in the game, had the game-winning layup, but in the second quarter, he takes Bam's legs out from under him. Bam falls to the ground. He can't return. He's Miami's best player. The game goes into overtime. Miami absolutely would have won the game with a healthy Bam Adebayo. LaMelo Ball should have been ejected for tripping Bam. I'm Nick Costos.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the range.
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000. Use code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000.
Here with Ari, owner of Poochers, what?
Puckers, Putures, I've heard it all.
So people have been hearing you on the radio, huh?
A lot of people are coming in mentioning the radio ads.
They mention the ads, but they don't know how to spell the name of the poop.
There's two great debates.
Not only do they not
how
know
do you say it and how do you spell it?
Right, I was just going to say.
It's Pookers, and it's Puchers.
But no matter how you say it, you guys are going to take care of the customers, huh?
Customers always come first.
So window treatments.
Yes. Basically anything that can cover your windows, blinds, shades, shutters, drapery. We have all the different options on display. Our sales staff is very knowledgeable and really good at design and helping you pick everything out.
You got any specials going on for the spring?
Absolutely. We have through the end of the month 5% off. We have 12 months, no interest financing all year round.
How can we get a hold of you at Pookers?
We have 2 locations in Broadview Heights and Berea. You can also find us at puchers.com.
Consumer Tire here, your hometown tire experts cheering on Cleveland baseball this season. Let's go. We're fired up for every swing. ConsumerTire.com.
Summer's on the way. Be ready to hit the road in your new RV from RCDRV. Vacation on your terms, on your schedule. No hassles in your own RV. RCDRV in Medina and North Ridgeville, or online at rcdrv.com.
Broadcasting from the 92.3 The Fan Studios, fueled by True North Convenience Stores. The NFL Draft is a week away.
The Cleveland Browns select.
Hear all the latest rumors on the Browns' first-round picks right here. WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 is brought to you by Perino Builders, Remodelers, and Furniture. Need inspiration for your new build or renovation? Check out PerinoCustomHomes.com. Guardians looking to take the series from the Cardinals this afternoon when the two sides square off in a rubber match. Slade Ciccone on the hill for Cleveland. Dustin May will get the start for St. Louis. First pitch is at 1:15. Cavaliers return to practice today as they begin their preparations for their first-round matchup with the Raptors. Game 1 in the best-of-7 will be at 1 o'clock on Saturday at Rocket Arena. Game 2 also at home. That'll be on Monday night. Games 3 and 4 will be in Toronto next Thursday and Sunday. The play-in tournament continues tonight in the East. Philly hosts Orlando to determine who will be the 7th seed. The loser will take on Charlotte for the 8th seed. In the West, the Clippers host the Warriors, with the winner moving on to play Phoenix for the 8th seed. Around the NBA, the league will reportedly take a closer look at the play involving LaMelo Ball and Bam Adebayo from last night's game that forced Bam to exit the game. A ruling is expected prior to the Hornets' final play-in matchup on Friday. Browns are back to work today as they continue their voluntary offseason activities. Players are still limited to just working out, meetings, and rehab this week. They'll be able to move on to on-field drills next week. Some other Browns news: Mike Garafolo reporting the Browns are one of at least 4 teams who have spent extended time with Georgia tackle Monroe Freeling through the draft process. Around the NFL, the Commanders are reportedly hosting Ohio State safety Caleb Downs this week. Washington sits behind the Browns at pick number 7 in this year's draft. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
You know him, you love him as a friend of the show. He does all kinds of stuff. Let's just talk about his latest thing he's got coming up here, NFL draft coverage on the NFL Network. He is the pride of Shaker Heights. He is Chris Rose, and he is on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Christopher, how are you, my friend?
Sir?
Doing fine, thanks, guys. How are you?
Good, good. We had Sal Paolantonio on a couple minutes ago.
Sal Pal.
He's awesome.
Great dude.
He may have done some mind expansion for me, thinking about what the Browns could actually do at 6. I know there's a lot of talk about trading it. I'm just going to throw this at you, and I just wonder what your reaction is. The Browns go to the podium, and they take Kenyon Sadiq, tight end out of Oregon, at 6. What's your reaction?
No, I don't see that happening. I just don't. I mean,
do you hate it?
Well, no, because he's a great weapon.
Mm-hmm.
So, do I hate it? No. I just don't think. I mean, he's far and away the best tight end, and a huge mismatch, and then it allows you to do something offensively with those two guys, Fannin and Sadiq, that arguably no other team in the league would have, right? I mean,
right.
The Bears have 2 really good tight ends, but I think that Fannin's better than Kmet, for example, and then you would match up Colston, Loveland, and Sadiq as far as that stuff goes. So it would be interesting. The world is all about getting advantages in matchups, so I understand that philosophy. But, I don't think so.
Okay. I was going to do the same game with Jeremiah Love, too.
Yeah, that one would make – I don't think that would make a lot of sense.
Sal's doing a show, a matchup show, and it's interesting you use those words yourself there. And everything he said, Chris, was against the general thinking that everybody's putting out in mocks, because everybody's saying offensive line or wide receiver or trade down. And Sal said no, and no, basically, and just go for the best player available, because there are like 6-7 guys at the top of this draft who can be game changers, either on defense or at other positions that you might not think of. It's a different way of thinking about this thing if you're the Browns.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's no question that I mean, look, there's no big secret that there are strictly a handful of guys that can make a difference. At least that's the perception going into this draft. What the reality is, I'll check back with me in 4 years. But I have been told by numerous people that cover this and do this for a living that this is the toughest year to have picks, 14 through 44, for example. It might even be a wider gap than that. It could be 9 through 44 because, there's not that much of a difference, really, to be honest.
What happened there?
Sal was yelling. He was coming back. I was thinking about it. So.
Yeah, did Sal want to hop in? Because I love Sal. Bring him on. I can't get enough Sal Pal. So
that's what we said too.
Listen, I think overall, I understand what his thought process is, and I'm not against it, right? I mean, the idea, particularly when you know you're not going to go get a quarterback this year, or certainly one that would make you super excited, right? I mean, the only guy we would have a shot at is Ty Simpson, and I don't think anybody would go head over heels about that one, is make the team as good as it could be and then go get the quarterback. There is that philosophy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because there's just nobody available that's going to make you go, oh, my gosh, that's the dude. So I understand what he's saying. I just don't think that's what's going to happen.
All right. Well, let me ask you, what is going to happen, and is that different than what you think the Browns are going to do? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I've said for months that I think they're going to trade.
Okay.
I really think they're going to trade down because, in order for that to happen, that means that there has to be defensive players, or if Love slips to 6, which I'm not so sure he will. But it needs to be Love, and it needs to be either Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs, or one of those pass rushers that has fallen a bit in order for somebody to move up. And then we've talked about it. I'm not comfortable. I wouldn't be comfortable falling past where Dallas is at 12. So I think if you could, like I saw Dane Brugler, who's a guy I really admire a lot. He's the guy that does the Beast for The Athletic, and I think he put out his 7-round mock today, and I think he had us trading with Dallas, so we got 12, 20, kept 24, gave up 39. If I remember right.
That is correct. Mm-hmm. And he's going to be with us when, Dan? Coming up soon. Maybe sometime. He's been with us in the past.
He is so good. I had dinner with him in Indianapolis at the Combine, and my wife was there at the table as well. And him trying to explain the Beast to Michelle Rose was quite a dinner conversation.
That's awesome.
And by the way, then it came out, last week, and I said, honey, the Beast is here. She's like, what? I was like, the Beast from the Indianapolis Combine? She's like, oh, the Beast. So I showed her the Beast.
She was like, I could have married so-and-so, and now I'm talking about the Beast. Okay, I get it.
For God's sake. She loves this stuff. Are you kidding me?
Sure,
she can't get enough of the draft.
Sure.
There's no way. Is she in the room with you now?
She has her own board up here. She's moving names, stuff like that.
She's like, Chris Rose is here. I'm dropping him down my board.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm off the board. I'm undraftable at this point.
The Andrew Berry speaks tomorrow. He's obviously not going to give any great insight into anything, but we'll all be listening. Is there a ton of heat on him this year? I mean, the thought partners are there's one guy standing, and he's it.
Yeah. Well, yes. I mean, I think there is for him to duplicate what we believe was an excellent draft class last year. I mean, excellent, right? Productivity through a lot of rounds. Possibility, although I believe it's slight, that maybe you've got your quarterback even. But the rest of it is off to a great start, I would say. But his 2 areas of weakness when it comes to the draft has been our 2 most pressing needs. And we're going to have a shot at maybe the best lineman in this draft and have the ability to, in my opinion, draft multiple wide receivers in what is an exceptionally deep wide receiver draft class. So he has the ability to erase those ills, right? We've talked about it. Who's the best lineman that he's drafted? Jed Wills. Like, you say that with your teeth clenched. Like, that's not great. I mean, he's got a 3rd-round guard who couldn't even get active last year.
Yes.
Wide receiver, who's the best one? Donovan Peoples-Jones, a 6th-rounder. Like, that's not great. So he has to nail this in order for us to continue to grow and at least feel like we're pointing in the right direction, to the point where if we don't feel like we got our quarterback after this year, that in a supposed rich draft quarterback class next year, we can get it and go.
Chris, let's switch gears to baseball. Last night is I know it's one game out of 162, but I get concerned when they can actually put some runs on the board and don't win. We're 18 games in. Give us the Chris Rose report on the Guardians.
Yeah, that's a tough one because we've talked about this, that the margin of error is so thin with this team. And when you have that substantial a lead late, I mean, Sobrowski's not going to get taken deep by rookie left-handed hitters very often.
Right.
That was a rarity. Although I do believe that kid, J.J. Weatherholt, is going to be a stud. And it wouldn't surprise me if he's the next guy to get a massive extension. I'm sure you guys saw what happened with Detroit and Kevin McGonigal today, getting 150 a week after Connor Griffin gets 140. And so Weatherholt, it wouldn't surprise me if he's the next one. And then to have two quick outs and, look, that's the bugaboo in Brito's game. The guy can hit. The kid can rake, but defensively it's iffy at best. And that was a hot shot, no question, but the big leagues got to make plays when they're hit at you. And that open the door, and then you get a wild pitch. And the minute the wild pitch happened, I mean, it's just the Cleveland in all of us, which is, horrible. But we knew that next guy was going to get a hit, and that's what happened. And you end up, you're screwed on the road when you get the extra innings.
You have four guys for two spots: Arias, Rocchio, Brito, Bazzana.
Mm-hmm.
What's your gut tell you about how that shakes out?
Well, I think Rocchio's exactly where he's going to be. I think he's your starting shortstop moving forward. His at-bats have gotten significantly better. You don't even have to read between the lines with Stephen Vogt. He's telling us that, how much better his at-bats have gotten since he was sent down last year. And Arias is just haven't, right? I mean, he has power. He has massive power to the opposite field. But, you can, throw the ABS system out when he goes up there because the guy doesn't know the strike zone, unfortunately. So, he's going to be I think it'll be interesting to see if he can hang on to his role with this team. I think he can, but, they do have Schneemann, who could always be a backup shortstop. And then with Bazzana, we talked about it a couple of weeks ago that I think that he will be up here by May at some point, but, that's only if Brito can't do the job. And I know that Bazzana has been kind of hit and miss down there at Columbus, and he does need to be a little bit better. I know a few weeks ago I said, hey, if C.J. Kafis is getting at bats up here, why isn't Travis Bazzana? Well, now that's not happening, right?
No.
Kafis gets sent down, and George Valera is going to get the lion's share of the work in the outfield. And so nothing should be promised to anybody on this team. And you've got a much shorter span to prove yourself than maybe normal, but that's the way they've decided to build this team.
Chris, 30 seconds, thoughts on the Cavs?
Yeah, I think they got the best matchup that they could have, right? The Hawks were playing well. You don't want to play Philly. Orlando is a tough physical team for us. So, I know we haven't won against the Raptors, but we haven't played them since
it doesn't
early
matter.
November.
It was before Thanksgiving.
November
right.
24th.
It's irrelevant.
Yeah.
So that's, good. I thought what Wendy said the other day was dead on. Early game, out of the gate, Saturday afternoon. Kenny better have the boys ready. You don't want to be 0-1 going into Monday and going, Jesus, are you kidding me? So I think they're in a good spot. 4 seed, Toronto, possibly Detroit. Let's go.
Chris, what do you got coming up on NFL Network? Tell me about your draft coverage.
Yeah, well, I'll be doing the 3-hour pregame show next Thursday. I'm sure we'll be talking before then. We'll see if there's anything new. I'm excited, man. I know that it's not a quarterback-rich draft, but I can't wait. I think there's a ton of intrigue, particularly with our squad and, at 6, with staying put, lineman, receiver, or on the move.
All right, so we will catch you on NFL Network as we get ready for the draft. Chris, as always, thank you. We appreciate you.
Thanks, bud.
Always appreciate you, gentlemen. Bye.
Talk to you later. He is Chris Rose, and he was on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. I still want to go back to what Sal said. Could you imagine the Browns walking up to the podium with the number 6 pick next Thursday night and taking a running back or a tight end? Mind-blowing. 216-474-0092.
The 92.3 The Fan mock draft is back. Join us this Thursday, April 16th at 7 p.m. at Game On in North Olmsted. Experience the dramas that unfolds with Daryl Ryder returning as your commissioner. You can be part of the action. Arrive early, add your name to the wait list, and you can be named a guest GM. Get details at 923thefan.com.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Nick Wilson. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free, and you'll get 24 months with no payments or interest, plus $500 off. Restrictions apply. Call 216-243-6648. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all, because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep, now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples. That was easy. Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Make the right choice this month, because if you're thinking about getting a new truck, a Ram truck should be your choice. And I'm going to challenge you right now. Pull into any Northeast Ohio Ram dealer today and start one. You're going to hear the difference. That's all it's going to take. You see, I've done the side-by-side comparison between Ram and the so-called competition, and I bought the Ram, and when I go for a new truck in the future, I'll buy the Ram again. Because for power, there is no competition. You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7-liter Hemi V8, which I have in my truck. And besides, while we're at it, why would you or anyone else trust any full-size pickup truck at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? Can you imagine trying to merge into traffic on a little old 4-cylinder? Of course you can't. And for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. With Ram's 5-link coil suspension, all it takes is one test drive to feel how much smoother a Ram truck is. Pull into your Northeast Ohio Ram dealer today. It's that easy. The Ram truck deals are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Tell them Nick Wilson sent you.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
Save 25% on siding, including a Polar Wrap with 5-year 0 interest at Weatherseal Home Services, 330-920-4494 or weathersealhomeservices.com.
Harden, top of the key, bounce to Mobley, pow! Oh, a no-look bounce from James Harden to Evan Mobley.
The 2026 Cleveland Cavaliers playoffs presented by Redfin are here, and we want to see you at Rocket Arena.
8 on the shot clock. Mitchell steps left, 3. Tie game! Donovan Mitchell doing special, magnetic Donovan Mitchell things.
Secure your spot to cheer on the Cavs now at Cavs.com/playoffs.
Hey friends, Ken Carmen for Classic Chevy in Menor. It's the bottom of the ninth, bases loaded, and you're looking for a game changer. Don't settle for a bunt when you can swing for the fences at Classic Chevrolet. Whether you need the MVP power of a Chevy Silverado or the utility of an Equinox, Classic Chevy's lineup is stacked. No airs, no curveballs, just the best deals, like rates as low as 0% on new and pre-owned inventory. What are you waiting for? Get the Classic Chevy in Menor like I did, or online at driveclassicchevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Bad accident? Hurt at work? Not sure what to do next? Make it right. Call Kyle Wright for a free consultation. There's no fee unless they win. 844-WIN-OHIO. That's 844-WIN-OHIO. Or OHattorneys.com. Make it right. Call Kyle Wright.
Get ready for a Cavs run in the Eastern Conference with the best basketball talk in Cleveland. 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Guardians and Cardinals underway for their afternoon rubber match. They are currently scoreless in the first. Elsewhere in the AL Central, Tigers have locked up their young shortstop, Jeff Passett, reporting Detroit and Kevin McGonigal have agreed on an 8-year contract extension worth $150 million. Cavaliers are back at practice earlier today as they begin their preparations for their first-round matchup with the Raptors. Game 1 in the best-of-7 will be at 1 o'clock on Saturday at Rocket Arena. Game 2 also at home. That'll be on Monday night. Games 3 and 4 will be in Toronto next Thursday and Sunday. The play-in tournament continues tonight in the East. Philly hosts Orlando to determine who will be the 7th. Ohio State safety Caleb Downs this week. Washington sits behind the Browns at pick number 7 in this year's draft. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. What a show we've had today. Howard Beck was on with us from the Ringer at 11:20 to talk about the Cavaliers and what's going on with their series with Toronto. There is something really interesting about being a fan and trying to watch the Cavaliers. It's almost laughable. We'll talk about that coming up here in a second.
Or is it just a sign of things to come, Andy?
Well, I don't think you can laugh. Cav fans aren't going to be laughing when it comes to this series, especially for the first 4 games. So we'll talk about that in a minute. Chris Rose was just with us. He had some interesting things to say about not only the Browns, but the Cavs and the Guardians. So that was a fun interview that we did with Chris. And, of course, that is available on the Odyssey app. And then Sal Paolantonio, which I want to get to here in a second, was just like super interesting when we talked to him. That is a must-listen-to interview with the ESPN NFL matchup show host and longtime reporter, one of the most respected reporters in NFL and covering pro football. I just want to bring up one thing only because it's sitting in here, and Anthony said, don't touch it. There is now a box sitting in the studio that I'm trying to figure out what this whole deal is. So the hard part about being...
Do we need to call security?
No, I don't know. I think it's okay. Peterlin brought it in here. I for some reason, there's something going on between the morning show and the afternoon show.
How do we get in the middle of that?
Well, that's because we're on from 10 to 2.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
You see what I did there?
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Thanks.
Do we really want to be, Dan, do we want to be in the middle of one of their arguments between the afternoon show and the morning show?
Well, you're taking us right there, Andy.
Well, I mean...
Dan said don't even deal with it.
Well,
I know nothing about it, and by God, you put it right there.
Well, it is our station. I mean, it's part of our family. Like, we have relatives...
Oh, we're a family, all right.
No, let's be honest. We have relatives we don't like, right? Dan, do you?
No, Dan
comment.
Loves his relatives.
Thank you. Jeff, do you have any relatives that you don't like?
No.
You like all your
Big
relatives?
group hug.
I find that very hard to believe. I find that, of course, there are relatives you may not like.
It comes from saying anything.
I mean,
That's
how do we
correct.
get stuck in the middle of this kind of stuff? Though?
Because you just put us there.
Well, I mean, Anthony, it's like, hey, if someone else said something.
No. There's no us. He put himself there. You and I have nothing to do with anything.
Dan, that's correct.
You know why?
We have moved ourselves away. We are grabbing popcorn and sitting on the sideline.
That is correct.
Really? You guys don't. I mean, I'm the one that has to take the brunt of this now.
Hell yeah,
Well, then you just brought it on.
Well, I didn't put myself. Anthony put me in the middle. Yeah, Lima put me in the middle of this thing. He put me in the middle. He's just,
So Anthony Lima can tell you what to do?
No, but I'm
216-474-0092.
You got free will, handsome. You can hush up and talk sports at any point.
Wow.
Sal says don't trade down.
Wow. You guys, never have a feel for the room. Never. Always the straightforward, got to put your drain forward, next stop.
It's better than talking about a stupid black box that's sitting here on the counter.
Oh, there you go. Well, you did. Well, now it's going to sit here for a couple days.
You can start doing 7 now? What's in the box?
What do you think is in the box? What do you think you got? Now that you're doing that.
I don't care.
Well, you just asked what's in the box.
Yeah, I was quoting a movie.
Yeah. What movie was
Really
that?
good movie that still creeps me out.
What movie?
7.
Oh, I watched 7. I don't even remember that.
Oh, you don't remember that?
Was that like 7 Deadly Sins or something like that? Is that what it was about?
should talk
Right?
about
Isn't that what that was about, though? Wasn't that movie about the 7 deadly sins? Hello? Answer, please.
I give up.
You guys suck. I tell you. Try to talk about something. And by the way, if it wasn't so interesting, I probably would stick on this wide zip box in here anyway thing. Sorry, but Sal Paolantonio was with us earlier, okay? And one of the things that Sal had brought up was the notion of 5 blue chip players in this. Jeremiah Love, Kenyon Sadiq, Caleb Downs, Ruben Baines, Sonny Styles. 5 blue chip players, according to him and his crew at the ESPN NFL matchup show. And we already know that Mendoza's going 1. So that means that one of those 5 blue chip players will be available to your Cleveland Browns when the 6th pick is on the board, which is where they sit right now. And unless they change it trade it between now and next Thursday, you will have the opportunity for one of those 5 blue chip players. Now, the question of positional need comes into play because Sadiq is a tight end, and you all know Love is a running back. And there are a lot of people, and it was funny because Chris Rose, who was just on with us, maybe not so funny, ironic, he said, there's just no way you're taking either one of these guys. You're not taking a running back, not after what you did last year in the draft. But if you thought Jeremiah Love was a game changer and could help your team win games, regardless of who's on that offensive line, why would you not take him? Jeff Phelps.
I have a hard time going up against history. And history tells you not to draft tight ends that high. That's what history tells you.
Okay.
That's it for me. I just think you have Harold Fannin.
How about running backs?
History tells you to draft running backs that high. Recent history tells you not to. Recent history says no. But I agree with Sal completely on this. Our offense lacks playmakers.
It does.
It lacks playmakers. And if for instance, Andy, I'm calling Arizona and I'm checking and, hey, do you guys want to move Marvin Harrison? I know Marvin's kind of underperformed. His dad blamed the offense in Arizona. Marvin Jr.
Jeff,
kept his mouth shut.
Here's my cell phone. Make the call.
I would call him and say, you want to move him? Would you take 39 for him?
You're laughing.
Dan just,
are you laughing?
Yeah, but Dan, then when they said no, I'd say, would you take 24 for him?
How about 39 in one of our 5ths?
I don't think that would be enough.
All right. I was trying to sweeten
Wouldn't
the
be
pot.
enough. But I'd ask. I think I'd rather have Marvin Harrison than Concepcion, than Boston, than any of the guys outside of Carnell Tate. Might rather have him than any wide receiver in the draft, to be honest with you. I wouldn't trade 6 for him, obviously. But I'd make that phone call.
Look, I know things haven't gone right in Arizona for him. I would rather have him over Tate. Sorry, kids. I'm sorry. I don't want to sound like I'm down on Tate today. But again, we saw these guys in the same system. If somebody would have walked up to you a couple years ago and said, would you rather have, even 2 years ago, would you rather have Marvin Harrison or Carnell Tate? You wouldn't think twice about it. You wouldn't think twice about it.
Yeah. No question.
I mean, you'd be like, really? Is this a question?
But, I'd make that phone call.
Dan, why did you chuckle?
Because why would you hire an offensive-minded coach and then trade a second-best offensive weapon?
I didn't say that they would do it, but if I'm the Browns, I'm making the phone call.
Okay.
That's
nice.
They appeared.
If that's the case, call for Justin Jefferson too.
They appear to not like a lot of the things in their offense. Kyler Murray probably the most important one, except there goes Kyler Murray up to Minnesota. So some team with a really good offensive coach thought Kyler Murray was pretty good. Maybe Arizona has decided, Murray was part of the problem. We didn't like Harrison here. Let's move on. We're going to redo this. I'm just making the phone call.
Who was your? I'm confused.
And I'll call Minnesota and see what they want for Justin Jefferson if we're just making phone calls.
Well, now don't be a smart guy.
I can't help it.
One of the guys has overachieved.
Only wired one way.
One of the guys has overachieved in the NFL from his draft status and has been phenomenal. That's Jefferson. And the other's been a major disappointment. That's Harrison.
But if you're Mike LaFleur, you just took that job. You really think the GM's going to come down to you and go, hey, that tight end, okay, Trey Benson, good, he's pretty good, we can hang on to him. I'm going to trade your second best offensive weapon.
Dan, maybe they don't like him. And you could make the argument that he's not their second best offensive weapon because he's really underperformed there.
Okay, fine. I'll take your second most talented offensive weapon.
You could make the argument that that's not the case. I mean, if he's that talented, why hasn't he performed well there?
That would be because they're a mess. Because Jonathan Gannon was a mess there with Drew Petzing that they canned him.
Careful, Jonathan Gannon's from Ignatius.
He's a delightful person. He's the new DC of the Green Bay Packers.
Listen, here
it was a mess.
The thing is this. All I said was I'd make the phone call. If they're interested in possibly moving him, I'm going to try and get him. If they're not, I'd say, hey, thanks. Good luck to you guys. I mean, you got to make the phone call. That's what Andrew Berry has a lot of time on his hands because he doesn't have time to talk to his. He doesn't need to talk to his thought partners anymore. He's got to talk to somebody. Talk to somebody else's thought partner.
It's just so easy for us to play fantasy football here.
Well, no, Dan.
On this stuff.
What has Andrew Berry hung his hat on here? Trading for wide receivers.
Right.
He's got to make the phone call.
Who've been seriously depreciated and then paying them.
Wouldn't
Marvin
you pay
Harrison isn't there yet.
Wouldn't you pay Marvin? Money anyway. What's the difference? Why wouldn't you pay him? I mean, if you have the money and it's not affecting you, and you're not handing him the biggest contract in the history.
You
of the
get
game.
my point.
1 year from when you would make that trade.
You get my
that
point.
That would be
though.
a next year trade.
Aren't you calling your buddy Howie and seeing what he wants for A.J. Brown?
It's back to the classic thing of every general manager should know the exact asking price of Mike Trout at any given point, and if you don't, you should be fired.
When your wide receivers stink, you better know what it might cost you to get good wide receivers.
Right, and there's a reason why it hasn't happened yet.
Well, but your wide receivers stink, so you better have it figured out. And I say that as a group, not individually. Maybe Isaiah Bond comes on, who knows? Maybe Cedric Tillman stays healthy. Maybe the ghost of Jameis Winston is still around the locker room and takes control of Shedeur Sanders.
Meanwhile, do you see Marvin Harrison's like all over, Junior, I should say, all over social media, working out. And
you know why, Andy? He's a beast.
He's a beast.
He's got an offensive-minded head coach who's going to use him correctly.
Well, we hope so.
Unless they
pretty
trade
good
him.
about it.
Unless they trade him.
Michael LaFleur's gone a lot of other places and made things work.
If you happen to have, all I'm saying is,
wow, guy has one birthday. He thinks he can run the show now.
Someone call Jeff and make him an offer.
What types of guys at wide receiver did Andrew Berry trade for? Guys who had slightly fallen off the path with their current teams, Amari Cooper, Jerry Jeudy. And he made a move. I'm just saying, pick up the phone. Give him a call.
I'll let you kick
Jeff
that
in
around.
See if he'll take Calvin Ridley for Marvin Harrison.
I'll let you kick all this around here in a second when we come back. Also,
I do something with
when we come back.
A finger on my hand, Dan, but we're on YouTube now. Can't really do what I used to do here.
Are you done?
Go ahead, Andy.
Okay. I'd like to get us to break. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more.
Change of pace.
What's in the box?
Next.
freeling through the draft process. Around the NFL, the Commanders are reportedly hosting Ohio State safety Caleb Downs this week. Washington sits behind the Browns at pick number 7 in this year's draft. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Howard Beck was with us. Sal Paolantonio. Sal Pal was with us. Chris Rose was with us. All three of those interviews are available on the Odyssey app. It's Baskin and the Unfun Bunch right here. Middays on 92.3 The Fan. 216-474-0092.
Dano, how'd that happen?
Can we get the new show open? Cut, please. Baskin and the Unfun Bunch. I like it. I feel good about it. You guys feel good about that?
Does the checking account get a little infusion every other Friday?
Nope, exactly the same.
No, I just meant, does it keep going?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you can call
you
it
keep plugging away, little buckaroo. You'll get there one day.
There it is.
That's what I'm looking forward. Putting together the Unfun Bunch. Let me tell you something else that is not going to be fun.
That's still my favorite.
Something that will not be fun is your viewing habits, especially after last night's epic fail for Amazon Prime. Let's see if they can do a little bit better. Saturday, Cavs, Toronto, 1 o'clock tip on Amazon. Prime. Do I get to say the whole word or not? Or is it going to?
You could, either that, or we could get you the piece of paper that says technical difficulties. You just hold it up in front of your face.
That'd be good. Could be good.
Show like a little turkey or what? In living color. Show all the great colors that they can provide. So that game's on Amazon Prime. Speaking of is it a turkey? No, it's more of a peacock. That's where the second game is on. 7 p.m. on Monday. The game is on Peacock, which, by the way, I will tell you is one of my favorite apps.
Yeah?
I love Peacock. I'm not going to lie. Not going to lie.
Why?
SNL Vault. I watch that if there's nothing else.
Law and Order Vault, baby.
All right. Office. You watch that. 9. It's just kind of mind candy.
30 Rock will make me die laughing at any point.
All of those. All of those shows. You can get all. And like their Olympic coverage was really good. I don't know. I just for some reason I think that's like the most valuable app I have. And then guess what? Great news, kids! On Thursday, April 23rd, the Cavs in Toronto, they are on Prime Video.
What the hell's going on out here?
Does it really matter because you have the NFL draft, Andy?
That is true. Good point. They should start the game after the 6th pick, don't you think? Would that not be in their best interest?
Spike after the 6th pick.
Adam? Yeah, Kobe Altman here.
They're like,
can we wait until after the Browns pick? If they trade down, we can start at 10.
Yeah, why not? Can we just get this game moving afterwards? I mean, it almost makes you wish you were in, although the game's on Prime, but like TSN has like 10 channels. I got to tell you, the Canadians know how to do it right, man. Mm-hmm. I think there's 5 TSN channels. They kill it. Love TSN.
It's nice.
And then I have great news for you because this is probably the, what would you say, the most mainstream channel they'll be on. Game 4.
Game 4. We have to wait to Game 4?
Game 4. So you'll get to watch at least one of these 4 games on ESPN.
Boink.
It's the Cavs and the Toronto Raptors, followed by the SCTV Marathon.
That was a well-timed boink. Boink.
Is it the red-green shows on after that?
Boink. That's great.
What else?
That's another one of those shows that'll make me laugh way too hard.
Red-green?
I love the red-green
You should have been on that show. You could be red-green. You could be the American red-green. Throw a flannel on.
Just remember, we're all cotton on you. We're all in this together.
Beautiful,
man. So there you have it.
On the ice.
That's the lineup for your Cavaliers. All so easy to watch. Prime Video, Peacock, Prime Video, ESPN. So if the NBA didn't want you to watch already, now they're helping you out a little bit. You are right. Like who's watching Cavs Raptors up against the first round of the NFL draft?
Basketball fans.
What's going to have a higher rating?
NFL draft.
What's going to have a higher rating in Cleveland?
Cavs game.
You think?
Yeah, they're drafting 6th, and then everybody will tune back in later.
Or they're waiting. They're going to flip back and forth.
Yeah.
Or you'll be in Dan's house. Will they have a 2 TV setup night? Is that what that is?
His buddy has 7 TVs.
I'm at work. I have to work.
That's right.
The
You do have
NFL
to work.
draft.
Yeah,
I'm the wrong one to ask.
You will not be. It's going to be very difficult for you to watch the Cavs game then. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, man.
For all of you out there who are worrying about such things, Browns Radio Network is a great place to be. Put the Cavs game on there. Browns Radio Network right next to you. Right here, 92.3 The Fan.
I love it.
Good living.
Great idea. Great idea.
Living.
Jeff, any thoughts on, is this the future of all the NBA moving forward where you're let's be honest, ESPN is what network TV used to be before. You got one game on network TV and the other ones were on either TNT or ESPN. Now ESPN feels the pain of that.
Paywalls keep getting bigger and more prevalent, don't they?
As long as there's more bandwidth to put things out on streaming channels, you're good to go. Just got to keep paying for them. That's all.
Yeah. At what point do sports fans say, you know what, I'll skip, thank you? At some point, for instance,
it is a double dip for the leagues.
Andy,
right?
If you want to watch the first 4 games for the Cavs and the Raptors,
you got to pay.
Well, you have to have 3 different things that you're paying for. You got to make sure that Peacock is in your system.
It's worth it.
Well, I know you're the big backer for Peacock.
Love it. I just love it.
You have to have Amazon Prime, and you have to have ESPN.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to pay that much money to watch games on television. That's where this is now.
You are right, and that's where we are. So none of the games on free or over the air. Although I do wonder next year what happens with the Cavaliers TV situation because they're no longer have a TV deal right now. Correct?
Let's see.
The other one ran out.
Let's see. The other one ran out, and the thing went away.
Yeah, I mean, they do have their own network.
And now they have their own network. I wonder where those games are going to end up next year.
Unless they can make more money selling them off to somebody else, don't you think?
Golly.
Really?
Golly gee, Andy.
Good answer, Jeff. Good answer.
And they're already partnered up with a local over-the-air television station in town? God, I can't even imagine where the Cavs games are going to end up next year.
Let me throw a rock and see if I can hit something.
Huh. You can aim over here to 43. Oh, wait a minute. They play favorites.
No. Is 43 still on the air?
Sure.
I know 19 is, right? Is it? It's a dot. I don't know. The good old days.
Oh, my God, you'll be watching certain things there next year.
Meredith, hello. Hi, friend. How are you?
I would bet.
Good. How are you?
Good.
Hi, MK.
These guys really beat me up today.
Yeah, we really beat them up.
I
MK.
noticed.
Thank you.
To answer your question, guys, my dad was literally just texting me earlier being angry about the Cavaliers games being across all these streaming platforms.
Yes.
And he was like, I don't even know if I want to watch at this point. So I think we are at that point where NBA, MLB, just leagues in general, even the NFL are starting to lose fans because you can't just go to one space to find all the games.
Well said. Well said. Do we have, that might be the moment of the show.
No, it's not. We'll have a moment from Sal Paolantonio.
I was going to give it to you.
I appreciate it, but I'm going to give it to Sal Paolantonio, and he was talking about what he thinks the Browns should do at 6.
If I'm the Cleveland Browns, if I'm Todd Monken, and I want to try to build this offense into something that it wasn't last year, namely scoring points, and, Kenyon Sadiq is sitting there when the Browns pick in the first round. He may not be. He's moving up on the boards. But, if the Browns are there at 6 and Sadiq is available, I take him. I take him right away. You got to create matchup problems on this offense. You only scored 16 points a game last year. You only had 16 touchdown passes. To me, you got to find somebody. There'll be plenty of wide receivers. I know people say Carnell Tate to the Browns there, and I'm all about getting guys who can put it in the end zone. You can find a lot of offensive tackles in this draft, especially lower round in first round and in the second round. You got to have matchup problems, and to me, after Love, it's the tight end out of Oregon. He ran a 4.39 at the combine. That's the fastest at the tight end position in the last 20 years.
Sal Paolantonio, right there. You can listen to that interview and all of our interviews on the Odyssey app. Chris Rose and Howard Beck. All right, I ask you this question each and every day. Why are you smarter? Brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. In pain, give QC Kinetics a call, 5488. Dan Mennigan.
Our social media mentions are powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. And our social media mentions are pretty much yelling at why I am smarter, which is what we just played for Sal Paolantonio. I had never thought of Kenyon Sadiq at that point, and he said it, and I went, oh, sugar, that could be fun. And our social media mentions are the opposite.
Somebody who could make a difference.
People hate it?
Oh, very much so.
Meredith Kane.
I'm smarter because of our conversation about the Guardians in the first hour and whether or not people are overreacting to the loss last night.
Ooh. Jeff Phelps.
Smarter after our conversation with Sal Paolantonio. Just made you think about some other things. The one thing I agree about completely, the tight end idea, and I'm not crazy about, the idea of getting someone who is a difference maker and can just be an outstanding football player, to me, is better than trading down and accumulating guys who can be good football players.
I'm smarter today because of Howard Beck from The Ringer. You can listen to that on the Odyssey app.
He was terrific.
So let me read the headline to you. James Harden can't win his legacy back. Does that hold water, that headline? He wrote that in 2023, and we talked about it and how he can win his legacy back a little bit here with the Cavaliers this run. So that'll do it. That's why I'm smarter. Jeff, always a pleasure.
Gee, Andy, thank you very much. I would agree.
Some days, Jeff. One of these days.
Bang zoom to the moon.
There you go. All right, well, I guess we'll be back with more Baskin and the Unfun Bunch tomorrow at 10. Until then, be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor.
What's in the box?
Look, there's a box here.
What's in the box?
Look, Dan, there's a box.
Lifebank.
There's got to be something in it.
.org. Thank you.
There's something in the box.
Afternoon Drive. Maybe they'll tell you what's in the box. Next, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. See ya.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. Dear God, that is loud here at the Rally House on
at number 6, and I just
we
don't
got
know
a
that
full show
anything
for you. We
realistically
are
exists. And that's where I'm saying, like, we're wide open or anything's on the table. As Mary Kay described it, it's like, what could get me to legitimately stop in my tracks and be like, oh my gosh, the Browns just did that.
It's the afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
You guys haven't been to the Eastgate
show
location.
is back.
Guys,
Nick Wilson,
not only
Jonathan
optimally
Peterlin. Dear
located,
God,
so
that is
are we.
loud here
So
at the
come
Rally
by.
House
There's
on
eyeballing
Eastgate.
today.
We got a
And,
full show for
we
you.
got,
We are
Matt
afternoon
Robinson
drive.
engineering and
Of
Nut on the
course,
board.
Gardo's Cardinals
Yes,
playing right
we've
now.
got-
We are 8 days away from the NFL
we've got
draft.
Jack
and
Gregory
we are
manning
one
the
more
actual
day
board back in the
closer to the
studio. Jake
Cavs
Berman and the
Raptors
92
game 1
The Fan
on
YouTube
Saturday
channel, and of course,
here
helping
in
us out with
Cleveland.
producing.
But of course,
Guys can watch
very
all
excited to be
5
out
hours
here at
long
Rally
of the show
House.
on 92
If you guys
The Fan's
haven't
YouTube
been
channel.
to the Eastgate
Like our videos,
location,
we like to be like. We love
guys,
to be
it
liked.
is
In
not
fact,
only
and subscribe to
optimally
92 The
located,
Fan's
but
YouTube
so are we.
channel.
So come by and see us. I was eyeballing hats
on the
today.
2020s
And
there.
we got Matt Robinson engineering and not on the
my memory there. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How's it going today?
Hi,
Doing all right.
We've got
doing all right here.
Jack Gregory manning the actual board back in the studio. Jake Zorn manning the 92 The Fan YouTube channel, and of course helping us out with producing. You guys can watch all 5 hours long of the show on 92 The Fan's YouTube channel. Like the videos, we like to be liked. We love to be liked. In fact, and subscribe to 92 The Fan's YouTube channel. And I think it's Matt Corrali on the 2020s there. Educated guess. I saw him earlier today. That's sticking in my memory there. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How's it going today?
Doing all right.
I was not quite through the intersection. And clearly, I'm limping.
I've been dealing with this foot issue.
Yeah.
Your dad.
You actually were walking today. It was a good sign.
And then gave me the hand signal to hurry up.
I wasn't going to Uber from the station. I wasn't going to Uber a block.
I hope I let him know. Is that what that was? I did let him know.
To do the show
and I also let him know in very colorful language.
Crosswalk. I had the white signal,
for him
right?
to stop his car.
And I was walking, and a guy sped down East 9th. I mean, speed demon style.
Yeah, it happens there.
And I was not quite through the intersection, and clearly I'm limping. I'm in a state, and he honked at me, and then gave me the hand signal to hurry up.
Yeah, I feel that pressure too.
Yeah, much like the Cavaliers.
Let him know. Is that what that was?
I did let him know. And I also let him know in very colorful language. And offered for him to stop his car.
So that was our buddy Adam for years used to have that thought like if you're walking and you don't seem like you're walking particularly fast, that's where you get honked at, you get yelled at essentially. And so like because of that, I play with an awareness at all times. And I'm constantly giving off the impression that I'm moving quicker than I am.
The problem is I feel that pressure too. I felt the limp was obvious. And
should you have like reached down your way and done like, it's not going to happen.
Then I started giving him the smoke.
I did was I pointed both hands in angular, almost like a DX kind of sign at my foot. And again, I informed him of my malady. I also informed him what he could do with himself. And
how do you take that?
He saw that I was a large, angry man, and he all of a sudden no longer wanted that interaction.
Yeah, most people don't want the smoke, but some people do.
I'm glad I didn't get arrested.
I think he wanted the smoke, but then I started giving him the smoke, and he thought to himself, you know what, on second reflection, I don't want the smoke at all.
You don't seem like somebody that wouldn't give the smoke, though. You seem like somebody that would welcome the smoke.
I was giving him the smoke today. Most days I don't.
Maybe he understood, though, like you're playing hurt. He's like,
I don't know. I never
got the
yeah, and then he saw there was like a little glint in my eyes of crazy that can come out, and it did come out, and we're feeling good about it.
All right, well, glad you're here.
I'm glad I didn't get arrested.
Yeah,
glad it didn't turn into it would have been a story.
Well, it's like, so we were watching that DTF St. Louis show. I did end up liking it.
What does DTF stand for, by the way?
I don't know. I never really figured that out.
Okay.
They're always hidden language.
Did they explain it in the show?
You know, it's a dating app on the show.
Oh,
DTF St. Louis.
Down to follow?
I don't know. I never got the.
I don't know that.
The weatherman in St. Louis, and like in part of the story, he actually gets arrested at the TV station situation. Like they come in and they put him in handcuffs as he's trying to do the weather, and they ended up being, no spoiler alerts, but they ended up being pretty wrong in that arrest. And but it's like I can imagine if somebody was
Nick Wilson said power dugout.
It would be.
I was thinking
I am a firm believer in no publicity is bad publicity. I don't know that Keith feels that way.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I don't know that Odyssey feels that way. But I personally think that, like, I could be, maybe whatever next iteration of FanDuel Sports Network is, because it's been like 3 different things. Maybe if that morphs into something else, it could be like, they always do like a pun when a guy in sports radio would get up.
That's what it is.
Last call, that kind of thing.
No,
all bets are off.
Nick Wilson.
We've bemoaned the fact that there's not a lot of traction, there's been a lot of storylines.
Low-level misdemeanor with Nick Wilson. Is that too on the nose?
As a matter of fact, Gabe Brugler is sitting around mock
no, that'd be the Barrett Sports Media.
Yeah.
Fernando Mendoza
play into it.
So,
because everything has to be sports terms. We can never just exist.
So almost
but today,
aside,
3
JK,
separate
I
mock drafts all had the Browns trading down from 6 to 12.
However,
with
today's Dallas Cowboys day.
That's what it is.
Yeah, it is. And of course, this is what we've bemoaned the fact that there's not a lot of traction, there haven't been a lot of storylines. We've always been talking about trading down with the Browns.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, Dane Brugler, in his 7th-round mock draft, said the two certainties are Fernando Mendoza at 1,
if the right
Browns
guy's there
trying
at
to get
6,
out of the
it sure
6th pick.
seems like there's some sort of fait accompli
But
between the Browns
today,
and the
three
Cowboys.
separate mock drafts all had the Browns trading down from 6 to 12. With Dallas, Mel Kiper had them trading 6 and 39 for 12 and 20. Todd McShay had them going 6 for 12, 92, and a 2027 second-rounder. And then Dane Brugler had 6 and 39 for 12, 20, and a 2027 4th-rounder. So it does feel like everyone's kind of said, if the right guy's there at 6, it sure seems like there's some sort of fait accompli between the Browns and the Cowboys.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? When we're talking about these type of things, it does make sense. But I've never believed that this is because Andrew Berry's told a bunch of people this is what we're doing. And like Andrew Berry will speak with everyone tomorrow. I don't think he's going to be outwardly like, we're going to look to make a trade. I don't think that's what this is. I think people are just using logic here.
They clearly missed having an elite level pass rusher. There are 3
if it's between wide receiver and offensive line,
and they have the Williams trade as well.
13,
and so like they're like, I think people think Jerry Jones is. We're talking about those Wheeler and Dealers.
Last year at number 2 overall to go ahead and make that big trade and acquire all of assets, and it worked out in their favor. They're probably going to be interested in doing that again.
I think people are doing the same with the Steelers, by the way. The Steelers traded Micah Parsons a year ago. It's clear that, like, the Cowboys, the Cowboys traded Micah Parsons a year ago. They clearly missed having an elite-level pass rusher. There are 3 elite-level pass rushers in this.
And they had the Williams trade as well.
I am one of those people.
I think people think Jerry Jones is. We talk about those Wheeler and Dealers. I think people think Jerry Jones likes the action.
And in fairness, I want the action from Jerry Jones, if we're being real clear.
Oh, yeah, that's a sucker at the poker table.
I mean, Jonathan Mingo for a 4th-round pick, Quinnen Williams for, what was a 1st and a 2nd.
That's my find the idiot philosophy.
He completely botched the Micah Parsons whole thing. I think he would have gotten even more for Micah Parsons if not for the 11th hour trade right before the regular season. So, I am one of those people who, like, and this is what I think baseball's taught to both of us. It's nice if you can go find another like-minded trade
He's also got the
somebody
father
who values
thing
things
that I
the
think
same
I didn't
way.
bring that up.
It's better to
somebody's got to say. I thought it was
somebody
just obvious.
who just is like, no, I want that, and I'll give you anything that you want to get.
That's my find the idiot philosophy. You just have to find the idiot, and in baseball, it's pretty obvious.
He was on East 9th about an hour ago.
Was it the guy driving or the guy walking? We still haven't established both of them. But like Jerry Jones in this instance, he's a desperate man. He wants to win. He wants to win to deck. And yeah, you can take advantage of Jerry in an easy way.
He's also got the father time thing that I think.
I didn't want to bring that up.
Yeah,
I thought that was just obvious. I thought it was just obvious.
He knows if he has to go through another rebuild, by the time year 3 gets there, even if you land the plane,
it's like Illich with the Tigers. Don't you just have to, at a certain age, you just start spending like your
the love child,
really, time is a finite.
I think Jerry Jones. It's funny. Jerry Jones spent like 20 years kind of just being mid. Like, he said a lot of inflammatory stuff, but didn't do a lot of like wow moves.
No, it was more like Boone's Farm and a party bus type stuff.
Now we're back to 90s blow.
You're saying
love children of Jerry Jones, and I'm all here for it if the Browns can benefit.
Out of pocket Jerry's my favorite Jerry. Always has been, always will be. And if the Browns
say that's in pocket for Jerry.
How
the love child and the Bam Bam and all that.
That combo?
Yeah.
Cocaine for the
That's
first
the
time.
real Jerry, not this milk toast, grandfatherly version.
Yesterday we talked about looking to distract Jimmy Haslam and kind of move him away. Jerry was distracted by that oil money for like a hot 2 months.
I thought we were going to take a much different turn.
No.
You're saying we need to get a snowstorm going in Korea. The answer is no, sir.
I know we've talked before about like once
we got a guy for
once
that,
you
by
hit
the way.
like 75, people are just do all these drugs they've never done before. Like how many people actually hit 80 and are just like now cocaine for the first time?
I don't do drugs now.
Until our generation gets there.
I don't know that that's a large number. I don't know that that's ever going to be a large number, but I'm interested to find out if like are these. Because you know, I mean, they say like the old folks are littered with
I understand
STDs. They just go crazy. But like they've had sex their entire life. They know what's going on there.
Again, it won't matter. I'll be dead.
Do you really try things for the first time at 80?
Wants to die in a classy way.
It's when you're supposed to be doing it, but really like something like hardcore drugs at 80. I don't know that like I used to think it. I used to think, oh yeah, I don't do drugs now, and I'll just do them all the way to age. And I'm like, I don't think I got it in me.
I will tell you this.
I don't think I have it in me.
I'll tell you this. Darwinism caught up to him there, didn't it? I'm going to be. I'll be
dead. I understand that the future can be whatever you want it to be.
It won't matter.
Are the Cowboys the
best trade really bored when you're 80 and maybe Bam Bam looks like Sweet Relief.
Again, it won't matter. I'll be dead. I get it. I understand it. But there's a part of me that wants to die in a classy way.
All right, guys.
Grandpa croaking because of cocaine, not that classy.
$100 Rally
Who
House
cares
gift
about
card.
that?
Rally House
I do.
I think you care now.
I'd like to die in a classy. I've told you this before. I'd be pissed if I die in a stupid way. If I die and someone's like, "Oh, Darwinism caught up to him there," didn't it? I'll be dead. It won't matter. But I'll
come
be
by and see us, guys. We got Ashley Bastock at 3:20.
Are the Cowboys the best trade partner? We are live here from the Rally House at 810 Huron Road East here in Cleveland. We're celebrating baseball season, being back in all things Ohio.
We have
Four
a
lucky customers will win a $100 Rally House gift card. And Rally House is your home for outrageously authentic Guards gear, on-field hats, been looking at those, jerseys, and apparel straight from the source. Level up your fandom at one of their local stores or at rallyhouse.com. Come by and see us, guys. We got Ashley Bastock at 3:20, Lee Steinberg, NFL Super Agent at 4 o'clock, Matt Miller, ESPN NFL Draft Analyst coming up at 4:45. We've got Daryl Ryder coming up at 6. We have a loaded show for you guys. But as we start here, the big news, 3 major mock drafts saying the Browns in...
Yeah.
from the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
If you can't listen to us live, we've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
The Browns, Caden Proctor, we keep hearing Caden Proctor not at 6. And move off of that pick, trade down, accumulate more picks, and make a deal with the Dallas Cowboys. They want Sonny Styles. Sonny Styles is a great player, right? You're not going to find him there at 12. You move up and you get him. And you can say to Cleveland, okay, now you can be picking at 12, right? You move down to 12, you got 20, you got 24.
So who do you see the Browns taking with the 12th pick in this mock draft?
Yeah, a guy in Caden Proctor from Alabama who is unbelievably gifted at 6'7", 352, tremendously light on his feet. Talk about a guy who, when he is focused, can be a left tackle who you cannot get around. You can't beat it. But when he loses a little concentration, there'll be a penalty. There'll be a block that should be made, letting a guy that's inferior in talent beat him. Like I say, go work to maximize all that ability, Caden Proctor. And if you do, you can be a Pro Bowl left tackle in the NFL.
Mel Kiper this morning on ESPN explaining his final mock draft, where the Browns trade 6 and 39 to Dallas for 12 and 20, and then he took Caden Proctor at 12 for the Browns, Alabama tackle. Nick and JP back here at Rally House Eastgate. Stop on by and see us. I will say, guys, if you're going to sell Caden Proctor, can you at least stop saying the quiet part out loud with the, when he's plugged in, when he focuses, when he cares, he's really a player. That's not, I'm not buying that. I'm returning that.
From Jump Street, you got to be willing to be the guy that wants to actually play football.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be nice.
Shouldn't be too hard.
Although, I did think of this while I was listening to Mel Kiper.
Yeah.
If this was Andrew Berry's last draft, and his first-round picks, or his drafts were bookended by taking the version of the same player, which is Jed Wills and then Fat Jed Wills.
Does that show you just no growth? Is that the idea there?
I believe that's exactly what it would show.
But here's the thing, though. Like, you tried making the argument the other day that you thought Jed Wills was not actually a miss. And so, like, maybe Andrew Berry doesn't look at Jed Wills as some sort of disaster the way that most fans do.
All right, so I will say he was a miss because he didn't get to a second contract. But he wasn't a bust. Can I walk that line?
Sure, that's
like he was an effective NFL player for 4 years, and then it was like, okay, we've done this.
Okay.
So, well, for instance, there are plenty of top 10 picks that don't end up starting at all, or that start half their games. Jed Wills was the starter.
All right, so then we have to agree. The point can't be just make it not a bust. The point is to get to the second contract.
I would like that.
The guy you have to take gets you to the second contract. So taking somebody that is very close to the guy that you started this whole thing off with would be rather peculiar, unless he just has a type. And we know some of these guys just have types.
I mean, honestly, John Dorsey had a type. Andrew, whether you're an analytics guy, whether you're a blue-hearted scout guy. I don't know what a blue-hearted scout guy is, but I just coined him. But a scout kind of mentality or old school guy, whatever you are, these guys all have types.
Yeah.
I just wish Andrew Berry's type wasn't Caden Proctor.
But it is funny because I listened to Mary Kay the other day, and Mary Kay was trying to make the argument or part of the discussion be the idea that Andrew Berry has grown so much as a GM in his time here. If he goes with someone like Caden Proctor, that would be the antithesis of him growing as a GM. That would be like you shouldn't have the same type that you went and entered the league with, especially if that type hasn't been proven to be any good.
Now, I will tell you, Mel Kiper, Todd McShay, Dan Brugler, all do great jobs. And I want to say that because I'm about to really rip into them a little bit.
Yeah, those Muppets in the draft community. You know what I think of the draft community.
Did they design their drafts to kind of make me mad? Mel Kiper. 12, Caden Proctor. 20, Denzel Boston. 24, Jermod McCoy. Again,
that's actually a really good deal on a corner and with McCoy. It just we just haven't talked a corner with McCoy at all.
McShay, Caden Proctor, Casey Concepcion, and Gabe Jacques out of Illinois off the edge.
That one would probably piss you off more than anything I could possibly dream up. You and your Casey Concepcion hate.
And then Dane Brugler, Spencer Fano, which is fine. Then Casey Concepcion, and then Emmanuel McNeil Warren. I think Mel's the worst mock.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. McShay says. I mean, even though you get the 2027 second rounder, Caden Proctor into Casey Concepcion feels like a lot of wasting my time.
That should be your hell, I would think.
Yeah.
There's no other really way to split that. That is the worst version for you. Someone that reminds you of Jed Wills, and then Concepcion, a guy that you think I'm going to remember 5 years from now that you didn't like.
Can't catch. That's what they call him. KC, can't catch.
It still hasn't stuck in my brain yet.
Yeah, we're going to get there by next.
Maybe it's the KC thing into the CC thing that just isn't working for me. I don't know.
Now here's
if you called him Cam's Corner or something, maybe I'd have a better odds.
So we're 8 days away from the NFL draft.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people trying to line up final takes. Like today was Mel Kiper's final.
I don't know why.
Draft.
Yeah, I don't know why today was the day, but you're absolutely right. Everyone tried to line up their final.
I was
take.
like, don't we have more juice we can squeeze?
Well,
from
even
your
Mel,
final mock draft.
Even Mel though, like this is it. This is the final version. It's like final version. Don't you get the most intel in the next 7 days?
Yeah, well, like one pick can change everything if one pick ahead of you or in the top 10 changes.
Or is it that they just don't believe? They just don't believe anybody from this point forward. Is this the pencils down part of the portion where, even like I told you, I'm not here tomorrow. But if I was here tomorrow, it'd be you guys should be happy I'm not here because there'd be nothing I could take away from Andrew Berry speaking tomorrow because it's all smokescreen season. It's all what am I trying to get over with you guys?
That's the whole off season.
Well, with Andrew Berry in particular, it's always what he is in general. But I wonder if, how Kuiper, how Brugler, how all these guys think is they get all this information leading up to today, and now the next week, because they've been doing it so long, they just know it's all about trying to get people to fall for the banana in the tailpipe.
Is there a clause, though, that, if something really, hey, there's a trade at 3, now Mel gets to offer now his real final mock draft?
Well, I mean, if you have a trade, maybe. But, if a GM comes out and says he's the Ohtani of football, I think they understand we need to not listen because we just did that last year.
I know Ken put out, and I actually liked what Ken did.
I was confused by Ken. I want to talk about that for a second.
But Carnell Tate at 6 and then Blake Miller at 24, I actually think that's an acceptable outcome. I would like that draft. I just don't know why today we're 8 days to go. Here's how it's going to go. I don't know about that. How can anybody be certain, especially if they're not picking 1, 2, or 3?
Okay. Do we think, though, did Ken just want him because he's from Strongsville?
There's a chance.
Here's the case that I just couldn't escape in my brain, and I don't know. You tell me what's fair, what's not fair. I'm going to think Ken watched some stuff at Clemson. I don't know, but if he played 111 snaps at left tackle at Clemson, and the whole rest of his career was at right tackle, and then Ken said he's going to be a left tackle, I'll defer to you on this one. The what are you, the Hog Molly, whatever you want to call yourself?
The Hog Molly Hollerer.
Online, Ken was trying to make it seem as if the 4 years at left tackle in high school should count as him being considered a left tackle. Is that anything you can legitimately take and count as being real?
Well, I would imagine, being the athlete that I am, the difference between playing left tackle in high school and then trying to readapt to that position at, let's say, the highest level of football.
Would seem hard, right?
Now, in fairness, Andrew Berry's already said he doesn't distinguish between left and right tackle very much.
Berry thinks it's positionless.
So, which again, I think is the most mind-boggling thing that he
also
continues.
Explain why we've been in problems with our offensive line for a while.
Does explain Jed Wills over Tristan Wirfs. I digress. But no, I mean, it's funny. When I saw Ken kind of double down and triple down on the right tackle, left tackle thing, because this is such a weird class, it's we're having those conversations about Fano. We're having those conversations about Ihianchor. We're having these conversations about half the tackles in this class. So I guess it's not asinine to have the same conversation with Blake Miller.
Yeah, well, I mean, and
if you see something on tape that says he's a left tackle, at this point, you can literally do that with half the guys you might draft in the first round.
I mean, his size and his arms and everything associated with him screams left tackle, but then Clemson didn't really let him do that.
I counterpoint. Dabo's a bit of a dodo these days. We like Dabo. Dabo's a very nice guy. Name, image, and likeness.
And he's the opposite of the T-Rex guy that we always talk about. Not Will Campbell necessarily, but anyone that has T-Rex arms.
Yeah.
His arms are incredibly long.
Some say his arms are too long.
They might be.
That's
he's Stretch Armstrong is the problem with him.
Yeah, honestly, can we take a quarter inch out of each arm? I'd feel better about Blake Miller. Guys, I'm being facetious, just to be clear here. I don't want. I'm not going to use the line of "I don't want Keith to clip it." I don't want some idiot on Twitter to base his entire basis of my understanding of sports off of, maybe you could use half-inch arms less, huh?
I kind of want that to happen for you.
It would be pretty.
That would be pretty funny.
And funny, when people get really mad at me for things I've clearly said in jest or sarcastically, and they're like, "This is why you don't know ball." I'd laugh a little bit at it.
I just understand that 95% of people understand when I'm being sarcastic, and 5% if they don't, then that's fine.
I think
that's okay.
There are days where you don't know if I'm being sarcastic or not.
Some days I have to check it, yeah. And I would say it probably goes both ways in that regard, and that's okay.
Are you saying? No.
Am I saying we go both ways? That's not what I'm saying.
you kind of put it up there.
In this
hung in the air for a minute.
In this instance, yes, that's
like,
what I'm saying.
We're at Rally House here.
But I'm also not saying, as I've isolated into the T-shirts that I'm just going to stare at for the next 5 hours, by the way. Last time we were here, I was making reference to this Wild Thing shirt over here in the corner, and after I stared at it for 5 hours, at first I thought it was a stupid shirt, and then 5 hours later I was like, I might buy that shirt. And now I've picked up this Burtman original that I've looked at now, and it's only been 20 minutes, and I'm like, am I going to walk home with that?
All right, what I'll tell you is
that gonna be something I walk home with?
You know the baseball, the baseball with a helmet logo that the Guardians have? I've been out on that and in on the Sexy Guardian logo.
You love the Sexy Guardian.
I think I'm back in on the baseball logo because I saw a hat of it over there, and I was like, I don't have one of those. Maybe. So what I'm saying is we're both understanding. We're both growing here.
I just think after you stare at one thing for like 5 hours, then all of a sudden you just become like, okay, this is good. I like.
Is that how it works? You and me working together?
Maybe. Maybe our Blake Miller conversations. I don't know. After 5 hours,
maybe
like,
he is a left tackle.
Ken was on to something.
Jove.
I think he's right.
Oh no! That football guy was right on the left tackle, right tackle.
Obviously talking about Strongsville left tackle. Clearly,
it's just like a right tackle.
I didn't just want to bring somebody into the equation that nobody had talked about before.
All right, so I want to get back to the Cowboys as the best trade partner because, all right, Jerry can be taken, so we like that.
Jerry can be taken.
I also think the 12 spot is right around whether it's Monroe Freeling, and again, it's Monroe Freeling, not Monroe Freeling. I can't believe we're still having that conversation. Damn. 1 week to go, 8 days to go to the draft. But Monroe Freeling at left tackle or Jordan Tyson, like there's enough guys of the initial pool of players that I really like it at 6 that I think will still be there to choose from, or at least one of the 4 or 5 guys there at 12. I think that's the other part that perfectly cements the Cowboys as maybe the best trade down partners for the Browns.
I think that's what people are seeing as well, is because they're coming up with these drafts and they look at it and they're like, well, if the Browns pick at 6, they're going to have the same outcome as if they just picked at 12 and got whatever need they wanted to, and then also then coupled that with 24, and then you add picks to the mix. That's why it makes so much sense for everybody, but it begs the question whether or not they're going to be able to get that done. Like I keep thinking about Schrager the other day, talking about how all these teams ahead of the Browns are interested in trading out as well, and it's like, are we just going to get beat to the punch?
Ooh, man. Okay, so this is what is driving me crazy about the draft is you can start to Pepe Silva yourself into a lather, because the truth is I think it depends on what prospect falls where.
Well, even think about it. Like the Cardinals, nobody has any clue what they're going to do at number 3 overall. That would tell me they're a pretty prime prospect to go ahead and trade out.
The funny thing is, I think I have them earmarked. It's one of the edge rushers or Maui Noah. And I think it's that simple. I don't think they're going to do anything cute with that pick.
I mean, when Joe DeLeon was on, he was like, "I got no clue what's going to happen with Arizona." You might have a better read on it than Joe.
We don't talk a lot of Cardinals football.
Maybe that's it. Maybe, but I think it's also because you got like a whole new everything over there, and they're trying to build everything new. They also don't know the direction of what they're really doing with their quarterback, but also, there's just a lot unknown. But even take it to, I would say the Titans are going to keep it 4. They just need too many playmakers. But you go at 5 with the Giants. All sorts of conversations could be had about them trading out. They're in a similar spot than we are in some respects.
Yeah, the one trade I don't buy, though, is Jerry Jones giving the Giants any ammunition in this draft or next. That is the thing that I feel good about it. People have talked about the Cowboys and Giants making a trade. It's like Jerry's a wild card. He's also a vengeful you-know-what. He's not going to make that trade.
He hates the Giants. But like it still opens up the idea that, again, if it's not just the Cowboys, if somebody else wants to trade up, like they got other options. It's not just the Browns at 6 overall. Now, I'm hoping what happens is Jeremiah Love is still there at 6, and that's enticing enough for some team to want to make the move up.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin, are the Cowboys the best trade-down partner for the Browns? And if we had to pick today, is it a trade down? At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We got quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey everybody, it's Andy Baskin for Weather Seal Home Services. Want to make your old house new again? New siding from Weather Seal Home Services is the makeover you need. Choose from hundreds of colors through the end of the month. Save 25% off of your whole house siding with 60 months, 0 interest financing. That's until 2031. And your new siding purchase includes a Polar Wrap for great energy savings. Save 25% on whole house siding plus 60 months, 0 interest financing. 330-920-4494 or go to weathersealhomeservices.com.
Hello, Northeast Ohio. It's me, the wonderful Wizard of Oz, the man behind the curtain at Nissan and North Olmsted, and I.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
With the first pick, the build-up to the NFL Draft is here. And we're on top of the latest news and rumors ahead of Round 1 on April 23rd. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. We are live here at Rally House Eastgate. Stop on by and see us. I would say we've accrued a nice crowd here, but that would be a lie. Yeah.
Okay.
It's our promotions team, but we got a lot of fun stuff for today. We do have Ashley Bastock coming up in just about 40 minutes time. Obviously, we'll get into the Dallas conversations that we led the show with, but if you guys missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. As we get you ready for all that, everything that is happening in sports, let's go ahead and get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
All right, Guards and Cardinals currently underway, tied at 1 in the fourth inning. Kyle Manzardo has 2 hits. I didn't know that was possible. But the Guards last night blew a 5-2 lead in their 6-5 loss in 10 innings to the Cardinals. Juan Brito booted the ball in the ninth. Cade Smith had a wild pitch in that same inning. Here is Guards skipper Stephen Vogt on his message to Brito.
Keep your head up. It happens. You gotta work and get better. He's gonna keep playing. It's a big moment and a tough lesson for him, but it happens. And we talk all the time about things that shouldn't or couldn't or can't happen, but they do. And kid's in his 6th game in the big leagues and had a tough play.
All right, do you put the loss more on Brito or Cade Smith?
It's more on Brito than it is Cade Smith. I mean, the error can't happen. I'm not absolving Cade Smith of any problems, though. Cade Smith in the closer role's got to be better in that spot in particular. Everyone watching shouldn't have seen the error happen and then we just knew how that inning was going to end.
Yeah, I mean, Cade Smith having the wild pitch later in the same inning, I think, evens us up a little bit. My thing is with Brito, there is an acceptable amount of damage you're going to accept defensively for it because the offense is worth it. That's the whole premise of Juan Brito. Cade Smith needs to prove that he is an elite closer. Elite closers overcome, errors in the innings all the time. We certainly saw Emmanuel Clase do that when he wasn't gambling on first pitches.
Yeah, and so I think that's part of the problem is Cade Smith just kind of got ushered into this role, and I don't think he was ever really born for it. Mm-hmm. I don't think this is the proper role for him, and so they have to figure that out. The Brito thing, what's funny about that is that you're right, Brito's not good defensively. Second base is supposed to be the best where he is defensively, and he's still not very good there. Well, then you have to hit, and he's not hit yet so far. And so I can see where the fan base is agitated, but it's very, very early on into this.
I just think with Cade, it's weird to me. If you can go out there and do high leverage at any point in the game and go multiple, more than one inning, I feel like closing should be...
I know, it's just different.
It's just weird to me because, again, Andrew Miller could have been the best closer in baseball, and he wouldn't have been worth as much to you if he wasn't the high leverage guy going 2 innings at a time. And we always saw him excel in both roles, right? With Cade, it's just he's one of those guys that seems to be more comfortable in what I think is the tougher role and the easier role. He just hasn't found it yet.
It's just not for everybody. I think we don't talk enough about how John Smoltz went from starter into closer and just acted as if that was a normal thing you can do. And it's just a very hard thing to do in baseball.
Omaha!
All right, let's stay there in baseball. The Tigers and rookie Kevin McGonigal have reached a 8-year, $150 million extension. This is now the 4th player to have reached an extension. At least McGonigal's played games in the big league level. This is obviously a trend, and I don't think it's going to go away. This does not mean the Guardians have to do something with Bazzana, though.
It's funny you're thinking Bazzana. I'm still thinking DeLauder.
I know. I'm so far off that. I'm worried he's made of glass. I'm sorry. His history has ruined me from offering him an 8 or 9 year deal out of Jump Street.
I get it. I just think with Bazzana's the kind of guy who can. Kind of like Hosey, who could conceivably be affordable for you. Because if he's like a 20 to 25 home run a year guy, 260, 265, 270 hitter, and okay defender, that's not a guy that's going to get $40 million a year for 13 years, right? Mm-hmm. Whereas DeLauder, if DeLauder has a modicum of luck health-wise, he's going to be a $400 or $500 million player if the finances don't change in baseball. So that's, to me, it's you're right that you should proceed with caution because of injuries. I'm looking at the risk reward of 8 or 9 year Guardians run for Chase DeLauder and understanding I might have to live with that.
So I still think that Bazan is going to be a better player than DeLauder ends up being. But the Guardians are in an interesting spot because injuries is the only way it doesn't work out, obviously, with DeLauder. But the Jimenez deal is something I go back to a lot in my head. The Jimenez deal happened for the Guardians. They weren't on the right end of it, and they were still able to get out of it. If it's $20 million a year is what it ends up being, and some of these get ahead of them type contracts, even if the player sucks at the end of it, there's going to be a rich team that'll take that on. You'll have to give prospects. You'll have to give them more in return, but there's someone that's going to be able to eat that money. You don't have to live with it forever, and that's the spot that the Guardians have to take advantage of.
I just think what's funny is teams, for these deals getting done in a short order of time, and we're probably less than 12 months away from a lockout.
Well, and that's something that Buster Olney's highlighted, for instance. He thinks that's part of the reason, if not the main reason, why all this is going on. And I do find that interesting.
Omaha! CBS News has a big story out right now about this interaction between two pilots that was intercepted by air traffic control.
Meow. Meow. You guys need to be professional pilots. Meow, 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 meow. This is why you're still flying RJ.
All right, so these pilots got caught on hot mic meowing and barking at each other. How big of a scandal is two pilots barking and meowing at each other?
Listen, I watched Nathan Fielder's whole recent thing on HBO.
Oh, and you were the one.
Not the people like that show. I like Nathan Fielder.
Wasn't that the one with was it Emma Stone or Jennifer Lawrence?
No, not that show. That show was on Showtime. That show sucks.
All right,
that was not a good show.
They removed the show from Showtime on that. It was just time.
That show was garbage.
Yeah,
I like Nathan Fielder. That show stunk. No, the one where he tries to become, he recreates everything, and then he tries to become an airline pilot. His whole basis is that these pilots and the co-pilots are not having enough conversations, and he creates a whole series around the idea that they just need to talk more, and all these accidents would have been prevented if the co-pilot had been able to speak up to the main actual pilot. Well, it sounds like these two are just getting along fine. Yeah, they're doing great.
Yeah, but one speaks cat and the other speaks dog.
At least they're speaking. It's better than some of these other accidents that Nathan Fielder was trying to make the case of. They're not speaking at all.
Listen,
they seem like real buddies.
I am a reformed fear of flight guy, so I don't have any problems with flying now. I still don't love it because I'm a big guy and airplanes aren't built for men of my stature, but if I got on a plane and I heard one pilot barking or meowing, I think I would say I'd like a refund, or I would just like another flight. And
I just have to remind myself, they're not doing a lot of the actual flying involved here.
So that excuses the barking, meowing.
A lot of this is on autopilot. We're good.
I just wish they had taken the barking and meowing a little more seriously.
I want to know what would really turn me off watching pilots do in the cockpit. Even that, I'm like, well, you got time. We're up in the air for a long time.
Sir, you can't get through.
You guys want to get after it?
They're
I'm
engaged.
Fine. That's fine. We got hours. We'll be okay. You're not going to go after it for 3 hours.
What are you going to do after 15 minutes?
Exactly right. We got all sorts of time here. We'll be all right. You'll land this sucker. I believe in you. They've dummy-proofed the whole operation. It's incredible.
I disagree.
It's incredible.
I believe we know in 2026 nothing's truly dummy-proof.
Now, short airplanes are scary as hell to me.
What do you mean?
Like tiny airplanes.
Oh, yeah.
Like the 8-passenger ones, the 10-passenger ones. Those are the ones I just won't even go on. Any airplane crashes that happen, it's all 8-seater, 10-seaters. No, thank you. Want nothing to do with that.
I know precisely how screwed I am when flying on how much I have to crouch to get into an airplane.
Yeah, I want nothing to do with that. No, thank you.
I still don't. And listen, I'm only 6'4", so it's not like I'm a giant.
You're the 1% of the 1%.
That's true. 1% and 2%.
1% weight.
Yeah. But there's no plane that I don't have to duck a little bit on. But man, those 8-seaters, I'm basically bent over at the waist trying to That was not a great visual.
Do you ever get like the aisle row or the exit row or anything like that?
Yeah.
Like, did they give you that?
And then my elbow gets destroyed.
Is that right? Yeah.
Damn carts.
Live Golf executives have been called to a meeting in New York. Basically, that's kind of it. The speculation is mounted over a seismic announcement being made by the Saudi-funded circuit. We're expecting at some point in this afternoon. They're already preparing for Live Golf Mexico, by the way. The reports have sent out. They've done business as usual.
Is it Live Moss? Come on. You like it.
It's Pokemoss, and you know it. By the way, Miles' Instagram tracker for today.
Yeah,
he was complaining about the Prime Video going out during that the play-in game last night.
Yeah. Even happens to you rich folks, Miles.
Okay, do you ever have this as well? So I saw Miles' TV setup last night, and he's complaining about the video going down the way that everyone was. It's insane. You can't be Prime and let the video go out in overtime the way that they did. That's embarrassing for them. It's embarrassing for the NBA. All these other things. And I look at Miles' TV setup. And I'm like, my TV setup at home is better than yours.
Yep.
That's not great for Miles.
You know why? How much football does he actually get to watch at home? That's like the number one why anybody should have a great setup is
Thursday.
football.
We have it Thursday. We have it Monday. Like
He's trading Pokeballs on Thursday. You think he's out here?
We're more than just a Sunday venture.
Sleeping
now.
with Grandpa Al.
It's more than a Sunday venture in the NFL. I was like, this is insane. This is not. I wouldn't even be impressed if I saw that set up at any Joe Schmo's house. None of that at Myles Garrett's house.
I mean, listen. I don't want to let him off the hook, but I at least understand if you do most of your football watching in Berea. Maybe you don't have the same thought about does he need 7 TVs to watch half the NBA not play on any given night?
Assumed if you're that rich, you just automatically have a setup that basically rivals any sports bar in your city.
You know what they say about assuming?
They need to do it more.
I don't think that's what they say.
That's not what they say?
Red Sox outfielder Jarren Duran flipped off a Twins fan after flying out in last night's win. After the game, Duran said the fan told him to kill himself, which is a callback to Duran's admissions about mental health struggles. Do you have any issues with Duran's actions?
No, I did think his comments were interesting, though, because he acknowledged that he's brought on this himself in a way, the idea that when you publicly speak about his mental health problems the way that he has, then ultimately you're going to have a lot of this happen. And I thought that was rather unfortunate that his takeaway was I shouldn't have spoke out because it was just going to result in more people than basically yelling at me and doing these type of things.
Yeah, that bummed me out.
Yeah.
I was even SVP last night was like, no, Jarren, that's not the takeaway here.
Yeah.
No, that person's an awful human being. It's funny, I think the tricky point for baseball is theoretically Jarren could do this anytime, whether somebody says something about his mental health or not. And I think that's where, I do think the MLB still has to investigate it just to see whether they believe this to be a credible. You can't just take Jarren Duran's word for it, right?
Sure, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And I think that's what maybe stinks most of all is that we just kind of have to make sure that, okay, well, he did absolutely say that, and then find that guy and ban his ass for life.
He didn't shout back a homophobic slur in response.
That's true. Well, some say.
So there's growth from him there.
Yeah, positive growth
in that
there.
department.
Also, who goes to games to say that to a player?
Well, I don't think you go to games to say that to the player.
Oh, it's just more of an opportunity?
Yeah, I think you just start drinking,
see a window.
and then it just kind of happens, is all that is. But it's not casual fans don't understand the history there. You know what I mean? You have to be a baseball fan to understand that story and to be able to then say those things. And so it's just unfortunate.
All right, guys, that is quick hits in about 30 minutes. We got Ashley Bastock, but as the show rolls forward, dirty play scandal in the NBA in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Raleigh.
Your mornings are about to change. We're going live and local starting at 5 a.m. Join me, Jeff Thomas, for the Fan Warm-Up Show. You get those late West Coast scores you may have missed and all the latest news and rumors from the CLE. Hey, if you're up that early, you may as well worry about Cleveland sports with me. The Fan Warm-Up Show starting Monday on 92.3 The Fan.
It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps go from 10 to 2. Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We're from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Nick and Jonathan back on Afternoon Drive, live from Rally House here. Gateway location, 810 Huron Road East here in downtown Cleveland. We're celebrating all things baseball, baseball being back, all things Ohio. 4 lucky customers will win a $100 Rally House gift card, so come on by and see us. Rally House is your home for outrageously authentic guards gear, on-field hats. I keep eyeballing a couple over there. Jerseys and apparel straight from the source. Level up your fandom at one of our local stores here or at rallyhouse.com. So we got plenty to get to throughout today's show. We do have Ashley Bastock coming up. We do have Lee Steinberg at 4. We do have Matt Miller at 4:40. But I got to give the NBA play-in credit, at least from the Hornets Heat side of things.
Yeah.
There's obviously one big storyline that came out of that. If not for that, something was coming out of that game that was getting national attention because that game was banana land.
That game was awesome. I've heard someone describe it as a frat party without a chaperone, and that felt about right. We knew it wasn't great basketball by any stretch, but we also knew it was very exciting, and it was back and forth, and it was just kind of an awesome environment, and everything felt great.
Yeah, and it's funny. Like, I obviously have a rooting interest because I got a lot of love for Hornets fans. They put up with so much, and so to get that win, to watch LaMelo punch Hugo the Hornet.
He dapped him up,
Yeah.
and then he just seemed like he assaulted him.
Yeah, I think that's just how LaMelo says hi.
That's what I thought, too. I was
Yeah.
like, that's a celebration. People think he's just like, I don't know. I went from extreme happiness to assault. I don't know.
In fairness, he didn't run him over. That's a real win for LaMelo.
Where does Hugo the Hornet come from? Is it just the HH thing? Is that all they needed there? Am I missing something obvious?
Well, he's a Hornet.
Yeah, that doesn't mean his name.
So I
should be
think they
Hugo.
started. Well, yeah, okay. I thought you meant Wild Hornet.
No,
I was like,
the
well,
Hugo
Charlotte
part. The
Hornets.
Hugo part of it is what I'm fixated
now
on.
I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah. What other H name? Howard the
He's
Hornet.
not gonna be like Harold the Hornet. But
Yeah.
like who came up
that
with?
sounds like geriatric.
Who came up with Hugo?
Mastrox.
Did they do like a panel of H names? It's like it can't be Harry the Hornet. That doesn't sound right.
You gotta understand. Half of my show in Charlotte was dissecting why things were doing.
Why they do.
You know, it took me 6 months to realize why Keep Pounding should not be made fun of.
Yeah, I could imagine you had a good time with Keep Pounding.
Yeah, because Sam Mills said it when he was beating cancer.
Yes, I know
in the
history.
2003
Yes,
playoffs.
I really hope. Did you go like really hard at the idea of this is ridiculous to begin with, or no?
Yes.
Yeah, that's tough
yes.
for you.
And by the way,
why
nobody
did nobody? That should have been day one.
It's the South. It's the South, and nobody likes to correct you. But I did get a couple bless your hearts out of it. And finally, it was Sam Mills the third that was like, hey, that's about my pops, right? And I was like, run that back for me, Sam.
Can you teach me?
It was out at oh my god, it was out at training camp in that godless place where Wofford is, Spartanburg.
Yeah,
it was
Spartanburg,
hotter
yeah.
than hell, and Sam and I were having a beer, and he's like, hey, that comes from my dead dad. And I was like, well, keep pounding, brother.
Member of DDG?
Oh yeah, exactly.
That's right.
And now he was a member of DDG before me.
But I did a little bit of research there for you. So the Hugo moniker, it came from a pool of more than 6,000 fan suggestions in the inaugural Hornet season back in 1989.
Oh, so it's the 80s. Blow was everywhere.
That doesn't explain it. That doesn't. Why was Carolina?
Cocaine makes everything make sense.
Why was Charlotte like Hugo? That's the one. Yes, we need to do this.
But the other problematic part is that shortly thereafter, in September
He lost
of
his stinger.
1989, there was Hurricane Hugo that also hit.
That is tough.
And the Hornets had to announce that they were going to keep the name and not change it to either Hoser or Hank.
Hoser?
Hank.
Wait.
How serious?
Hank.
My mascot's name is Hank.
Honestly, if you had Hank the Hornet, it would make sense why the Bobcats became the Bobcats and why it took forever to get back to the Hornets.
At least Hank sounds serious.
Holy cannoli. Now, the big takeaway from last night's game was Bam Adebayo left the game with a back injury. And as the play was unfolding, LaMelo Ball had fallen to the ground, and he kind of, I don't know if you would call it like an Irish leg whip wrestling terms.
That's fair.
But here's Eric Spoelstra, head coach, talking about LaMelo's actions.
I don't think it's cute. I don't think it's funny. I think it's a stupid play. It's a dangerous play. Obviously, our best player is out. I'm not making an excuse. The Hornets played great, and they made those plays down the stretch. We had our opportunities to win. I just, that's a shame. He should be penalized for that. I don't think that belongs in the game. Tripping guys, shenanigans, and he should have been thrown out of the game. For that.
All right, so I think that's the fair take. If that's your player, you have to stand up for your player.
Sure.
Is it a little hyperbolic? Do I agree with everything he said? No. Now I want to play LaMelo Ball, who after the win for the Hornets as they advance as the 7th seed, here's him. Here's LaMelo on the Adebayo play.
I apologize on that one. I mean, I got hit in the head, didn't really know where I was, but I'm going to check on him and see if he's okay and everything.
Did you intentionally grab his leg?
I haven't even seen. Like I said, I got hit in the head, didn't even know where I was, but yeah, just playing basketball. But like I said, sorry, and I'm going to check on him.
All right. You got hit in the head. You're not concussed. LaMelo.
You sounded concussed there.
LaMelo needs to get better at lying.
Yeah.
Because, quite frankly, I don't think it's that dirty of a play. It's not a clean play.
It's not a clean play.
Of the things that we see in the postseason, like if it's in the regular season, you actually might get thrown out. In the postseason, you shouldn't.
I don't even know. In the postseason, you definitely shouldn't. And that falls under, like in certain plays, certain instances in sports, it's just an understood thing, right? Everyone goes to the NFL and in a Hail Mary attempt, you're not going to throw anybody out if they on the final play of that because there's no pass interference called in those plays. Like certain things just happen, right? And in this instance, you cannot possibly toss out the star LaMelo Ball for that play. Now, when you were watching it, did you know what happened in real time?
No.
Because I didn't either.
It happened so quick.
I had to wait until they showed the replay of it and then actually figure out what was going on, and then had to go online and then like slow-mo it for myself before I actually understood what was happening to Adebayo.
Now, the other part of this that I think maybe Spoelstra is maybe reacting even stronger about is this is the second time, almost the exact same play happened in the regular season. I think it was 2 years ago. At the same point, like, guys, these kind of plays do happen more than we realize. This one's pronounced because it ended with an injury. I don't know the leg whip is why Bam got hurt. Like, he was going to the ground one way or another.
It didn't help.
No, it didn't help, and that's fair. Like, to me, this is the perfect gray area where it's like, I actually think the thing that makes it worse is just LaMelo's attempt at an explanation.
Yeah, the explanation
If LaMelo
wasn't
had just
bad.
been like, hey, it happened in the moment, I didn't intend to do it, but sometimes things happen, and I'm going to check on my guy. I hit my head, and I didn't know where I was. I'm pretty sure you knew you were in a basketball arena. I'm pretty sure you knew you weren't in a WWE ring getting ready for WrestleMania against Obafemi.
Well, that's it, though. Like, people acted like LaMelo was intentional within this, and I just don't know that he was. Maybe I'm giving him too much of the benefit of the doubt there.
It looks intentional.
Intentional with what he was doing, but people made it seem as if like the goal for LaMelo was in the second quarter at some point. He's going to try to find Bam Adebayo in a compromised position, and then he was going to take him out.
He'd been waiting
like
2
Tanya
years.
Harding style. He was just going to take him out.
He's Harding and Galooly.
Yeah, like this was the big advantage that the Hornets were going to have is this like sneak attack on Bam Adebayo, and that was going to be the ace up their sleeve. Like, no, I think he was playing basketball, and then he saw a moment where, that's going to make it more uncomfortable for Bam to land on, and that's what he did.
It's funny to me that, and again, I'm not trying to turn this into like an indictment on the NBA, but this is the kind of play that like 15 years ago just wouldn't even be a conversation. Because it's just in historical context to the NBA, it's not a dirty play. Mm-hmm. It's not clean. It's not I definitely can see if I'm Bam Adebayo, if I have something to say to LaMelo about it, whether it's on the phone or on the court next year. But these kind of plays happen all the time. And also, it's so easy to, you were talking about the intent thing. Even if there's intent to hurt, and then there's intent to do whatever he did, which might not imply that he actually meant to hurt the guy. He was just trying to impact the play, impact Bam Adebayo.
That's
right?
what it felt like. Now, you know LaMelo better than I do with your Hornets fans. I've never considered him to be a dirty player by any stretch.
No, but he is a bit of a goof.
And that's kind of
it was kind of a goofball play, right?
Yes, and that's kind of why I think people you just got to lump that in of like, all right, he's not Dylan Brooks, he's not Draymond Green, he's not one of these guys that you think are sometimes intentionally out to basically hurt people. I just think he's just an idiot.
Yeah, I do think it's funny though that the Heat of all teams are crying foul on this. A team that is, hey, we play hard and we play physical, and honestly, in playoff series, they have had their cheap moments. Need I call back to a certain – oh, wait, that was Boston, Kelly Olynyk.
That was Boston, yeah.
But still, the point is they employed that long-haired hippie freak, Kelly Olynyk, when he was yanking people's arms. Not just Kevin Love's arms. But no, I thought it was funny that the Heat ended up being the biggest crybabies because if you ever want to talk about a bunch of gym class tryhards, it is the Miami Heat.
Well, and talk about an organization that felt like they really needed that win for some random reason. Like you used to be respected around the NBA.
They hate the Hornets. I don't get it because the Hornets / Bobcats have really been no threat ever to Miami. But hasn't
it been 10 years since they won a playoff series?
It has been a minute. It has been a very long minute. Yeah, Al Jefferson. But no, so it's so funny that there's I don't say an anger, but there's an animosity from Miami. I understand why Charlotte hates Miami. That makes sense.
Yeah.
They've had all the success. They took Alonzo Mourning. They've taken they took Terry Rozier, but that worked out. They've taken all these players from you. They've had all the success. I don't get the angst back from the Heat.
No, I don't either. But what I do know is last night was exciting basketball. That was a big win. The NBA needed that because the NBA, I can't remember a regular season where the NBA has been killed as much as the NBA has. For what happened in the previous couple months, people setting themselves up for the draft, just how the regular season went down, they got destroyed. And last night was just awesome.
And it gave us what I think. I don't think it's probably going to be a sweep or a 5-game series, but Charlotte's exciting playmakers and shooting against Boston's exciting shooting that we could have 70 3-pointers a game.
Yeah,
that's all I want.
That's all you want.
Yeah.
Knippel was awful from 3 last night.
He was not good.
He had an awful.
Miller was good. Brandon Miller was good.
I think he was 0 for 6. He finished 0 for 6. He just kept chucking them and them just not falling. That was a little disappointing. It kind of speaks to the idea that talk about drafting well. Drafted Miller, Ball, and Knippel and just completely turn around the whole entire franchise.
It's the law of averages conversation I have with every Browns fan in my life. They're like, eventually, all of the bad that's happened has to cascade into a wall of good, and you have your 6 Super Bowls. That's basically what happened with the Hornets. This is you got Knippel because you drafted Michael Kidd-Gilchrist, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got Brandon Miller because Bismack Biyombo.
Yeah.
Now I'm just waiting for think about if it really did work out like that, everything evened out.
We'd
win 10
up.
Super Bowls.
Well, wasn't that Myles Garrett into Nick Chubb into Denzel Ward? Isn't that didn't we kind of use that up?
Yeah, except they didn't turn into Super Bowls.
No, we turned into one Rashard Higgins play down the sideline that gave us a chance.
And sure miss him. 216-47. He's a firefighter now.
I know, isn't it great?
Yeah.
He was always one of my favorites.
From putting out fires in Berea to putting out fires wherever he lives.
He legitimately was one of my favorites. Just a good-hearted person.
Although I liked Burbank Higgins a little bit better.
Oh yeah,
that's what I used to call him.
Discount Higgins.
I actually
the one with a dream, the one that really grinded.
No, I'm not going to tell a story.
Okay, then.
216-474-0092. It's me getting in trouble with an NFL agent for making fun of somebody's Hollywood nickname. It was Hollywood Higgins, but we don't have to tell the actual story. But should LaMelo Ball have been tossed last night? It was dirty. It wasn't that dirty. Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com will talk about a trade down with Dallas. Is it fait accompli for the Browns at this point? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
utility bill savings before you make a payment. USA Insulation, 1-800-USA-FOAM, 800-USA-FOAM.
USA Insulation.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs playoff coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin here at Rally House here in Cleveland. As we have said all show long, come on by and see us today. The beautiful hats, all the beautiful sweatshirts. I've been eyeballing the same hat for like 3 months, and I don't know I'm ready to commit to a new hat.
I was gonna say, is today the day?
Yeah. Now, in fairness, I might just rebuy the one that I have on because it's Sweat Stain City.
Okay.
Because I've been wearing it in the sauna.
Yeah.
And at the same point, though, I don't hate sweat stains on my ball caps.
So wait, but you don't wear a shirt in the sauna, but you wear a baseball hat?
Yeah, it's a lifestyle, John.
Okay.
All right. If you had a sauna, you'd get it.
I guess.
All right, you'd understand
I need a sauna,
it.
I guess, to understand it.
Basketball shorts, backwards cap.
I said no way.
I'm like Mark Wahlberg, but fat.
Is that it now?
Do you wear socks while you sleep too?
Yeah. That's not all when I wear socks, macaroni.
There's nothing wrong with wearing socks every now and again when you sleep.
Hey.
I'm not an always socks on guy, but sometimes I'll wear socks when I sleep.
And you guys called me a serial killer for my hot dog takes. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's because you're single and live with your mom. Yeah.
Yeah, you also haven't been scratched by, like, my wife will scratch me with her feet sometimes. And it's like, I need protection.
Yep.
Need protection.
Yes, you do.
Not happening.
Now, I do want to point out that I had said
2 kids, I definitely do.
Hornets to Boston. I just completely butchered that one. The Hornets now, they won the 9-10 matchup. Tonight is Orlando, Philadelphia. So I just butchered that one.
That's okay. That's fine.
The day also started with the many mock drafters, the big ones, Kuiper, Brugler, and Todd McShay, saying the Browns will trade with Dallas. We got to talk about that. We got to talk about the Browns and the draft. We got to talk about Todd Monken's comments on the This Is Football podcast. And to do so, we head out to the hotline here. And, of course, guys, what are we going to do here? We're going to bring on the best in the biz, Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com. She joins us right now. Ashley, welcome to the show.
Nick, I'm still laughing at your Mark Wahlberg joke. You got to give me a second here. You can't be doing bits like that right before I come on. Come on, I'm laughing.
Well, I am just like Mark Wahlberg, just morbidly obese. It's the same guy, though. It's the same general premise.
Yeah, it's called Wilson Burgers. It's not Wahlburgers. It's Wilson Burgers.
Oh,
at which you actually come to the burger joint. It's actually when you come to the burger joint and watch me eat all the burgers.
That's what it is. Yeah, it's a new hip discount.
I think Wahlburgers is just like one of those Mandela effects that we've all been saying it, but really it's been Wilson Burgers this whole time.
Finally, people are coming around.
You get it.
Finally, people are coming around. All right, Ashley, I do want to get to Mel Kiper, Dane Brugler, Todd McShay. They all have a different mock draft trade in their final mock drafts for the Browns, going from 6 to 12. Are the Cowboys the best trade down partner for the Cleveland Browns?
Guys, you may have missed this with all the national mock drafts coming out today, but I had a mock draft as well that came out today that explored this exact possibility where I have them trading down to 12 with Dallas as well. And so I think I can kind of speak to it from my lens and this wider lens. Look, I think right now there is this idea, there's a lot of noise around the league about the possibility of the Cowboys wanting to trade up. So I think everyone kind of looks at it and says, okay, 12 to 6, that's pretty obviously a decent-sized jump. You're inside the top 10, just outside of the top 5. If there's somebody you really want, look, there's a chance that a handful of really good players are still going to be available at that point in the draft. For me, the biggest question is a Jeremiah Love going to be available at that number 6 overall pick? And, I think for me as well, it's this idea of knowing Andrew Berry and why I wanted to explore this possibility. Andrew Berry as a GM has not been afraid historically to wheel and deal. And obviously we saw him trade down last year from 2 to 5. So I think that idea is very fresh in everyone's mind. I will say I'm probably going to do a mock draft next week, and I don't know if I would have them trade down. Again, for me in my mock draft, it's more so about exploring the possibilities and like, hey, what would this look like if they were to actually make that move?
All right, who has to be on the board for it to be the most likely that the Browns trade out? So what I mean by that is, like, I'm thinking Jeremiah Love, for instance. Like, if Jeremiah Love is there, then I feel like it's a real possibility. Dallas obviously wants edge rushers, though. So, like, who would have to be on the board, in your opinion?
Well, the Jeremiah Love question, to me, kind of remains just the most interesting one overall. And I mean, too, I'm really curious when we hear from Andrew Berry tomorrow in the annual pre-draft press conference, what he says about that. And, you know, I think the edge rushers, for example, you're talking about, like, I think Reuben Bain's going to probably be gone. David Bailey, I think, is the big one that, okay, is he still there? What about Sonny Styles? What about Reese? Like, these are very good defensive players that could still be available that I think maybe would fit what Dallas is looking for. But Jeremiah Love, like, the interesting thing about him is because he's a running back, you think, okay, top 10, kind of high for a guy like that. But, you know, everyone, when they talk about Jeremiah Love, is he's so much more than just a running back. So how are teams valuing him? So I think those are a handful of the edge rusher names. I think at 6, the big question is going to be how far is Love going to fall and which team really maybe has their sights set on him.
AshleyBass.Cleveland.com coming to you from the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright fan hotline as we have her every single Wednesday here at 3:20, 8 days away from the NFL draft. So I'm going to go the opposite of where JP was going there. If they do trade down, let's just lock it in there at 12. Obviously, we know the players maybe there that they might want to get at 6. Tate, Fano, Maui Noah are the big names there. Who do you think the names that make sense if they do slide down 6 spots?
So here's what's interesting. I think what makes sense if they slide down 6 spots is if there are multiple tackles that they like, because I do really believe somebody's still going to be available at 12. And when I do mock drafts, I always use the Pro Football Focus mock draft simulator. I let the simulator draft for the other 31 teams. So when I ran this yesterday, Maui Noah from Miami, the Miami right tackle, was still available. Now, the key here is at that point, Monroe Freeling, the Georgia left tackle, was off the board at 10 to the Bengals, and Spencer Fano, the Utah right tackle, was off the board at 11 to the Dolphins. So that tells me, like, that's a reach, in my opinion, for Freeling at 10. That could very well be Maui Noah gone at that point. But if you're the Browns and you're looking at this and you're thinking, like, man, we really like Francis Maui Noah at Miami. We like Caden Proctor out of Alabama. We like Utah having Spencer Fano and Caleb Lomu. Like, we think we can do well with any of those guys, or we have them all rated fairly equally talent-wise, then I would consider that trade down. But I do think, like, if you're worried about the guy you really like, if you have somebody head and shoulders above everyone else, and we know Andrew Berry has talked about position-wise, that becomes a tiebreaker for them in terms of best available. So, again, I'm really fascinated by all this, but I think if you're the Browns and you want to take a tackle first and you have multiple guys you like, that's when it makes the most sense for me to trade down out of 6 and get some future assets.
All right, let's talk Turkey, though, as far as compensation, because Daryl had mentioned that he had thought that if you trade out of 6, you got to get the number 12 from Dallas, and then forget number 20. He wants a 27 first-round pick, and I just think that's crazy. Like, in no world is Dallas giving up a first-round pick this year and then also a first-round pick next year. But, like, what is that rate? What do you think that the ballpark we're living in, if you move off of 6 and let's say you make that deal with Dallas, what kind of compensation should Browns fans be looking at?
Yeah, it's an interesting question because I think there also the chatter around the league right now is that teams are very hesitant to give up first-round draft picks next year. And quite honestly, I think 6 is very different from 2. Like, it may not seem like that, but to me, that's the reality of the situation. I don't think you'd be able to get an extra first-round pick next year. Now, when I ran the simulator, again, you do the trades all through this PFF simulator, and it will reject trades if, an offer is too lopsided. It won't let that go through. So what it ended up putting through for me was the second-round pick next year and then an additional sixth rounder from the Steelers for next year on top of obviously that number 12 pick. So I don't know how crazy you are about that sort of compensation, but I think we're talking really about additional second-round compensation, whether it be this year, whether it be for next year, if you are to trade with the Cowboys from 6 to 12.
Ashley, this time last year, we had the number 2 pick. We're talking Travis Hunter. We're talking Shedeur. We're talking other names there. On draft day, the Browns go from 2 to 5. They pick up a future first. It's the Travis Hunter unicorn trade. And we just got a report the other day on the Pat McAfee show that if Jacksonville hadn't made that offer, that the Browns would have taken Travis Hunter at 2. So if we just go back in our DeLorean there and change it, and Travis Hunter's the pick at 2 last year, you don't have the extra second-round pick, you don't have the second first-round pick this year, what do you think the fallout would have been for the Browns, and do you think Andrew Berry would still be the Browns GM?
Well, that is an interesting question because we know how much Jimmy Haslam praised Andrew Berry for that draft in 2025, right? And I think you look at that trade, you're talking about, at the very least, I would say they don't get Quinshon Judkins. Like, I think they were very dead set on Carson Schlesinger at 33 at that point because there was such a big drop-off in linebacker talent that year after him. So I think there are some key pieces that the Browns are really happy with last year that just don't exist if they don't make that trade. And I think what makes it worse is ultimately, Travis Hunter wound up hurt and wasn't really able to do both of those things on both sides of the ball. Now it sounds like the talk is he's going to primarily be a cornerback and then obviously do some gadget receiver stuff, have that really be secondary. So I think now, like in hindsight, that's a trade Browns fans were so upset about in the moment. And I think the big reason why is Andrew Berry in the lead up to that draft did such a good job with the GM sort of subterfuge and comparing him to Shohei Ohtani and saying all these great things, which in reality now, in hindsight, we know that was all to reassure the Jacksonville top brass that, hey, yes, you're going to want to make this trade. This is the right decision as we've been talking about it. So make sure you remember that. So I think that was a big part of it. But I think it's fascinating. I think they'd be in a worse spot almost when you look at the pieces they were able to get some key defensive help with Mason Graham and Carson Schlesinger and add who I really do think they think is the running back of the future in Quinshon Judkins. So a lot of moving parts there.
Yeah, Ashley, after 6 years, we're supposed to know a lot about a GM and how they operate and how they think. But because he didn't have 3 first-round picks in between that entire stretch, like, I think it's almost fair if somebody listening or you or me or Nick was like, I don't really think we know that much about what Andrew Berry likes to do when it comes to drafting and when it comes to drafting certain positional types or anything in between.
Yeah, I've been making that point, JP, quite honestly, like over the last week, because it is true. We've only seen him use first-round picks 3 times. Like, this is about to be, his 7th draft? That is a fairly small sample size. So, I keep coming back to this idea of, I think this is another way this kind of manifests and the perception of them is, the last time you tried to take a tackle and move him from right to left, it didn't work. It was Jed Wills. He didn't get to a second contract. Like, for me, something like that, if we had more of a sample size there with their dealings at tackle, it would obviously be easier to guess, but I think it makes people hesitant now when we hear them talk about, we think it's more interchangeable than people think because of the way the game has evolved. Like, I think that's true, but the problem is you're not getting the benefit of the doubt because the one time you did it, it didn't work. And I mean, I think, quite honestly, that was less of a right to left thing and why it didn't work and more of a Jed Wills, the player, and injuries Jed Wills had in terms of why it didn't ultimately work. So that does, I think, make it harder to predict. And quite honestly, if you're the Browns, if you're Andrew Berry, that's a great spot to be in. You don't want everyone to know what you're thinking or what you're going to do. This is the time of year for smoke signals. And I think it really helps them. And you have to look no further than last year with the way they operated, talking about Travis Hunter and that number 2 pick to see that.
Ashley, we all have favorites in the draft. I love Jordan Tyson. I think he's a true number one wide receiver, even with the risk. I love Iheanshore, the tackle, also out of Arizona State. Do you have, across your time covering this year's draft, you have a couple players that you wouldn't mind seeing coming their way to Cleveland?
Well, I'll tell you what, Jordan Tyson is another one for me. I typically end up going to the combine and writing a story about one or two guys, and I come away from that thinking, man, I could see this guy in a Browns uniform, or I think he'd be really good here. Tyson, for me, outside of I think he does so much well, the injuries, the recent injuries for him, the soft tissue stuff, doesn't really bother me after hearing him talk about it, because he explained with those hamstrings this past year that I never really dealt with soft tissue stuff before. This was kind of a sort of outlier year for him in terms of dealing with that. I think he has those number one traits like you do, and I love the fact that he'd be in Cleveland with his brother Jalen, and I got a chance to ask him about that at the Combine and wrote a story about it. He gave me this great detailed answer about how he thinks being in the same city as Jalen would really help him bring out the best in himself and just see how his brother gets to operate as a pro athlete day in, day out, up close and personal, and spending that time together. So I really think he, to me, is the guy, and I don't know if the injuries would have the potential to scare the Browns out of taking him. But I'm curious now if his stock has risen too high that, hey, if you don't take him at 6, you're not going to be able to get him, because there was a lot of chatter about, are the injuries going to drop him into the 20s? But I don't know. I'm not necessarily feeling that right now. So I think he would be a great pickup if the Browns are willing to look past that.
Ashley, great stuff as always. We started off the rails. We landed the plane here. I think I'm going to take a victory lap on top of getting this show back on the rails. So congrats to everybody. You, JP, Ashley, we did a great job.
We did, and you know what? I'm going to go have a Wilson burger right now.
All right. I will warn you, there's extra fat in it. Yeah. The success there is double the brown sugar and double the fat. We don't even some people will be like, oh, there's bacon.
Yeah,
in it.
yeah,
It's like,
yeah,
no, we just put the fat in there.
And you don't know what lettuce is?
Yeah.
It's just completely gone?
What is lettuce?
Exactly.
I mean,
exactly. I don't know. We don't speak it.
I mean, I've never even. That's how you pronounce it.
That's
lettuce?
how you say it. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Not for me. Great stuff with Ashley Bastock there on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what she had to say, and one NFL GM has heard enough. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Our draft coverage gets underway on Monday night. It's the Browns Draft Preview Show with Ken Carman and Nathan Zagura. Monday night at 7. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I have them trading down to 12 with Dallas as well. And look, I think right now there is this idea, there's a lot of noise around the league about the possibility of the Cowboys wanting to trade up. So I think everyone kind of looks at it and says, okay, 12-6, that's pretty obviously decent-sized jump. You're inside the top 10, just outside of the top 5. If there's somebody you really want, look, there's a chance that a handful of really good players are still going to be available at that point in the draft. For me, the biggest question is a Jeremiah Love going to be available at that number 6 overall pick? And, I think for me as well, it's this idea of knowing Andrew Berry and why I wanted to explore this possibility. Andrew Berry as a GM has not been afraid historically to wheel and deal.
Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com joining us in the previous segment talking about the word of the day, a potential trade down with Dallas. Obviously, the Browns have been reported for weeks now, months now, that they would like to trade out of 6. But it does seem like there's a lot of people connecting the Cowboys and the Browns. The question is, what is the price? Lee Steinberg, NFL super agent, coming up in just about 15 minutes. Excited to talk to him. We got Matt Miller, NFL draft analyst for ESPN, coming up at 4:45. Plenty on the way. When it comes to the Dallas thing, there's a part of me that doesn't buy into the Love thing, somebody trading up. To me, it's about edge rushers or one of the even Sonny Styles, if he's not an edge rusher. Sure. It's tough for me to believe that someone's going to trade up for him.
I get it. Like, you want to trade up just for premium positions, but I feel like everyone's convinced themselves that Jeremiah Love is this next level player, and I don't know how far that extends. I'm fascinated by the Jeremiah Love market. There's a part of me that thinks he could go in the top 6. There's also another part of me that thinks he could really slide in a way that would be fascinating on draft night.
I mean, he might go, like, he might end up being a great Hall of Fame player. He'll still be a running back.
I know. You have to sound it out a little bit. Well, think about it, though. If the price isn't as exorbitant as people think that it is, maybe it becomes a little bit more appetizing. Like, think about it. I think Daryl's off his rocker. I think it's absolutely insane.
Just on this one thing, or just in general?
On a lot of things, but in this one in particular, the idea that he thinks that you're gonna don't take 12 and 20, don't take Dallas's first 2 first-round picks this year. Take 12, and then you also get a 2027 first-rounder. It's like, that's not how this works. The thing that's appetizing to Dallas right now, if they got rid of both 12 and 20, is the idea that they're not really interested in this draft and what this draft is.
So
they're interested in 2027.
Only thing I would say is there's a lot of people making definitive statements about people not trading 2027 first or second round picks. And listen, I understand the reason why. It's supposed to be this great draft. There's still 8 days, and a lot can happen in 8 days. I'm not writing off. I mean, that might actually be the one thing I think Andrew Berry might be capable of pulling off is pulling a genie out of a lamp and getting a high level, whether it's a first or second round pick for next year.
Maybe a second. We can talk about a second potentially, but I think a first rounder in 2027 in to move up 6 spots, you get the 12 and a first rounder sounds like insanity to me. It sounds like wishful thinking more than it sounds like practicality.
It also might be wishful thinking from the Browns to try and get that. Now, I think the trade down's interesting because this is not a criticism. This is a observation of the coverage of the draft. So much of the conversation at 6 is, well, you take the tackle there because there's not really a wide receiver worthy of that pick. And so that one of the thought process for me of trading down to 12 is, well, okay, now I can take Jordan Tyson, right?
Yeah.
And you move down there because there's tackles you like. It's like, okay, to damn with that. I want Jordan Tyson, and if I can get a future pick or an extra second rounder or an extra this or that, and then move to 12, that's what I want to do. Not for another different offensive lineman that I'm going to want to pass on.
So that's like the have your cake and eat it too type moment, and that's why I think a lot of people
cake.
You do, and you like to have whatever else is associated with cake as well.
Yep.
And so that's kind of why I think so many people are linking the Browns to it. Is you can have these drafts that exist where the Browns not only have a draft that you would put them having if they stuck with 6 overall, 6 and 24, but you'd have it at 12, and then you'd have another asset attached to it as well. And so, like, there's very favorable for the Browns in a lot of these scenarios.
Now, in the event of a trade down, I'm more willing to talk Monroe Freeling at 12 than I am at 6. Because by that point, Maui Noah will be off the board. I'm assuming Fano will be off the board. And all of a sudden, you get another asset, whether it's this year or next year. And now we're starting to get in the more Monroe Freeling. I'd prefer still to take the left tackle at 24. And I like Ihanachor a little bit more. I do like Blake Miller, even though I tend to think he's a right tackle because that's what he played. And Caleb Lomu I've been on since Utah.
Yeah.
I like those guys a little bit more. But I think 12 is more where we're getting comfortable taking Monroe Freeling. I've been more like I don't want to overdraft Freeling as a top 6 pick if he's not playing week 1.
And a lot of these draft guys that try to break this all down, it's not as if they say there's like a distinctive difference between them in a massive way. It's kind of the wide receiver conversation we've been having.
Mm-hmm.
Like the difference between Carnell Tate and Tyson, for instance, or even Mekhi Lemon. There are differences that exist. There's different pros and cons, but it's not that large.
I'm just trying to think because it's funny, like I've almost gotten to the point where I've heard the Browns considered wild cards in this draft so much that I'm almost expecting boring. But I did they just
take someone at 6 and promptly move forward, and then we go at 24, and that's all that is.
And then they take that, and then we just go to 39.
And then will people be like, why isn't Andrew Berry wheeling and dealing?
I think this is going to be the weird year where, and Ashley pointed it out, the Travis Hunter trade, the initial reaction from fans was a little bit of meltdown. And then they saw the price. And then I think people got on board with it very quickly. We didn't really have any choice. And then, by the way, it turned out to be the right move. But, like, it's funny that a year ago we panic about trading down out of Travis Hunter, and now you might panic if you don't trade down.
Well, so we didn't even talk about trading down, really, when like all last year when the draft was approaching. That wasn't really a true conversation. The conversation was Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter. What are you going to do at number 2?
I believe there was a certain plus-size radio host who did want to trade down last year. I believe we mentioned a future first rounder. Mac,
okay. What was the majority of the conversation spent leading up to the draft?
Oh yeah, because I couldn't get you to engage. You wanted the unicorn or Shador.
Well, hold on. I feel like there's some rewriting of history that's happening here. I mean, hold on.
I'm holding on.
Where did you say Mason Graham and you thought a first-round pick was going to happen?
I was in on – well, no, I didn't say trade down to 5 and get Mason Graham, but I was on Mason Graham since football
You like
season.
Mason Graham, but the idea that now all of a sudden you think that you were on board at number 2 overall, if memory serves me correct.
I wanted to trade down. Mac, are you remembering?
Yes, you are correct. I do remember that.
Give me the video evidence that supports this, because I feel like you guys are just
going to have to combine through about 1,000 videos to get there.
And maybe I got a lot of time today. I'm here till 7 at the Rally House. I got a lot of time.
NFL super agent Lee Steinberg talks draft in his new book in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
weird tradition, but does it matter that much to you anymore as a Buckeye fan?
And Deion Sanders had Colorado back, but are they going in the wrong direction? What has happened to the once proud Buffaloes?
It's the Emerging Podcast Team presented by Extend Technologies on 923thefan.com
and the free Odyssey app.
It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
As we close in on the upcoming NFL Draft, check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night, 7 to 9. It's Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, Daryl Ryder recapping all the latest Browns news and the moves this offseason, free agency, and the draft ahead. You can listen right here on the Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app. Watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special each and every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, right here on the Fan.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive, live from Rally House Gateway here in downtown Cleveland. I think I have made a decision.
Oh, yeah? Is that on what, the hat?
Yeah, it's funny. I've been thinking about this same Black Guardians hat with a sexy Guardian on the front of it.
Yeah.
I think I've just been eyeballing the orange, the land hat.
Yeah.
And I think it's calling to me.
Well, hold on now. I don't want you to fall victim to what I was talking about in the first hour, where I started looking at different shirts, and then after 5 hours, I was like, this shirt's awesome. When in reality, I'm like, I don't know that I really love it that much. I just looked at it for so long. I think you've just been looking at this land hat. It does look cool, but I think you've been looking at it for like 2 hours now, and you might be making an impulse purchase off of it.
Well, yes, there is always going to – and me purchasing anything only happens via impulse purchase.
Okay.
Here's what I'm going to say. I really like the orange look. I know you didn't. I like the creamsicle look for the Cavs.
I don't like the jerseys. I don't like the court with the I don't like any of it.
So the court, in fairness, I didn't care for the court. But the jerseys, yes. And so, like, one... and
I love that color, though. That's the thing. I do like the color.
And I think it plays well with my, fair skin here. Here's the thing.
It makes you look Miami.
The Guardians always have 5 hats that it crosses me up, and I'm trying to figure out what hat I want to buy.
Yeah.
The Cavs and Browns, not always. Like, they might have 1 hat I want to buy, right? 2 hats I want to buy. So I've been looking for a Cavs hat for a long time, so I think it's just I forgot how much I like that. And I need a Cavs hat now.
How do you feel about going with that bold of a color, though?
I mean,
that's a party color.
If you can say one thing about me, it's that I am bold.
The bold and the beautiful.
Yeah, that's exactly what.
Are you going to do the rope hat with it or no?
No, I can't do a rope hat. Come on.
Well, that's where you draw the line?
That's a step too. That's a step too far.
Have like this. Yeah. What? That's where you draw the line?
The ropes are just.
If you're going to go into the Waste Management Open, you might as well go all the way in.
No, I like fitted caps anyways. That's my jam. And the rope, it insists upon itself.
All right, another development. Did you see who walked out of that door when we were just talking here?
Okay, I did, but I didn't register who it actually was.
That's the 2 of the girls from the 4 girls that are constantly walking around downtown that we see all the time. Nick and I bonded over the idea. Yeah. There's this group of 4 girls that walk around downtown, and I see them every single day. And there's a cast of characters that are maybe 10 deep that I see every day on my walk from the garage to work in this little 7-minute walk that I have, and there are 4 of them. And I brought them up to Nick one time because we don't know how they're constantly out and about, and Nick has run into them as well, and there was 2 of them. And so when they looked over, they had to have thought to themselves, there are the 2 guys that I also see every day, and I guess they're radio hosts and they're on the air.
All right, even funnier is as you were talking, the guy who chain smokes out front of the station, who always has at least 1 energy drink, if not 2. You can understand.
Oh, yeah, that guy.
His breaks, he's maybe our age, maybe a little bit younger. He could be 20, and he's just smoking and drinking energy drinks every day. But
I'd advise against it for longevity, but that's fine.
I've observed him. He smokes fast. We're talking 4 cigarettes.
His break isn't that long. Yeah, he's got to get after it.
While chugging, we're talking about double fisting energy drinks.
As Kisner would say, this ain't no hobby, Nick.
And so now we found out where he lives too.
He's in there?
Yes, he just walked in there. I was like, oh my God, it's a whole village in there.
Are all of our characters just secretly living in this place next to the Rally House?
Are we living in a sitcom? That's what it feels like.
They all just come out in certain spots to be there every day around us because they all live in that building.
Yeah, that's our world. No. Their world revolves around us. It's
Jim Carrey now, is what this is. That's all we've turned this into.
All right, we are working to get Lee Steinberg here. Excited to try and get him on. I'm always because I love we've had Andy Sims on, who's a Cleveland-based agent. Mm-hmm. We've had several other agents on. I don't think I'd ever want to be an NFL agent. It's just too much. But The week from now until the draft, I think would have to be, or just the draft in general, this would have to be one of the most fun times to be an NFL agent.
It's funny. We had a show when I was at Yahoo. He had a show at the time, but he did everything remote, so we never like crossed paths or anything. He was just on the lineup, and so you'd listen to him, and he would have like every week he would just have these different little insights and little things you'd pick up on that just nobody in the football world would think of. And now since that point, he has since become Patrick Mahomes' agent, which is obviously very good for business, but he could never escape the idea that everyone just wanted to go back to the idea that the Jerry Maguire was made after him.
Yeah. By the way, do you know Troy Aikman, Steve Young? Like this,
he was
you're
legendary.
Lucky to get one of those guys.
So his parties at the Super Bowl it was stuff of lore. Like that, like at the Super Bowl for a stretch of like 20 years, the only party you wanted to be invited to, if you could only go to one, it was his. In fact, there's so many stories about one of them. I think it was one of the Super Bowls they had. Maybe, might have been San Diego. He like rented out a whole zoo or something insane like that. Like the things that would happen at these.
How expensive you think a zoo really is, though?
Now again, how much of this? Renting out a whole zoo's got to be
for like
expensive.
You and me, it's expensive. But I mean, like I represent Steve Young and Troy Aikman. A day at the zoo? Come on.
Cavs one time, when my in-laws had season tickets to the Cavs, they got invited to the Cavs rented out the zoo at one point, and they did like a Colin Sexton meet and greet. And I was like, even then, I'm like, this has got to be way too expensive for like a meet and greet for season ticket holders.
Nah,
it can't be that expensive when they're renting it out. It can't be as expensive as I think in my head.
That's when you know Nick Wilson's going to have bleep you money. Is when I'm renting out zoos.
Is that right?
And by the way, I'll also have Colin Sexton show up for a signing there as well. So we'll work to get Lee Steinberg on here. But we actually missed this the other day. I saw it in real time on Joe Thomas's Instagram, and it was actually during yesterday's show. And didn't think to put it in because I'm a genius. And then today it came up again on my Instagram. Joe Thomas, as part of working with the Browns and their content team, had a strong endorsement for one player for the Browns at 6.
Left tackle's going to be a big position of need still for the Browns going into the season. They've done a great job in free agency, in my opinion, so far, being able to kind of retool that offensive line. They brought in my old offensive line coach, George Warhop, who's one of the best of all time. And but looking at the draft, I think Monroe Freeling out of Georgia could be a really, really good pick if he's available there for the Browns at number 6. Playing left tackle because he's a great athlete. He's got all the makeup of an elite left tackle, and I know with George Warhop as an offensive line coach, he would be great to mold Monroe into a fantastic NFL left tackle.
Now, we did get the double Monroe there.
Yeah, I couldn't tell.
Joe.
At first, I gave him credit, and then I said, no, not so fast, my friends.
But here's the thing. I have no problem if somebody's been Sweden on Monroe Freeling, and now all of a sudden they're like, well, good enough for Joe Thomas, good enough for me, because it's not like the guy's already here.
I think if there was any voice that could make somebody completely change their opinion on somebody, it would be Joe Thomas. Out of people that know offensive line and speak about it publicly, he's got to be at the top of the list.
Well, I have been – I don't even want to say I'm anti-Monroe Freeling. I'm wherever Monroe Freeling should be drafted, which to me is late teens, early 20s, that's more where I'm comfortable with as opposed to a top 10 pick or a top 6
It'll
pick.
feel way too rich at 6 still.
Oh, no, 100%.
That's the point.
But what the credit I will give Joe is Joe saying this is going to make me go back. It is that proverbial thing of if somebody's really pounding the table for somebody in the draft room and you're getting ready to build your big board and somebody's really going hard in the paint, it doesn't mean you have to change your opinion, but you at least got to go back and be like, okay, what did I miss? Because Joe Thomas, if anybody's going to know about if Monroe Freeling could hang in the NFL.
I mean, it's after we talked to Dane Brugler, and he mentioned Fano like 37 times and tried to really insert the idea that he likes Fano more than anyone else. It was like, all right, what are we missing here? Like certain people do that for myself. Joe's got to be on that list, especially when he's talking offensive linemen. Joe on wide receivers, maybe not so much, but offensive linemen, definitely.
Now, I do want to know whether the Browns have gone out of their way and said, hey, Joe, what do you think about project, player A, player B, player C?
I wonder. He's kind of blurred the lines, right? Because he still shows up in Berea and he shows up in training camp and all this stuff too. But he's also doing like these dinners with Stefanski and is like maybe going to show up to some training camp stuff with them. Like, is he dipping his toes in too many other teams' waters?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, I think we're still
as long
fine.
As he's not sharing inside information. I think we know where his allegiances lie.
It seems like he might be, swaying
getting a free
over to the
dinner
Falcons
from Stefanski in Atlanta. I think he's fine. fine.
Swaying to the dirty side of Atlanta.
I think it's interesting. We also got Mike Garafolo reporting that the Browns are one of 4 teams that have spent a lot of times with Monroe Freeling in the pre-draft process. The Chiefs, Dolphins, and Rams are 3 of the other 3 teams. And I think this is what makes the Cowboys hypothetical trade down so interesting. Just the idea that if you trade down, not even for Maui Noah, not even for Jordan Tyson, but for Monroe Freeling, it certainly seems like there's a lot of action there where you could trade down for Monroe Freeling and he wouldn't be there.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think this carries a lot of weight, the idea that this is the guy that Joe is clamoring for and saying the Browns should take. I don't know that Andrew Berry is going to be taken off by this, but they'd be stupid not to consult Joe Thomas.
It's just so funny when it comes to left tackle specifically. There's just no one I think you should pound the table for in this draft, right? Mm-hmm. So I like Ianchor, right? I love the fact that he's a convert. I love that he's still growing into it. I love that people think he actually can be a left tackle.
Yeah.
And I think he's an ascending player. That's what you want, kind of in that 24 spot.
Sure.
I've liked Lomu because he's got a lot of college
Lomu
experience.
Too. Yeah, I do too.
I think he's still an ascending player. Blake Miller, I think, is a right tackle, but that's, I could be wrong on that. But I like all 3 of those players. But trying to say who I like best, I can't pound the table for that. Same thing with Monroe Freeling. So Joe does. There is that. I would almost now. I need him to make a Hanshore video, and I need him to make a Blake Miller video, just to kind of see where it actually susses out.
You just text him and be like, "Hey, what do you think about Hanshore?"
Yeah. Oh God. Can I get some nitty gritty Hanshore breakdown?
Why not? Are you kidding me? This is the stuff I bet he loves.
That's it. Now I'm going to do it.
Why not? This
Joe.
Isn't like, there's a couple things I feel like you could text Joe on and he'd be happy to respond back with. Hall of Fame beef, probably on that list.
I got to get some of those apple cheddar snack bites. Oh, my God.
And then offensive linemen and draft evaluations. Like, if he doesn't have Ianchor takes, then what is he even doing in life?
Running a farm,
he's got him.
family.
No, he's got him. He's got him locked and ready to go. In fact, he's been waiting all in his life.
He's waiting for all of us.
He's just waiting. He's waiting for people to text him and ask him about Ianchor in particular. And he's like, they're going to do it. I'm going to have this ready, and they're going to do it. And then nobody has done it.
So I'm going to go out on a limb here. I don't think we're getting Lee Steinberg here. I don't think it's going to happen right in this segment.
Maybe he's throwing another Super Bowl party.
Yeah, that's true. But we'll see if we can get him in the next segment. Obviously, we have Matt Miller coming up at 4:45 today as well. But 216-474-0092. Want to hear from you guys on this. You heard Joe Thomas give the big send-up to Monroe Freeling. What do we do with Joe Thomas's endorsement with Monroe Freeling? I did have somebody text me.
Was it Joe Thomas?
It was not about. It was, and nor was it about trading Myles Garrett. Just to be clear, those are different text messages for different shows. But it was interesting. Somebody had sent this to me. It was actually just a friend, not like turning it into like it was Al Michaels. And they said, "Oh, is this inside? Is Joe prepping everyone to get ready?" And I was like, "We also can't discount that as well."
I don't think Joe knows. Only because I don't think anybody really knows outside of maybe Andrew Berry and like his henchmen and like a couple people. Like he's
henchmen.
It's a rude way to say it, but like he's kept a couple people close, and that's really it though. Like I just think his circle's too tight. If this is other versions of the Browns, I would say, oh yeah, Joe's prepping everybody. He's getting everybody up to speed. As awesome as Joe is, I don't think Andrew Berry is trusting him with that info right now.
What do we do with Joe Thomas's endorsement of Monroe Freeling, and would it give you more confidence in the pick if you had heard the Browns had solicited this opinion from the great Joe Thomas, and the downside for the Cavs in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan?
causing major slowdowns. With your Odyssey Cleveland traffic, I'm Matt Corrali.
Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. starting Monday, April 20th. It's The Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Matt Miller coming up in just about. Carry the 220 minutes there. But Nick and JP live from Rally House Gateway here, 810 Huron Road East, Huron Road East, Cleveland, Ohio, to celebrate baseball season being back and all things Ohio. 4 lucky customers will win a $100 Rally House gift card, and Rally House is your home for outrageously authentic Guards gear, on-field hats, jerseys, and apparel straight from the source. Level up your fandom at one of your local stores or at rallyhouse.com. It is great to be here. Guys, you stop on by and see us. We're having a fun time, fun show. But as we've been talking about, we're going to be welcoming on here NFL super agent. He's also the author of the Comeback, a playbook for turning life's setbacks into victories. On the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline, Lee Steinberg joining us now. Lee, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Happy to be with you.
Well, we're happy to have you. You're always a great guest, no matter who you're with, and you've always got a great story here. I want to get to the book that you put out here, but we're 8 days to the NFL draft. Walk us through, for the uninitiated out there, or for the people who maybe are draft casuals, what's the role of an agent with a week to go in the draft and then on draft day itself?
So what you're trying to do is to have all sorts of interactivity with franchises that might be interested in taking your client. And you're trying to find those teams that have a sincere interest in actually taking them. You don't want just marginal interest. You're looking for those teams that will actually go and draft. And you're putting together a game plan with your client. Now, they may go back to Pittsburgh for the draft being there. Many players prefer to be at their home, surrounded by family and friends in a much larger number. There's also a danger if you go back to the draft and you haven't accurately prognosticated where you're going to be picked, that you could be the next case of the plummeting draft pick. And so you want to try to avoid that. But you're telling your client the most likely team. Now, draft day is not real time. It used to be 15 minutes. Now it's 8 minutes between first-round draft picks. It's Chinese water torture time. And every moment that you're sitting and waiting to be selected seems like a minute. Every minute seems like an hour. Drip, drip, drip. And it's the most exciting day of the year because you are surrounded by everyone who's been on this long journey since Pop Warner football, and the tension ratchets up. And then all of a sudden, the players pick, and joy and ecstasy reigns through the group. And he's sharing it with all that, and it's really my most favorite day of the year.
What's it like when you just kind of miss on a prognostication of where they're going to end up going? And I'm thinking about even Shedeur last year, who was supposed to be a first-round pick, and then all of a sudden, it's the 5th round. And in that moment, he's got to be thinking all sorts of people gave me misinformation, and this wasn't right. What happened?
So the way I looked at that, it's no tragedy to go in the 5th round. It was a case that the projections and expectations were so exalted and lofty that he was compared against them. I mean, as it was, he ended up with a team where he had probably his best chance of making an impact. And so, because he had Joe Flacco there, but obviously he's not their long-term answer, and so he's got a real competitive chance. But on draft day, it looks like the tragedy of the 21st century, and you're trying to avoid that. So I have relationships with teams. I've done 64 first-round draft picks and the very first pick in the draft 8 different years. And so teams tend to be really honest with me as long as I don't cross-fertilize the information. So I know what it sounds like when a team actually has a present intention of taking the player, depending on how the picks fall. So we ought not miss on that.
Lee, obviously, we're in this incredible era where NFL salaries have skyrocketed, but even, football players are getting money in high school and college now. So I'm just, your kind of big picture perspective on how the role of agent has kind of evolved here in both the social media and NIL eras. What can you share with us?
So what happened is that we've had the emergence of marketing directors, marketing agents. And if you want to be a certified NFL agent, you have to pay a big fee, go through a background screening, pass a test on the collective bargaining agreement, and then there are all sorts of regulations that the unions have on agents. Marketing directors, nothing. No fiduciary responsibility, nothing. So what's changed is that the player I used to talk to when he was a college junior or senior who was pretty mature has now been replaced by a 15-year-old looking for marketing. So it's all about the amount of likes and followers that a young man has on social media. And that tends to be the thing. This system was put in effect to rectify the fact there were athletes on a college campus who were not living as well as their non-athletic peers because they couldn't work to supplement the income. So to fix that small problem, which could have maybe seen someone get $5,000 and be very happy over it, they created a Wild Wild West scenario where the four top conferences are pulling away from everybody else because they've got the alums, they have the collectives, and they can sign the best players. And I think we're heading towards a time where they ultimately will be no NCAA for those top conferences. They'll do the negotiations with the TV networks themselves, and they'll end up making their own rules.
You dealt with a lot with record-setting contracts. When you did the deal for Mahomes, that was $500 million. That was the highest for a quarterback at the time. And it's just the amount of money is insane, obviously. But I'm thinking about Myles Garrett and the offseason he's had now, DPOY. And some are making the suggestion that he wants to go back to the table to get paid even more money to raise up how high he can get paid. Is that your read on what's happening with Myles? Or do you feel like he's setting up for something else?
No, I mean, that may be his intention. But look, here's the thing. You have to understand the fact that the cap, which a couple of years ago was $200 million, is now $300 million. That doesn't come out of funny money. That comes from elevation of TV contracts and every other revenue source. Pro football is rolling in money. You never thought you'd see a defensive back get $30 million a year or, top defensive linemen in the 40s and quarterbacks in the 60s. But right now, football players are being paid, especially at the quarterback position, because you cannot win in contemporary football. You have no chance of making it to the playoffs, through the playoffs, to the Super Bowl without a franchise quarterback. And that's someone that you can build around for 10, 12 years, someone you can win because of rather than with, and someone who in critical moments in adversity can elevate their level of play and take a team on through victory. So when you see these salaries, they're just a reflection of the fact that pro football, the NFL, dominates America, and 130 million people watch the Super Bowl.
Lee Steinberg, NFL super agent on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline here with Nick and Jonathan as we are 8 days away from the NFL draft. Now, as you have been a legendary NFL super agent for a considerable amount of time, I've also heard tales of your legendary Super Bowl party. So is it true that you rented out a zoo one year, and we were debating how much did that actually cost?
Well, we had Jazzland, we had the Jazz Museum. We've had Sony Studios. We did the Tampa Zoo. We did the San Diego Zoo. I try to find a unique venue that people would be thrilled to go to. So you're on the old MGM lot, or another year we took Fox, and you're looking for something unique because the Super Bowl's become a convention Americana. And how much does it cost to throw a party like that? Hundreds of thousands of dollars.
All right, what if I don't have that? What if I just have hundreds without the thousands?
You can come as my guest.
Hey, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I'll take it.
There you go. Look, you got this on tape. And
verbal contract.
Just playing it outside the door, trying to get in.
There you go. Now you're the agent.
Lee, I got to say, Mahomes, Young, Aikman, Roethlisberger. These are just some of the names you're familiar with here. How in the hell, with the guys that you've represented, how are you not an NFL GM with some of the talent that you've scouted?
How am I not what?
An NFL GM. I feel like anybody gets one of those quarterbacks right, and they're doing all right in the NFL.
You know, it's much more fun to work with individuals. You know, our practice was all about role modeling, having the players go back to the high school, set up a scholarship fund, or work with the church or Boys and Girls Club. So I'm more proud of the fact that in aggregate, the players have set up charitable foundations and other things that are, I think, topping $1.3 billion now.
What is one thing you'd want to teach our listeners out there that they just get wrong about the NFL?
That when you highlight different athletic misbehavior, there's a tendency to think that when you have a drunk driving or domestic violence or something like that, that somehow player behavior is descended. And it hasn't. Those are such aberrations. And really, players care about their public profile. They know they're role models, and they know they can trigger imitative behavior. And by and large, they're an incredibly well-behaved, charitable group.
Lee, I do want to know, because you've got your new book out, The Comeback, a playbook for turning life setbacks into victories. You've been so public with your successes, with some of the struggles. And one of the biggest victories here is I know you're celebrating over a decade of sobriety. So as we have a great listening audience here, a lot of people doing a lot of different things with their lives, just advice out there for anyone struggling with addiction or substance issues.
So life will set you back, and I wrote The Comeback because I struggled with alcohol about 20 years ago. I just celebrated 16 years of continuous sobriety. And so life has a way. It could be financial, it could be health, it could be marital, setting us back. The real question is, what do you do when life around you may collapse or be so much different than you thought it was going to be? And so it's tales of resilience. And I tell my own story, and then stories about Troy Aikman and Warren Moon and Steve Young and Patrick Mahomes, and a whole bunch of adversity that they faced that maybe you didn't know about, and how they came through it. So it's trying to help people. If there's anybody out there still struggling, depressed, despondent because of problems with substances, there's help available. There are 12-step programs with unique fellowships, and no matter how dark it might look, you can find your way back to happiness.
Lee, you not just your work with NFL players, but you do a lot of stuff out there by being honest with your story, not just with your book, The Comeback, a playbook for turning life sets back into victories. But we appreciate it all, and we appreciate you. Thank you so much for giving us time.
Thank you, and hi to all my Cleveland friends.
All right, Lee Steinberg there, NFL super agent on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Really good stuff with him. We got Matt Miller coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
customize, and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peter with you live here at Rally House, Cleveland. We're going to get Matt Miller here in a minute or two. But yeah, we've had a great day so far. The rain's kind of here, it's kind of not here. But obviously the big stuff today were the multiple mock drafts saying the Browns and the Cowboys linking up. Again, Mel Kiper had the Browns trading 6 and 39 for 12 and 20. Todd McShay having 6 for 12.92 and a 2027 second rounder. And then Dane Brugler had 6 and 39 for 12, 20, and a 2027 fourth rounder. Ironically, my favorite trade was the McShay trade, and my least favorite actual mock draft of the players he selected for the Browns was the McShay draft.
Yeah, well, that is a version of hell for you, I feel like. Between Concepcion and then Caden Proctor at number 6 overall.
Yeah, an offensive lineman who needs to be motivated and a wide receiver.
It's not great.
Like, I do think, like, we all have our non-negotiables, right? Like, in dating, we all have our non-negotiables.
Of course.
When it comes to dating draft prospects, if you're a wide receiver that can't catch, that's a non-negotiable.
Yeah, not great.
And the one thing I know, like, listen, you might not be able to stay healthy. You might be heavy set. You might not have quick enough feet, short little baby arms.
Are we talking dating or football now?
Yes. All the above. But if I have to motivate you as an offensive lineman, I'm out. So we found the first rounder with Todd McShay, with Proctor and Concepcion. They're like my two bugaboos that I don't want to have to deal with draft prospects.
Yeah, you made it pretty clear with Concepcion. You need your wide receivers to catch. That's right. You see, now we're getting it.
KC can't catch.
No, it's not. That's not how KC works, but that's how it's going to work here today. There's so much about Concepcion that it's just not appealing to me. But
Isn't
everyone
it
wants
funny?
to put him here at 24.
Doesn't Concepcion sound like Recepcion, which he does not do?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Pokemon.
Ooh, Concepcion, no Recepcion.
There we go.
See?
Yes, for our Spanish listeners out there, we're really dialing it up today.
That's for when the Browns play in Portugal in 3 years.
You going for the Spanish broadcasting crew? Is that it?
That's it.
This is your audition tape right now?
Me and Rafa.
Concepcion de Recepcion.
But because I don't speak Spanish, I'll just shout things that sound Spanish to me.
Yeah.
And I'll be a hit.
It's going to be great.
Like, who's this fat American idiot? And he'll be like, that's me. Oh, sorry.
Why'd you do that like you were in a sitcom?
Actually, I was going to say, it's a me.
That's a different stereotype.
Now, talking about the Browns at 6, talking about trading down, talking about all the shenanigans that can happen. We are 8 days away from the NFL draft. The countdown continues, and we head out to the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on ESPN NFL draft analyst Matt Miller joining us right now. Matt, welcome to the show.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Well, it's great to have you. You're one of the best in the business, and today has been Browns mock draft trades with Dallas Cowboy days. We're still working on the branding there. Do you think it makes as much sense for the Cowboys to trade up to 6 as it does for the Browns to move down into the teens?
I'm wrestling with it, probably like you guys all are. I mean, I don't think Dallas is one defensive player away from contending. I also think Dallas's front office could believe that they're one defensive player away from contending. So you have the logical side of your brain that's like, why would you trade 2 first-round picks for a linebacker? And then you go, oh, it's Jerry Jones, right? And so it's tough. When you have my job, sometimes you have to throw logic out the window and remember who you're talking about that's making these decisions. So could Dallas do it? Yes. Yes, Sonny Styles would be great in their defense. However, I do look at Cleveland and say, gosh, at some point you'd like to just stay at 6 and take the player. And last year you were at 2, trade out to 5. Mason Graham could end up becoming a fantastic player. That's not as big of a slide back as this year's would be. But I would be convicted to just stick and pick at some point if you're Cleveland. Like, you need blue chip players. Blue chip players tend to exist at the top of drafts.
Yeah, we won that trade down though, so I feel like it's like the ABS challenges in baseball. Like,
right,
Aaron gets it until he doesn't win them.
Right. I mean, Fleschinger's a stud. Fannon's a stud. Yeah. I mean, I loved the pick the trade last year. At the time, I was like, what the hell are they doing? But, that's the beauty of hindsight is, and I I kind of go back to that. Like, yeah, Cleveland needs more good players. So you can see the trade back from that standpoint. I don't know that, moving back, to 12 and 39 is enough to get it done. If you're the Cowboys, like I think you probably need to give up a little bit more if you're going to get up to that number 6 spot.
All right, so who is it at 6 then? What game-changing player are the Browns going to take?
Well, you know what? I would take Carnell Tate if he's there. I would stay in state, take the wide receiver from the school that, really doesn't produce bust at that position. And no, you don't have a quarterback yet, unless you're like my buddy Mel Kiper Jr., who says they already have their quarterback, right? As of today, we don't think they have their quarterback in the future, but it would start to set the table for whomever that quarterback is. I would want to build that infrastructure up for that quarterback. And if you feel like, the receivers that are going to be on the board at 12 are worth it, or if the offensive tackles that are going to be on the board at 12 are worth it, then I think that's where you can entertain that discussion. But if you stick and pick at 6 and take Carnell Tate, and then you come back on the board again, a little bit later in round 1, and you can get an offensive tackle like a Monroe Freeling, I like that better than moving back to 12 and taking Caden Proctor, which I saw one of the mock drafts today. And then at 24, you're looking at one of the wide receivers.
Matt, I have 2 absolutes when we're talking about individual prospects at specific spots. For the offensive lineman, I don't ever want to have to motivate you. And for a wide receiver, I don't want to ever have to question if you're going to catch the ball. And 2 players the Browns have been linked to at 6 and 24 are Caden Proctor, who people say, man, if he just wants it, it'd be great, and Casey Concepcion, who no Concepcion. So I'm very curious, am I off base in how I feel about this? Because I look at these guys and I'm like, you both violate my non-negotiable for your position.
No, I'm actually with you a lot on those. And for Caden Proctor, the reason I don't have him rated as highly as some of my counterparts, dude was 390 in the fall and had to play. It's like Shaq in the playoff. He had to play himself into shape, right? And so, that scares me when you're talking about a player that you're going to entrust with the blind side of your offensive line. And then I'm with you with Concepcion. I think 24 is rich for him. I really do. I would prefer a Denzel Boston in that spot if those are the receivers that are going to be available. I also think you have a player who did a lot of his damage at or near the line of scrimmage. He's kind of billed as being this downfield threat, but a lot of his dirty work was done within the first 3 yards of the line of scrimmage. So if that's what happens Thursday night, and we're looking at Cleveland with Proctor and Concepcion, you would say that's a high upside first round, right? You're betting on the upside. You're betting on development with those 2 guys.
You mentioned some combo basically of offensive linemen and wide receiver. Is there any chance the Browns leave with a double-up offensive lineman at 6 and 24 or a double-up wide receiver at 6 and 24, or do you just not see that being practical?
I can't see the double up at wide receiver. I think double up on the offensive line wouldn't be the worst idea, just because I think there's more question marks than answers on this offensive line right now, and like what is the future for DeJuan Jones? What is the outlook there? So I wouldn't be shocked if it's, okay, we go tackle at 6, whether maybe Francis Malianoa slides to 6. Okay, let's take him at 6. And then at 24, maybe you're saying we'll take Basantis, the guard from Texas A&M, who's kind of creeping his way into the top 32 the closer we get to next week.
Matt, I know I'm hearkening back to Carnell Tate. I definitely have come around to the idea of, well, if he's a darn good wide receiver, this is kind of a wonky draft. Take a darn good wide receiver from Ohio State. I know people love comps. I kind of want to go like the number 1 receiver versus number 2. Where do you think he profiles in the NFL in terms of, like, can he be a top 10 receiver, top 20 receiver, top 30 receiver, top 40 receiver?
I think he could be a top 10 receiver, and I'm not trying to hedge on this. Some of that just depends on does he ever get the quarterback, right? But I think players like him, we're seeing it, JSN. We're seeing it with Puka Nacua. We're seeing it with Amon-Ra St. Brown, guys who get open with route running. For every Xavier Worthy who runs a 4.21 or whatever it is, we have guys like they're not producing in the NFL. Guys that run sub 4.3 in the NFL, like they're just not making the impacts. They don't have the stats. And so I think when you look at the receiver position, the way I look at it now is, can you get open through route running? Can you get open through technique and leverage and understanding how to set a defensive back up to make sure, do my first 3 yards always look the same? Am I a proficient route runner? That's Carnell Tate. And I'll tell you, when I first started watching him, I was like, gosh, this reminds me of Justin Jefferson in college. Not Jefferson with the Vikings. But similarly to that, Jefferson was overshadowed by Jamar Chase in college. And then he goes to a team that has had some quarterbacks in there that can get him the ball. And it has a very good offensive coordinator, head coach, in Kevin O'Connell. And he's blossomed into, I think most people would say, one of the top 3 receivers in the NFL. So I think with Tate, I love the makeup. I love the traits. Now, for him reaching his potential, he's got to go somewhere where they have a quarterback, and they've got to have a coordinator that can scheme him up a little bit. Otherwise, you get wasted. But I certainly think the potential's there.
Peter Schrager thinks that 6 wide receivers are going to be off the board by the time the Browns pick at number 24. Do you feel like the number is going to be that high? Are we going to have a flurry of wide receivers taken by the time the Browns get that second pick in the first round?
Oh, that would surprise me. I hadn't heard that, but Schrager is incredibly plugged in, right? So it's one of those things, you hear things from someone like him and it makes you wonder, and I think it's funny. It might be 6 offensive tackles and 6 offensive linemen if it's going to go like that, because I think the linemen are going to fly off the board. So, you can run through the top 24 and say, if Tate goes in the top 6, and then you've got Lemon who could go to the Saints, Tyson could go to the Saints, either one could go to the Chiefs. The Dolphins could get involved. The Rams are expected to go receiver. We could see a lot of them off the board by 24. It's not crazy to think.
Matt, you're always so gracious with your time. You kill it all darn year long, and we know you're a huge part of what ESPN does, and you're going to be a part of ESPN's broadcast for day 3 of the draft on Saturday. Can't wait to watch you there. Thank you so much for being here with us, buddy.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys always. Thank you.
Matt Miller there, ESPN NFL draft analyst, one of the best in the business, and a very nice guy. Him and his brother Mello are incredibly nice. His brother Mello doesn't do media anymore. Was a big college football dude back in the day. We're big on the Miller brothers.
Unfortunate. One named Matt, one named Mello.
I think Mello was a nickname.
I know, I'm just messing with you.
The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys, Nick Wilson here, and let's talk some hot tubs, all right? Because if you didn't make it to the home show, or you did and wish you had bought, here's your second chance. Northeast Factory Direct has extended their home show specials, and the savings are big. Right now, take up to $5,000 off.
of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
The Fan is looking for a winner. Be caller number 3 right now at 216-474-0092 to win a pair of tickets to see the Cavs take on the Raptors this Saturday, April 18th at 1 o'clock at rocketarena.com. Get tickets at Cavs.com. It's all courtesy of the Cleveland Cavaliers and 92.3 The Fan. That's it.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. We are live at Rally House Gateway. Guys, we had Lenny out here. We've had multiple people stop by and see us today. We will sign things. That was nice. That was a nice little ego boost when our guy asked us to sign his hat. I was like, I'm totally devaluing that hat, but yes, I will.
Well, so I thought it was a pro move, or maybe, I don't know, maybe not, by one of our promo team members because he gave him one of those basically dry erase Sharpies.
Yeah. So if he regret.
Yeah, if he regretted it, if he like changed his mind, then he could just easily wash it away in the. Now, if he wanted to frame it, maybe have like a nice keepsake. That's not great then.
Yeah.
Like if he actually was really wanted it, that's probably not the greatest. But
I got that going for us.
Yeah, but he can easily wash it off, though.
Yeah.
Easily wash it
off.
Or
the rain could wash it off if you're walking
our
out there.
promo team was making the assumption that he's going to want to wash that off.
Yeah, that's a smart assumption.
I think that was the assumption.
I would say that's an educated assumption.
We both looked at him like, you don't want us to sign that.
We'll do it because it makes us feel good. But,
I think I told him, I'll write Bo Naylor's name on it if you want me to.
My online handle is Francisco Lindor.
Yeah, just make it whatever
sign
it needs
it
to be.
Mia Moore. I'd really lean into it. Daryl Ryder joining us in 60 minutes time here. Let's go ahead and get to the lead. ESPN NFL draft analyst Matt Miller just joined us, and we asked him what he'd do with the Browns' 6th overall pick.
I would take Carnell Tate if he's there. I would stay in state, take the wide receiver from the school that really doesn't produce bust at that position. And no, you don't have a quarterback yet, unless you're like my buddy Mel Kiper Jr., who says they already have their quarterback, right? As of today, we don't think they have their quarterback in the future, but I would start to set the table for whomever that quarterback is. I would want to build that infrastructure up for that quarterback. And if you feel like, the receivers that are going to be on the board at 12 are worth it, or if the offensive tackles that are going to be on the board at 12 are worth it, then I think that's where you can entertain that discussion. But if you stick and pick at 6 and take Carnell Tate, and then you come back on the board again, a little bit later in round 1, and you can get an offensive tackle like a Monroe Freeling, I like that better than moving back to 12 and taking Caden Proctor, which I saw one of the mock drafts today. And then at 24, you're looking at one of the wide receivers.
So for obvious reasons, I really liked the Justin Jefferson comp out of all this. Obviously, because if he's Justin Jefferson, that's great news for the Browns. But go back to the idea. At LSU, he was overshadowed by Jamar Chase. And there's a reason why he ended up in the 20s as far as being picked in his class was concerned. People didn't know how good he could be because of Jamar. And it might be the same situation that exists right here for Carnell Tate.
Yeah, I think that's why Emeka Egbuka fell deeper than he should have. And I do think, if you're next to a Marvin Harrison Jr., if you're next to a Jamar Chase, if you're next to a Jeremiah Smith, that makes sense. If you tell me you think that Carnell Tate can be one of the 20 best wide receivers in the NFL, it's a no-brainer for me. That's the number 1 wide receiver.
Yeah, the problem is we don't have enough people saying that right now.
Well, but even T. Higgins. T. Higgins is a number 2 receiver. I still think he's one of the 20 best wide receivers in the NFL.
Yeah, I would think more people would put Carnell Tate in the conversations we've had more like 25 to 32 than they're going to do, I don't know, let's say 15 to 20.
But it's interesting. Matt was talking about, sometimes you just got to stick at the pick and take the blue chipper.
Yeah.
It's funny because the whole knock on who's going to be there at 6 is the blue chippers that might be there are guys that just don't even fit anything close to what you actually need.
Yeah. Ashley Bass.Cleveland.com joined us today at 3. She explained why the Cowboys at number 12 make for good trade partners with the Browns.
I think what makes sense if they slide down 6 spots is if there are multiple tackles that they like, because I do really believe somebody's still going to be available at 12. And if you're the Browns and you're looking at this and you're thinking like, man, we really like Francis Mauigoa at Miami. We like Caden Proctor out of Alabama. We like Utah having Spencer Fano and Caleb Lomu. Like, we think we can do well with any of those guys, or we have them all rated fairly equally talent-wise, then I would consider that trade down. But I do think, like, if you're worried about the guy you really like, if you have somebody head and shoulders above everyone else, and we know Andrew Berry has talked about position-wise, that becomes a tiebreaker for them in terms of best available.
So it makes sense the Browns would want to move down. It makes sense if the Cowboys need to replenish a blue chipper after trading Micah Parsons, that they would want to move up and get, whether it's Styles, Reese, Bailey, Bain, whoever actually will be there from the defensive side, or even Downs.
Yeah.
So those make sense. And also, I want to trade with Jerry Jones because his concept of value is skewed usually in the favor of the team he's making a trade with.
Mm-hmm.
All this being said, I think 12 is also the perfect spot, and now it just comes down to what can you get?
Almost makes too much sense to ever happen.
That's with 8 days to go. That's a really good point, which has definitely been in there too.
But I do want to haggle with Jerry. I'll haggle with Stephen Jones. I want, basically, if your last name is Jones, I'll haggle with you. Yeah, I don't think they just don't know enough about football for me.
Is it Mammy Jones, whatever Jerry's wife that talked on the documentary that was like, oh, she's actually with it?
Her name was Mammy?
Or was it Virginia? Or no, is that his daughter? They all have like Southern-sounding Jones names, the women do.
Okay, now I need to look it up. I don't know. How do you go from Mammy to Virginia?
I don't know. But what I will tell you is, in the South, they start calling Eugenia. I said it was close. Virginia, Eugenia, same thing.
Where did Mammy come from?
She looks like a mammy.
Okay.
Tell me she doesn't look like a mammy.
She's a former Miss Arkansas, 1960.
Sure. A lot of people are.
1960. She was former Miss. That is true, by the way. At my school, it used to be like a hotbed for all these former Miss contestants.
Yeah.
And it was like Miss Oklahoma, Miss Missouri, basically it's not hard to be a Miss of whatever state.
Missing trait. Okay, that sounded very personal. That wasn't great. The Cavs practice today ahead of their first-round playoff series.
It was a blind date they met on the University of Arkansas campus. How about that?
I'm gonna say
that means Jerry had no money.
I
mean, Jerry had no money at that point.
Well, yeah, but I'm not buying that he just had a random date. It was the '60s. He had bird dogged her. That man's a bird dog. Come on.
How about that, Jerry?
On playoff series starting on Saturday, James Harden spoke with the media and discussed the challenges ahead with the Toronto Raptors.
We're prepared. We know what we're facing. Toronto's a really good team. They've been all year long. Probably one of the teams that the league hasn't really been talking about. But defensively, really get after it. And then they got other guys that impact the game, and RJ and Quickly and other guys. So we know what we have in front of us, and our job is to be prepared to play a really good series.
It's a humble and nice answer. I don't feel the same way that James Harden does. Cavs in 5.
I don't think that's bold enough for you. I need you to say Cavs in 4.
You know what?
Because I think when you say Cavs in 5, you mean Cavs in 4.
Oddly enough, only 2 people in that ESPN panel that I referenced yesterday, where 2 had Cavs in 7. Mm-hmm. Only 2 had Cavs in 5.
So
the large majority was convinced that it was going to be a Cavs in 6 venture.
My 2 big predictions here. In a 7-game series like this, when somebody says the heavy favorite in 5, it means they just don't have the stones to say that they're going to get the sweep.
It's not a stones thing. It's a gentleman's sweep is how it typically goes.
You're not a gentleman.
They get 1 game. Is that how that is?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm not the one that's performing the sweep action. The Cavs are the gentlemen, and they're the ones performing the sweep. It's not my sweep to perform, Nick.
But when they also say, like, heavy favorite in 7... in an early round series, I'm like, oh, you just don't have the stones to say you think they're going to get upset.
Is Cavs in 6 like a slovenly sweep? Is that what that is?
A slovenly sweep. That's actually, I like it.
All right, stick and move. Hinger was on with Baskin and Phelps today. He previewed what could happen this summer if the Cavs fail to reach the Eastern Conference Finals.
I think if you fall short in the playoffs, if you anything short of the conference finals, I think they have to take a long, hard look at everything again, right? Like, I don't know where that'll leave Donovan Mitchell in terms of his mindset. Like, the front office, I think if you fall short again, if you're out in the second round, you have to seriously consider the makeup of this team, the trajectory, how to reshuffle this, get the payroll, more manageable again, and you've got a short window with James Harden, assuming that you're keeping him because of age. So there'll be a lot of decisions to have to make if this thing doesn't go well.
I thought I'd be more anxious ahead of the playoffs. Yep. With this just kind of like, I don't have a feel for where this is going, knowing that if it goes really poorly, that this could be the end of Donovan here, and knowing that if it goes really well, this could be the elevation of Donovan, not just in Cleveland, but nationally in a way that I would just love. And usually anytime you have two extremes, the possibilities that are so gigantic, there's a lot of anxiety. I'm actually excited to figure out. Like, we've rode this road for 4 years, and now I want to see where this goes.
Yeah, I think the lines being so easily divided is helping everyone in this discussion as well. Anything short of the Eastern Conference Finals, there's going to be discussions to be had. Anything after that, and it seems like it's going to be a job well done. And so I like that, how obvious it seems for everybody entering this, what they need to do, what they need to accomplish, and what we need to see.
The Guardians lost back-to-back series after falling to the Cardinals 5-3 this afternoon. Manager Stephen Vogt provided an update on Jose Ramirez, who had an injury scare after a foul ball off his shin.
Good. I mean, he's sore, obviously, and he barreled it right off his shin. So we'll check him out, but I'm guessing Jose will be ready to go tomorrow.
All right, good news for Hosey there. Obviously, Ciccone actually pitched pretty good. He didn't go deep into this game at all. He got his pitch count up pretty high, and then the bullpen wasn't able to finish it off, or Brogdon wasn't able to finish it off.
This is not the way you answer the worst loss of the season yesterday.
Is that right?
Yeah.
It's a short season. It's pretty quick for that, but okay.
Also, it's it's April?
Yeah.
I mean, listen, you now have lost 2 straight. You're still... 10-8. You're still one more series. Now you got to get back on it coming home. Like yesterday to me is the perfect example of that's the kind of game that swings a series, and the only real reason it matters is you just lost the Atlanta series the way you lost the Atlanta series.
Well, I do think it is important to note, 2 games in a row now. Sobrowski yesterday, after I said very nice things about him, ended up not doing well in that game and costing what turned out to be the end of the game. Obviously, we can put towards later parts of that game as the reason why, but Sobrowski's the home run that Weatherholt hit off of Sobrowski still might be traveling. And then the bullpen today obviously didn't do their job either. And so, like, some of the guarantees we've had early on with this bullpen did not exist in the past 2 games. And that is notable to at least keep an eye on.
Yeah. This bullpen, we need Hunter Gaddis to come back. Brogdon, I just am not a fan of.
Yeah.
And it does seem like, where previously you've had 8 or 9 guys for 7 spots in the bullpen, it feels like you might have 5 guys right now for 7 spots in the bullpen. I think they will figure it out.
Yeah, I think so too.
Sobrowski was a guy that came up in the middle of the season. They do tend to find guys mid-season, but the part of the season that stinks that you got to find it out with Connor Brogdon. With all love and respect to the Brogdon family. The downside for the Cavs in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I've got a challenge for you.
I've heard my whole life that she invented the margarita.
And then we're going to investigate those stories and find out how much of it is true.
He gets a patent 1 month before the Wright brothers. Oh my God.
Please follow and listen to Family Lore, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
All day long.
All day.
All the time.
At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
Anything short of the conference finals, I think they have to take a long, hard look at everything again, right? Like, I don't know where that'll leave Donovan Mitchell in terms of his mindset. Like, there'll be a lot of decisions they have to make if this thing doesn't go well.
If they don't get out of the second round, it's DEFCON 1. For all of the things that they've accomplished during the regular season, it would be another earlier than expected flame out in the playoffs. And I just don't think a lot of people in this organization are going to be able to survive that.
I think Kobe is pretty safe, and I would say the same about Kenny, but if the Cavs don't get to the conference finals, I think more people would probably blame Kenny Atkinson than they would Kobe Altman.
That is a montage of guests on The Fan this week. Howard Beck, Chris Fedor, and Danny Cunningham all talking about the downside for the Cavs in the playoffs. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back here on Afternoon Drive. We do have Daryl Ryder coming up in about 40 minutes. A little Cavs, a little Browns with him as well. Of course, talk of the day has been a potential trade down with the Cowboys. We'll get to that with Daryl in about 40 minutes' time. But I do think it's interesting. I mean, we just have spent so much time about, like, what's the bar. It's interesting that everybody's kind of unanimous in, like, because you've chosen your path, because you've got obviously Toronto and then Detroit, anything short of facing off against whoever's going to be there in the East is going to really not just be a failure, but lead to immediate and potentially drastic change.
Yeah, the lines have been easily drawn, and I find that that part of the convo to be incredible, because I thought it was going to be murky the entire time, and maybe part of this is Cade Cunningham's injury and the idea that he hasn't come back and just in the couple games he was able to actually play, light it up, and everyone think that he's going to just be the same old Cade Cunningham that led him to 60 wins, excuse me. And so, like, I feel like it's pretty set. Like, you got to make it to the Eastern Conference Finals. If you don't, there's going to be changes. If you do, then you'll be able to go into the offseason and figure out where it went right, where it went wrong, etc.
So I guess my question is, so, last year it was, man, and Darius even said it in the summer, man, if Darius had been healthy, we would have been in the finals, that kind of thing.
Oh, you're talking about if there's an injury or something that derails this?
Yeah, because I don't think the fact that they had a short runway or health, guys, that's every team in the NBA. Like, the health has been a factor for 4 years.
Right, and we can't just use health as an excuse every single year either. At some point, that just runs old.
Especially if it's like no. Then listen, I think Jared is incredibly important, so I'm not trying to dismiss him. But if Harden's healthy, if Donovan's healthy, and if Mobley's healthy, well, figure it out.
I know the problem is, like, if it's a Donovan injury, how do we have this convo? You know what I mean? And that's why there's just so much room for interpretation with that. But I think it's pretty clear. If something happens or something doesn't happen and you got to remain relatively healthy, then the expectation should be Eastern Conference Finals. And if not, there's going to be some changes.
Now, what I'd love to know from the Cavaliers is, I think it was Danny said, well, I'm pretty sure Kobe's safe and I'm pretty sure Kenny Atkinson is safe. But I think fans would blame Kenny Atkinson, which I think is fair. We always blame the head coach.
Yeah, typically.
You blame the head coach first. I wonder where Dan Gilbert's on this. Because remember, I think Kobe wanted to hire James Borrego. Dan overruled him with Kenny Atkinson, so he didn't hire the head coach. Obviously, Dan has put up a lot of money to allow, not just for trading for Donovan Mitchell, the biggest swing you made since trading for Kevin Love a decade ago, but also paying the luxury tax. There's a spot here where Dan can love the front office structure and still understand that there's a world without Kobe Altman going forward.
Well, we know that he wants results. Yeah. He's such a results-driven guy, and so if you fail to deliver the results, I guess anything would be on the table. I like Kobe Altman. I like what Kobe Altman's been able to deliver. I give him a lot of credit for the Harden trade. We've gone back and forth on that obviously a lot. That to me is a plus. That to me is okay, good. You recognize what was going wrong, and then you try to make a move so that this season wasn't just lost. But yeah, if you're a results-driven human and they fail short, then yeah, anything's on the table.
That's what's going to be interesting is what's the narrative if they fall short. Because if the narrative is, man, James Harden's still not ready for the playoffs, I think the James Harden trade is going to be viewed differently around the NBA. Like it already has, more people are on my side than they are on your side around the NBA.
I think it's going to be really hard for him to just have an absolute nothing burger of a postseason.
Well, see, I think the problem is James has had good, decent, whatever postseasons. It's that it's kind of like the Evan Mobley conversation we had yesterday. It's, well, what about that game? Well, what about that game, an elimination game?
Sure.
And I think. And this is where I am sympathetic to James, who I don't think is a bad dude. I have a little bit different view of the human being since watching him in Cleveland. I am rooting for him to uproot the narrative. But, like, you could have, if you play 16 games in the playoffs and you have one bad game and that's the last bad game and that's the elimination game, well, that's going to go with the rest of the burden of, the rest of the proof that says you're just not a playoff player.
Yeah, but in previous iterations of James Harden, he's been asked to be the guy that goes out there and scores 35 and then he scores 23 and people complain about it. Like that's not what the Cavs are asking James Harden to do, and that's why I think it's
Doesn't that make it harder though?
No, I don't know. I think it makes it easier.
Because I think it's easier if you score 30 points a game in a postseason game. I think it's easier to say, "Hey, look what I did. Look at the win I just gave you." Whereas if James is going 15-9 for every game and you lose a game, people are going to say, well, where the hell was James Harden?
No, I don't think they will. If maybe 15-9 is pushing the low end of points that people would allow, but like
even 18-9.
All he averaged here throughout the past 2 months was 20-8. Like it's not like the expectation has to be something crazy high. People aren't expecting him to go 28-9 and legitimately outscore and outpace what he was even doing in Los Angeles.
I think I think there's what people might say going to the playoffs, and then there's the reality. James Harden has the big ticket brand, and he's going to be held to a standard, and it might not be fair, but this is all part. The two biggest swings in terms of NBA perception, or two of the biggest swings in NBA perception that can happen. One is the Cavs because of Harden and how he plays, and the other, ironically, is Darius Garland, where there is no perception of Darius Garland now. If the Clippers get into a 7-game series and maybe advance to the second round and Darius has a great series, that's another thing that I think is going to place pressure on the perception meter.
They got to get past tonight first. They got a long way before they're even talking about that.
I'm not that afraid of this Warriors team.
They got a long way before they're even talking about that.
This is a toothless Warriors team.
It's Steph Curry on a minutes restriction. It's a weird thing, but like they got a long way. But I think it's going to be incredibly hard the way this is set up to have James Harden just have an absolute stinker. The way it's with Donovan having to carry the majority of the load.
But do you think people are ready for James Harden as the point guard of the Cavs?
I just don't know that the rest of the NBA has adjusted what they think of James Harden and what this version of James Harden is. And that might be the battle that he's got to take. But for me and you and people that have been watching the Cavs, I don't need to tell Cavs fans listening out there. I think we all know what this version of James Harden is relative to what he was at least when he was in Houston and especially when he was in Los Angeles.
I think we can say that in the regular season. Once you get into the postseason, I know you know this. I'm just making the point. Like once you get into the postseason, everything. It's the same reason why again. Chet Holmgren can have a 4-point, 6-point, and 9-point game in 3 of the 6 NBA Finals games last year, and he just completely gets off scot-free because he won. Evan Mobley can have those exact same 3 games, and people go, he's a big failure. Why isn't he the greatest center on earth?
Only way I'll get mad at James Harden is if James Harden he's had a couple of these games. Okay, there's a couple games where he just shoots horrendous from the field, but I'm talking like a 6 for 24, which he had what was it, a week and a half ago. If he has one of those type of games where it's like, James, you don't get 24 shots. Man, like this isn't. I'm not giving you 24 shots to go ahead and be that inefficient from the field. I think that's the only way I end up agitated with James Harden in a big time game.
And I think if that comes out, I'm gonna look at that as a sign that James is feeling the pressure of the postseason burden that has been bestowed.
Yeah, like that would be really weird, and I'm just not expecting it.
I don't think it'd be weird.
No. Let me finish for a second. It'd be really weird if all of a sudden you're in a Game 7 situation, and then James Harden just completely forgets what his role is here and just takes over and tries to basically make it the James Harden show, and it's just as ball dominant gets, and usage rate through the ceiling. First off, I don't know that Donovan would let that happen, but I just think it'd be a weird development. I got to brace for it. It's on the table, I guess, but I'm just not expecting it.
I think I guess here's my thing. I'm not ready yet to say what I'm prepared and unprepared to see. Meaning, I think everything's the same thing we're talking about. If they get bounced out before the Eastern Conference Finals, everything's on the table. Not just the easy fall guy stuff. I feel the same way about hey, could you see a scenario where you get deep into a playoff series and there's friction because James and Donovan just haven't figured it out on who's going to be who on any given night? Yeah, I can. Like, this is still so new. Like, that was part of the risk that I was uncomfortable with, 6 weeks ago. I don't know definitively it's going to happen, by the way.
Well, I mean,
I'm hoping
what we've seen as of right now is it's a pretty clear identity of it's Donovan.
Because it's the end of the regular season.
No, I know. Maybe
I think that's easy to be there.
It might change, but like the early evidence we've got in the time that James Harden has been here is he understands what his role here is, and he understands this is Donovan's team. It's not his.
I think the playoffs are the perfect pressure cooker to find out everything about everyone, anything you've ever wanted to know. Just put them in the NBA playoffs, especially once you get past the first round, and you're going to find out. And again, do I understand that there's a world of possibilities that really stink from here? Whether it's Harden's future or Donovan's future or Evan's future or scapegoating Kenny Atkinson, which I think would be ridiculous because he's not if you fall short here, guys, you fell short with JB Bickerstaff. At some point, let's just put it on the best player on the team. Let's put it on the best players on the team. That's the conversations we should be having. But I understand, those are all downside. Right? And yet, I'm sitting here I'm praying for the truth. That's it. I'm not if the truth is this Cavs team can win a championship, let's get up. Let's get to the Eastern Conference.
And we got a lot of games to let them kind of showcase what this is.
If the truth is it's time to make a decision between Donovan and Evan, I know how some people are going to choose, or honestly, if it's Donovan's time to make a decision, okay, I'm welcoming of it. I'm not bored of this.
I think the Harden trade was them already deciding what they thought between Donovan and Evan.
No, I don't think so.
I think that was them.
I think that was getting out from under Darius's contract. I think it was getting below getting close to below the luxury tax.
That was them looking at it saying Evan hasn't taken the offensive leap, and now we got to really attack with Donovan.
I will revisit that this summer. But no, I think my point is I thought I would be so much more filled with dread with where we are. I'm really excited. I don't know how it's going to go. I'm pretty sure they I know they can get to the Eastern Conference Finals. Will they? I thought they were going to get to the Eastern Conference Finals last year. And if whether it's Darius staying healthy or I don't know, having another wing that had some stones on him, a big wing, maybe you are in the NBA Finals last year and we don't have to have the unpleasant conversations. There's a part of me though that's relieved that we're here. All right, let's go. Kobe finally had to do something. Kobe finally had to mix up the action. If you didn't get the Mercury right now, we're going to play with it again this summer.
I know. This should be the fun times. And also, but it's not that doom and gloom in my opinion either. If it doesn't work out, then yes, they have to go back to the drawing board. They have to figure this whole thing out. But it's not as if every chip is in the middle of the table and this is the only year you're going to have a chance to play at it. Now, I do think the East is going to get tougher. Yeah.
Real quick. You might. I think we all need to understand that this could be your championship window slamming shut this year.
There is the idea that Donovan gets so frustrated by it all and he takes himself out of the equation. I guess I got to open that up, and maybe that's a 3% consideration that I have right now.
They also could make a basketball decision about Donovan, JP.
That's what I just said.
Well, no. I think you were saying the Donovan side of things.
You think they would just cut ties with Donovan?
I don't want to say cut ties, but do I think they could look at this and go, have we taken this as far as we can go? He's going to be 30. Let's see if we can rebuild this thing and give Evan a chance to be the face of the franchise. Yes. That's an unpopular opinion to have today, but do I think it's absolutely on the table? 100%.
It's off the table for me. It's in a different room.
What was your thing? Right here.
No, I took it off the table. I moved it to a different room.
It's not even the same.
It's in a different house.
Code.
It's in a different house, actually.
Yep.
And then if you try to do something different, like crack the door open to let that back in.
Yeah, we got a little breeze in here. It is a little
doors closed.
Listen. I understand why you say that today. We'll have that conversation about 6 weeks from now, depending on how things go.
Evan hasn't shown me enough to have them be like, we're off Donovan and under
I don't think
Evan
he's
Mobley
been put in a
stuff.
position offensively to do it.
It's a bold play.
That's what NBA teams do.
Made.
The best NBA teams make bold plays.
You wouldn't be setting yourself up for anything better than what you were this year with that, though.
Yeah, you might have to take a step back before you take a step forward.
You would, yeah.
And again, it's a risk. I'm not telling you it's not a risk. I'm just saying that, guys, if you've been to the playoffs 4 straight years, Donovan's never been past the second round of the playoffs. And by the way, he was never in Utah either. At some point, how much can you give to a guy that isn't getting you there as your best player? I felt good. That was strong. 216-474-0092. It might not sound like we're very excited for the playoffs here.
I was going to say.
you heard the montage of Cavs changes if they don't make the Eastern Conference Finals. Is that the right read? And Todd Monken has spoken. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys. Nick Wilson here for my friends at Victor's Home Solution. Victor's Home Solutions. Weather's warming up, and it's time to start thinking about that home improvement project list. Like maybe that thing right at the top of your list there, and making sure your roof is inspected to make sure that it's still keeping water outside of your home. Because we know winter, spring, this time of year causes havoc on our roofs. They cause the shingles on your roof to become brittle, develop tiny micro cracks, and in comes the water. Fortunately, Victor's Home Solutions can offer you a little bit of peace of mind, because if you call them today before the spring rush hits and schedule a free 21-point roof inspection, they're going to go over every square inch of your roof and make sure there's nowhere that water can get in. This also allows you to catch minor problems or
Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Get ready for a Cavs run in the Eastern Conference with the best basketball talk in Cleveland. 92.3 The Fan.
Odyssey Sports Draft coverage presented nationally by Bet365, where winning is everything. Download the Bet365 app. Lock in your picks before the game begins. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in select states only.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive, live here from Rally House in Cleveland. Again, if you're coming through downtown here, come by and see us. We've already seen several of our friends today. It was great to get a couple pictures taken. But we got Daryl Ryder, another friend stopping through, coming up in about 15 minutes here. But Todd Monken was on the This Is Football podcast, and it's interesting. I think Todd Monken is one of us.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Because I think the thing that he said that sticks out about Shedeur is the same thing that you and I have said, and why we enjoyed Shedeur's, was it 7 games that he played last year. And we're going to play Todd Monken
audio in a second,
talking about what sticks out about Shedeur Sanders on the This Is Football podcast now.
I think you see playmaking ability. I think you see a player that is confident in his skill set. So when you see that playmaking ability and inner confidence, you say, okay, there's something to work with there. So that I think that's the thing that excites you. 15 or 20 years ago, they would have said that Shedeur Sanders was athletic. They would have said he could escape. Well, the game's changed so much to now he's not a mobile quarterback. No, he's mobile. He's just not as mobile as what we've come to. But I do think what you see on tape are those aspects. A very young player that really didn't grow up in a pro-style offense. It's not his fault. Now it's going to be our fault if we can't develop them. Then it's our fault. It's our job is to develop all the players that show up in the building and try to get the best out of all of them, create the best version of them.
Ironically, 15 to 20 years ago, they would call me something called athletic too. 20 years later, no, not a mobile anything, let alone quarterback.
I'm fascinated by 15 years ago people saying you're athletic.
I could really, again, straight line speed, not my forte. Situational quickness, like the Coors Banquet 12-pack that didn't get shattered, but it did fall on my sprained foot. Situational quickness.
A little bit of a shot there at Deion and his program at Colorado.
I don't think it's a shot to say that wasn't a pro-style offense.
Well, I mean, it wasn't a pro-style offense, but Deion worked very hard to bring in as many NFL-style people and people that had NFL connections and people that could basically teach Shedeur how to do that. And like some of the responsibility that might have fallen through the cracks there at Colorado, for Monken to highlight that, if anything, that showcases to you, I think what he's trying to explain is the idea that he didn't think Shedeur was ready enough or prepared enough to go ahead and play last year, and he feels like he's going to be able to get him there.
I've been building this take for a while, so I don't think this is not going to be like, oh, did you hear Nick's new take?
Okay.
But I think I'm going to write it in stone with a small caveat.
Okay.
Because today's about finality, right? Mel Kiper's final mock draft of the season.
Yeah, because apparently 8 days away is the time that you do this.
Everyone's like, this is who this team is going to – everybody's doing it across Odyssey of all the many stations.
Yeah.
We have 7 more shows to do before night one of the NFL draft.
Yeah, a lot of shows.
Like, you think of the content at the very least here. All right. So I am pretty convinced that this is all just built. I don't think this is a legitimate quarterback conversation. I think this is about Shedeur doing everything they say, and if he does it, he's going to be the starting quarterback because that's what this is gearing up for. And the only caveat is if they love somebody to the draft if Ty Simpson is the 6th pick that we just don't know.
There's somebody that we just don't know.
Yes.
Because the other explanation is it's Shedeur versus Deshaun, and neither one of us is taking that any bit serious to begin with anyway.
Well, I also think the problem with Deshaun at the end is he wasn't making plays. Like he had lost that juice that he had to make big plays.
You say the end. I would say even from the beginning, like the warm
I meant
burners.
Just the entire.
No, but like it never got there, and that's the thing that's so hard to explain to people that want to tell us that Deshaun was great 6 years ago. That exists somewhere. It's like listen, we didn't watch a bunch of games because he kept getting injured, but I got 19 games of evidence of him throwing balls in the dirt and nowhere close to what he was when he was in Houston.
Listen, do I think that the spread offense would maybe bring something better out in Deshaun? Sure. But if he can't throw the football, I don't know what we're doing here.
Mm-hmm.
And we're talking about routine plays that he just wasn't making. And I know you can say the same about Shedeur, but here's the difference. Shedeur was also making the big plays. And I do think, like, what Monken said is what I think to be true, and I think I need to hear that from the head coach.
For sure. And I also think, just from Monken's perspective, if he can get Shedeur looking good, he's going to get a bunch of credit behind all of this.
Yeah. I mean, if he makes either guy look good, he's going to get a ton of credit.
But like even if Shedeur was always destined to look good and always destined for this and always destined for that, like, Monken's going to get just a ton of credit across the NFL. And then anybody that said that Shedeur couldn't do this or couldn't do that, they're going to have to shut up. And instead of giving the credit to Shedeur, honestly, they're going to end up giving it to Monken. But Shedeur won't care at that point because he'll be playing football at a high level.
Now, another thing Todd Monken was asked about on the This Is Football podcast was which players he thinks are poised to make a leap in 2026.
It's hard because I really think Mason Graham's going to take another step. I think we're going to be able to get Jerry Jeudy back to 2 years ago. And that's not a leap. That's just maybe a re-leap. I can't wait to get a full year and off season when we get Q back at running back. I think Fannin in his second year, I think we're going to see another leap. And obviously, Shedeur, Deshaun, I mean, the quarterback position, if there's not a huge leap to be there, I mean, shoot, Deshaun's healthy again. You've got Shedeur and Dillon are 1-year players. I mean, there ought to be unbelievable growth in that room.
All right. I will say this. There's palpable excitement about Mason Graham. And I thought that was really cool. Like, of all the things we can talk about what he said there, it is undeniable that he's excited to see what Mason Graham does in year 2, and I am as well, because if he adds just if he just gets to 6 or 7 sacks a year, 6, 7, with the ability to dominate the run game, it's really tough to kind of say like how big that's going to be for this Browns defense for the next 5 to 7 years.
Well, yeah, and sometimes you wonder with Monken, because he's such an offensive guy, if he's just going to zero in on the offense and almost forget about the defense and let that take care of itself. And like, no, he's obviously advocating for Mason Graham to be one of these guys. Now, I don't think re-leap is a word, by the way.
I'm going to allow it.
This re-leap by Jerry Jeudy.
Hadn't lost a game yet as a Browns head coach. Well, I'll re-leap with Todd Monken.
I don't know what happened there. I don't know if he just makes up words on the spot.
But I agree, by the way, about Jerry Jeudy. I think of all the guys that are going to benefit the most and could rejuvenate, that may be the word we're looking for,
something,
or re-leap and under the new Browns leadership, I think Jerry Jeudy is there. One, I think Todd Monken is going to have I think Jerry Jeudy fits more in the spread than he does Kevin Stefanski's offense. And I think the 2 years we've seen, one with the more spread offense, the other with more of the Gary Kubiak offense, well, which one was Jerry Jeudy 1,000-yard receiver?
I also think he'll be motivated by whoever they take at number 6 overall or 24 if it's a wide receiver. I think that's going to be a good thing. It'll give him somebody else that the defense is going to have to pay attention to outside of Harold Fannin.
I'm glad you said it that way because I don't think it's about motivation. I think it's about, oh, you mean I don't have to try and do everything? I can act like this is going to be, everyone's going to get kind of equal attention here. So I agree with that. 216-474-0092. What sticks out about what stuck out about Shedeur Sanders to Todd Monken? We've got Daryl Ryder, our Browns beat reporter, coming up in about 5 minutes here. We're going to talk, of course, about the Browns and Cowboys in a hypothetical trade down. We'll also get to the Cavs heading into the playoffs in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
2 begins next week. Our very own Daryl Ryder joins Nick and JP next, talking all things Cleveland sports. Headline sports news every 20 minutes. Ready on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
If I'm Todd Monken and I want to try to build this offense into something that it wasn't last year, namely scoring points, and Kenyon Sadiq is sitting there when the Browns pick in the first round, if the Browns are there at 6 and Sadiq is available, I take him. I take him right away. You got to create matchup problems on this offense. You only scored 16 points a game last year. You only had 16 touchdown passes. To me, you got to find somebody. There'll be plenty of wide receivers. I know people say Carnell Tate to the Browns there, and I'm all about getting guys who can put it in the end zone. You can find a lot of offensive tackles in this draft, especially lower round and first round and in the second round. You got to have matchup problems, and to me, after Love, it's the tight end out of Oregon.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin here at Rally House Gateway, 810 Huron Road East here in Cleveland. We're celebrating all things baseball season, all things Ohio. 4 lucky customers will win a $100 Rally House gift card. Rally House is your home for outrageously authentic guards gear, on-field hats, jerseys, and apparel straight from the source. Level up your fandom at one of their stores or at rallyhouse.com. More on that. The Sal Pao thing, Kenyon Sadiq at 24 makes me upset. Kenyon Sadiq at 6 makes me downright rageful.
Why 24 is it? Are you upset with that? I'm not upset with that at 24 at all.
I can't catch the ball, and you already have a wide receiver. Or you already have a tight end that plays his same position.
He led the FBS in touchdowns last year. He had more receptions than anyone in Oregon history as far as tight ends are concerned. He caught the ball plenty last year.
He and Fannin play the same spot on the field.
Well, yeah, but I'm wondering if this is almost like a Jeremiah Love discussion, where it's like, can we have too much of a good thing? And the idea there is with him is not only can he run block really well with Sadiq, but he can also pass catch at a really high rate. And so I don't know. You're not directly addressing the wide receiver room with Sadiq, but you are in the same sense.
Hey, you need a wide receiver and attacker. You know, be great. A tight end you already have. Now we do have Daryl Ryder joining us right now. Brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. I will ask you, Daryl. Is Sal Paolantonio's idea of taking Kenyon Sadiq at 6 palatable to you?
Hold on, 6 is drunk. We don't have to take that serious. How about 24?
I just said it.
Is
6.
Is 24 palatable?
Is Sal Pal sandbagging us, Daryl?
Yes, I think he's 100% sandbagging us. I also don't think that the Browns are picking at 6. So, I think that throws a little wrinkle into the conversation as well.
So at 24, you do it though.
No, they need to come out of the first round with an offensive lineman, preferably a true left tackle as well as a wide receiver.
All right, so with this, you talked about the trade down. Today was the day of trade downs. 3 major mock draft guys mocking the Browns and Cowboys trades, almost identical trades. It revolves around the 6th pick and the 12th pick and everything else. Is that the perfect trade down opportunity for the Cleveland Browns?
Well, I talked about this last night on the offseason special with Coach Riz and Jake Volnick. I feel like Dallas is the perfect trade down partner because Jerry Jones is someone that you can take advantage of. And I think that what's getting lost in this conversation right now is it's not about the picks this year. Okay, it's not about swapping 6 for 12 and 20. For me, I want Dallas's 2027 first-round pick. So you can keep 20. Give me 6 for 12 and your 27 first-rounder, and if both teams have to throw in some later picks or whatever to make everybody happy, then so be it. But I think that would need to be the goal or should be the goal for Andrew Berry if, in fact, he does trade down. And I think Dallas is the perfect team to do it. They already have a quarterback, so they're not worried about getting in on the quarterback derby next year or saving their assets next year for getting in on the NFL draft quarterback derby in 2027. So I think that they're the perfect trade partner for the Browns, and I don't think it's a coincidence that everybody is mocking a trade between the Browns and the Dallas Cowboys right now. And also remember, Andrew Berry's going to talk tomorrow. He's probably not really going to tell us anything to tip his hand, where in any way, shape, or form, what he's thinking. But just remember, this time last year, when Andrew Berry took that podium in Berea, he had already agreed to trade the number 2 pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Okay? He had already agreed to that before he spoke to reporters. So, I don't know, maybe Andrew Berry's working on a little something right now behind the scenes that they're trying to keep quiet.
Oh, that's interesting. Because, we're going to discuss Rappaport's reporting from yesterday on the Pat McAfee show in relation to Travis Hunter and that pick and how he was ready to take Travis Hunter. But it's a good reminder out of you, days in advance of the NFL draft, he decided what he wanted to do already.
Yeah, I believe the reporting was it was 2 weeks before the draft. They had worked it out. They had both agreed to keep it quiet. It would not become public until the Browns went on the clock. Then, as you remember, we got to draft night. About an hour before the draft, we started to hear some buzz. Hey, maybe the Browns and Jaguars hypothetically could work something out for that number 2 pick. And then, the news finally popped. Yes, the Browns and Jaguars have agreed to that trade. The Browns moved down 3 slots. They got Jacksonville's 2026 pick. So I think Dallas could be the perfect trade partner for the Browns here at 6. But again, I can't stress enough, they don't need a 3rd first-round pick this year. You've got the 39th pick. You're good. You're good on top 110 picks. You got 5 of the top 110 in this draft. You're going to get plenty of good players there. So for me, the focus is get that 2027 first rounder from the Dallas Cowboys. Let them keep that 20th pick. Take number 12.
I don't think they're going to offer you the first rounder next year. I think that's an insane asking price by yourself.
Well, like I said, you do some things there, Jonathan, to make it happen, but I think that needs to be the goal of that trade.
Well, so how far would you go then? Would you give up the idea that they keep their 12 and their 20, and it's just all you get in return is the 2027 first? Would you do that?
No.
If the only way they'll say we'll touch the 2027 first is if if that's the only thing you get, do you do it?
Well, no. I got to have the 2 first rounders this year. And here's the other thing too. You're also projecting there that if you make that trade with Dallas, okay, your pick next year from them is going to be similar to where this year's pick with Jacksonville fell, right around the mid-20s there. So, that's the value that Andrew Berry is going to have to try and work out. But I do think it's paramount that you find a way to get Dallas's 2027. Listen, you can play around with draft picks all you want. Maybe you give them next year's second-round pick to be able to do that or something like that. I think there's a way to do it. I don't know specifically what that formula would look like, but I think getting the Cowboys' 2027 pick to move down 6 spots is doable.
As a reminder, Dallas doesn't have their own first next year. It'd be Green Bay. So just in case anybody's trying to figure out that calculus on top of this. All right, Daryl. So I want 2 picks here. One if they stick at 6. One if they were to move down to 12 with Dallas. If I give us both picks for both cases that they happen 8 days from now.
Well, I think you go Carnell Tate if you're still at 6. Because you need to fill that wide receiver spot, and he's the best wide receiver in the draft. So I'll go Tate at 6, and then if you end up sliding down to 12, then I think that's probably where you end up with one of these offensive tackles, whether that's Malinois, whether that's Proctor, whether that is. Trying to think here who else might be there and slide down for them. Freeling, maybe you go that route too, but I think if you go down to 12, then you go ahead and you take your tackle with that pick.
I don't like doing preview Andrew Berry press conferences because I just feel like that's just not a reasonable thing. But I think tomorrow is interesting because are you expecting to hear anything of substance, or have you just plugged your ears in and have recognized that he's just going to lie up there?
Yeah, I mean, look, his job, but that's his job, right? His job
for sure.
is
yeah,
to
I'm
be
not
deceptive.
discrediting him for it.
Right? Yeah. I mean, his job is to be deceptive. Remember a year ago, right? I mean, he just was heaping praise on Travis Hunter. In hindsight, being 2020, just sitting there thinking, boy, he's really not hiding this love for Travis Hunter. And then it turns out all he was doing was reinforcing to Jacksonville, hey, you made a really good trade here with us. You're getting a very good player. You really fleeced us in this trade, which, hindsight being 2020, it is the Browns who ended up winning that particular trade. So I'll say this. One of the things I'm hoping to hear tomorrow, Jonathan, is how much he loves Ty Simpson. Because then I'm going to feel relieved that they're not going to have any interest in Ty Simpson.
Daryl, Cavs, Raptors, game 1 Saturday. Are you expecting an easy first round for the Cavaliers?
I think this is a 5-game series, but I don't think it's going to be an easy 5 games, if that makes sense. It's the series is going to look a lot more lopsided than I think it will be. I certainly expect it to be competitive, but keep in mind the Raptors slapped the Cavs around early in the season, and it's pretty amazing that they haven't played Toronto for months and months now, and they're a completely different basketball team. But I have a feeling this series is going to go, the way they usually went when LeBron was here. So I am expecting the Cavaliers to dispose of Toronto in rather rapid fashion.
Do you agree with the idea that it feels like everyone's just kind of on the same page now of what the expectation should be? It feels like anything short of getting out of the second round feels like not a disaster, but definitely a disappointment, and changes need to be made. Meanwhile, if you make it to the Eastern Conference Finals, then you did prove something.
Yeah, I think that especially with the way this is set up for them, right? The fact that they aren't going to see Boston until the conference finals, assuming the Celtics get that far. I do think that anything short of a conference final, barring circumstances beyond their control, would be a severe disappointment. They need to break through this second round thing this time around. Maybe the third time will be the charm. It should be the charm for them. It's why they made the James Harden trade. They shortened their runway, if you will, their championship window runway with the age of the roster by bringing in a guy who's 37 years old and, frankly, running out of lives to get himself to the mountaintop as well. So hopefully, James Harden comes through this thing just as motivated himself to climb that mountaintop. But yeah, if the Cavaliers don't get to the conference finals at minimum, that's going to be a very disappointing playoff run.
Daryl, we're out here at Rally House. I'm looking at all these jerseys here, and I'm looking over to the Cavs there. We got World Be Free, Mark Price, 2 different Mark Prices, a couple of LeBrons, and then Sean Kemp and Zydrunas Ilgauskas.
They have Sean Kemp jerseys over there?
They sure do. And
wow.
I'm actually... I really kind of want one because I have a Sean Kemp Sonics jersey. Yeah, that's where I fell in love with Sean Kemp.
Well, you and Kemp are about the same size these days, so.
Well, even when he was playing in 1998, yeah. It's that last year. People forget the first 2 years of Sean Kemp was really good, and then he found out all the eateries in Cleveland.
Yeah.
So, I submit, I'm going to give you mine up front. Okay. I could really use a Vitaly Potapenko jersey. That would make me the happiest person in the world. Is there a, not random, but a former Cav that is in a Superstars jersey that you would love to have?
Yeah, man. I'd probably say Terrell Brandon.
Oh, he's so underrated.
Yeah,
I think
I loved Terrell Brandon in the 90s. I really did.
They had a run after Mark Price of really good point guards that didn't stick. It was like Andre Miller. It was Brevin Knight. It was Terrell Brandon. There's one other that I'm just not thinking of. And then we got LeBron, and he kind of stuck for a while.
Do they let you customize the older jerseys that way?
Well, I think you could. I would think you can just do your.
You can customize anything, right?
Yeah. You just If they don't have the player you want, you just go ahead and say, "This is the number I want. This is the."
Has that ruined these type of convos though? The idea that you can just if you want that jersey bad enough, you can just go online and customize it.
No.
I think it's only made it better.
There's a thrill of walking into the Rally House and then seeing like a Sean Kemp jersey.
Yeah, well, but it's still a Sean Kemp jersey. It's not like a fake Sean Kemp jersey. Are you implying that one created online that isn't?
No, I'm implying like if you really wanted that jersey, you could just go online, custom make it yourself, and then you can get any jersey you ever wanted.
Yeah, well, I think there's still something special about it if you've customized it.
You don't have to be like, oh, I really wish the Rally House had that.
I gotcha.
It's there for you. It exists.
All right, Daryl, we appreciate you, buddy.
You bet, guys. Have a good week.
Daryl Ryder there, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. I'm picking up what you're putting down. It took me a second.
Okay, good. All right.
I got to give this location credit. It's my first time being here.
It's an incredible location.
I have made 10 laps.
Yeah.
And every time I find something new that, of course, I want to buy that I hadn't previously seen, like that Guardians chain over there. They've got a Browns chain over there with like the clock on it, or like the fluorescent Browns logo. We're leaving here with some stuff, guys.
They have
just
Ohio State candy. I've been eyeing it for hours.
Oh, those Buckeyes?
I just want candy, but also like Ohio State themed candy. Why is that a thing? I don't know, but I'm hungry.
You've had Buckeyes living here, right?
No. I'm talking about yes, I have obviously, but I'm talking about the Ohio State sour candy that's right there.
I just hope it's not Luke Fickell
year. It's literally just sour candy that they put an Ohio State logo on, and it's like, go Buckeyes.
All right, guys. When we come back, woulda, coulda, shoulda, and Andrew Berry dodged a bullet in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
This is where Cleveland fans turn to talk Cavs basketball. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin finally pulled the trigger on something.
Yeah, what'd you do?
Well, again, this was my 11th trip around and I found a nice Guardians mug, a big mug.
Yeah.
So I have 2 mugs that I use in regularity, but there are some days when I need coffee, I need like a double mug. And I have not had a double mug because my Bowling Green one had been broken unintentionally.
We call that the old JP, the double mug.
Oh, we got it.
Hell yeah!
So we got a Guardians one.
All right.
And then Mac asked the right question.
Can I see it? Can I see it?
Oh, it's over there. Yeah.
Oh,
So I'll show it to you in the break.
All right.
But so Mac asked the right question. I did get a thing of Buckeyes for the girls.
Yeah.
And then he's like, well, how many are going to have? And my strategy on this is I'm going to forget they exist. And I'm going to give them to the girls and say, save me one.
Yeah.
So that way, when I only have one because there's only one left, I feel like in some way I've practiced self-restraint, and then, again, I don't eat before my children.
All right, but they can't ride shotgun with you on your 40-minute ride home. They have to, you got to put them in the trunk right away or what?
No, because if I kind of have the mentality, I'm in a good spot where, listen, there are days, there are weeks, there have been years where that's just got to be out of sight, out of mind. I've been in kind of a nice little run here where we're not necessarily losing weight, but we're also not going full fatty.
Okay, good.
So we're feeling good right now.
All right,
Feeling
good. Yeah, that's good. You got the restraint there. I don't know that I can say the same. And I'm on a good roll right now, but I don't know that I can say the same if I just put him right next to me.
It's funny that you're like, I don't think I'm in a good roll is my good roll right now. Neither of us are in bad spots, but I'm on the up because it's like, well, I'm not going full fatty every chance I get.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, but I'm not full skinny every chance I get either.
No. You got to let yourself live a little bit, though. That's part of it.
I think I've lived.
Yeah, you've done enough living.
Yeah,
okay.
I've treated my some people treat their bodies like temples. I treated it like a frat party for 40 years. I think we can live on those first 40 years physically. Not
good.
literally. But like the good times for a while there.
Well, I do always wonder about that for larger people when they if they at 60 years old, all of a sudden, at 60, if you go and you all of a sudden lose 100 pounds or whatever number you need to feel like to get to a very healthy, every doctor would say you look great, you're in great shape.
Mm-hmm.
Does that just wipe away the previous 60 years?
I don't know, because what I will tell you is the 3 years that I was down 110 pounds, and I'm only up half that, but when I was down 110 pounds, I was incredibly healthy, and I still wasn't at I wasn't 230. I wasn't where I should be.
No, but if you went to a doctor,
way,
the doctor's probably like, you're all right. You're in pretty good shape.
Yeah, no.
You're doing good.
Cardiac testing was all my tests were oh my God. You're a fit human being.
Could you live 60 years as a large obese human and then all of a sudden be in a 2-year stretch or 1-year stretch, just get it all taken care of, and then as far as the doctors are concerned, they look at you and be like, yeah, it's almost as if you just, I don't know, you're 15 pounds overweight, but you're doing really nice.
I think it depends for everyone. Where I've been watching a lot of anti-aging videos.
Oh, really?
Within the next 10 to 15 years, we're not only going to be able to stop aging, we're going to be able to really slow play it, if not reverse it.
Well, I like that development.
And that I'm trying to keep alive for that.
For the anti-aging?
Because think about how pissed everyone's going to get. If I'm 360 pounds until I'm 55 and then I start taking pills that make me 225, 230, and then I live to be 120. I got everything. I had my cake and eat it too, literally.
No, definitely. I've always thought that there's gonna be a time where you can just kind of pick your own age for when you want to die. But I always thought we kind of missed that by a generation or two. I always thought like this generation, we've done a lot, we've come a long way. I always thought we just we're just gonna miss that spot in life where you get to call it out.
Look into epigenetics, my friend.
Well, hey, listen,
look into epigenetics. I'm going to tell David Sinclair. David Sinclair's got some very
Is that the one that
exciting.
looks like a vampire, but hangs out with the Kardashians, but is legitimately believed that he's reversed his age?
No. This is a valid medical scientist.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Okay.
Anybody that hangs out with the Kardashians, I'm going to say, just not a valid scientist.
Yeah. Oh no, there was a whole thing about he was trying to. This was a big deal in life. He thinks he's the I'm going to say the healthiest human on earth, but he feels like he has stopped the aging process better than anybody to exist right now.
How do you prove that? Do you just feel good when you wake up in the morning?
He does all these tests. His whole life is built around this idea, this subject, that he can try to stop his aging and in many ways reverse it. I think he thinks he's like, I don't know, like as far as science is concerned, he's got like the body of a 19-year-old.
Is this like when LeBron got, genetic testing after 15 years in the NBA? And remember Ty Lue said something like, genetically he's like an 18-year-old. Is that what?
Kind of, I guess, yeah, in many ways.
So am I to believe that wasn't true when it was said?
I don't know. Is that something
ago?
I don't remember when Ty Lue said that, but that's a fascinating development.
But
would you want to know what genetically they think you are as far as age?
I think we know. It's not young.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Are you genetically like a 60-year-old right now?
Genetically dead.
You're genetically knocking on the doorstep?
We not only can we not believe that genetically you're not dead, we can't believe literally you're not dead.
I'd be pretty pissed.
Just says far too long.
Yeah,
I'd be pretty pissed if I did one of those tests and it said it was anything older than what I am right now.
Not me. See, again, when you prepare for the worst and then you get something better than the worst, you're like, not bad, right?
What's your guy's name? I want to look it up to make sure it's not the same guy. Okay.
Guarantee there's no way. David Sinclair.
I would love to be able to. No, that's not the guy.
Yeah, no, that's a different guy.
I've seen this guy on TikTok.
But no, epigenetics is like a real thing. Now the question
not
is,
denying it.
Will the rich people let us have it? That's a great question.
Well, and we got to get enough. We got to get it mainstream enough that everyone can take it and be cheap enough and be able to figure everything out.
Because they're definitely not giving it to people in the holler first.
Yeah, I got a feeling we missed this by a generation, guys. It's okay.
See, you're giving up. That's what kills me about it.
Yeah.
Now I'm giving up by not taking care of myself. You're giving up by being like, my kids can have it. My kids can live to be $140.
Listen, I wish we had this for us. I don't think it's going to make us.
I'm going to tell you, the next 10 years, the two big things, aliens. Artificial intelligence / alien / what is real. Okay. And then, of course, epigenetics and reverse aging.
Well, I really hope you're right.
About which one?
The second one. I don't care about the first one.
Yeah. People are like, what are we going to do if aliens are real? I'll be like, I probably won't believe it fully anyways.
Listen, you can come out tomorrow.
Believe, I'm still being lied about in some way.
You can come out tomorrow and tell me we're in a simulation. I still have a mortgage I have to pay at the end of the month. I don't really care.
Yeah. If you think anybody that was in The Sims cared that they were in The Sims, I don't.
Doesn't change me at all.
Still love my kids. Still got a great dog.
First of the month still happens.
Good.
I got bills I got to pay. I still have to do things. That's all I care about.
Yeah. Now, if I knew we were in a simulation as opposed to we're aliens or something like that, I would start trying to find ways to how can I disrupt.
Like how do you like hack it or no? Do you want to disrupt it?
Yeah, I want to disrupt it. I want to be like the simulation.
There's still rules in the simulation, even if we are a simulation.
I want to find what the rules are and then I want to break them.
No, but they're laws, like the actual laws. Like I don't know how far you're going to get away here.
I don't know if you know me. Yeah. I don't like laws. I would like to break the laws.
I know, but you end up in prison.
Okay,
that's not great.
There's no. What is there a simulation prison?
You're gonna rot out the rest of your times in the simulation in prison.
I don't think there's a sim prison. There's real prison.
There's prison.
Yeah, there's prison. Simulation prison. What am I gonna get hit with the wrong ones and zeros? Come on now. I can rewrite the entire simulation just by being a stubborn Hungarian bastard. That's what I want to do.
I just make the funniest things.
Rewrite the whole code
while being on epigenetics.
Why would you just rewrite the code to make yourself a billionaire?
Yeah. The Browns will be good at football. Just be absurd, Jonathan.
But not just that. I'd like make pimp hats cool for big guys like me.
Speaking of the simulation,
like every time Kim Kardashian would see a morbidly obese man in pimp hats.
Yesterday on the show,
see guys,
a year ago, the Browns made the huge
talk about
trade.
An avatar.
Out of all the wishes in life,
Mason Graham, Travis Hunter goes to Jacksonville instead of Cleveland. Here's Pat
because I'd have the
McAfee.
funniest. I'd just make the funniest things. I'd just be absurd. It'd be the most absurd simulation ever.
Yeah.
The Browns would be good at football. Just be absurd, Jonathan.
Yeah.
Speaking of absurdity, or not. Speaking of the simulation. Speaking of destiny, Pat McAfee. Yesterday on his show. Of course, a year ago, the Browns made the huge trade from 2 to 5, taking Mason Graham. Travis Hunter goes to Jacksonville instead of Cleveland. Here's Pat McAfee on what the Browns' plans were if they didn't trade down.
From our source, the Browns were going to draft Travis Hunter, I believe, as well. I believe Travis Hunter was going to be drafted number 2 overall to the Browns if the Jags hadn't made a massive trade. How would that have looked with the Browns versus what it was going to be talked about when Stoner told us about changing the mold of football as a whole down there in Jacksonville when they trade everything like that?
He says things like an idiot. That's not how you say Browns.
My simulation doesn't have Pat McAfee in it.
Oh, he says Don-Ton.
I hated that.
Oh, it's
that
so
was
funny.
Incredibly annoying.
He speaks like an ignorant backwoods hillbilly. Isn't that funny? Isn't that just anyways, I'll tell you right now, and I feel like everybody's kind of agreed with me, so now I don't feel like it's a take that I thought it was 5 hours ago.
Yeah.
If you stick it to, so there's no Quinshon Judkins, there's no Mason Graham, and there's
Dylan
no future first rounder.
Yeah.
I don't think Andrew Berry's still here. As impressive as Mason Graham to Carson Schlesinger to Harold Fannin to Quinshon Judkins, as impressive as that was, you take one of those pieces off and a future piece.
Okay, you don't think Schlesinger and Fannin is enough to take him off the hook?
No. Especially because Travis Hunter would be the big ticket item, and if Travis Hunter was bad, if he was bad on a good team, can you imagine? He would have had 200 yards receiving and maybe torn up his Achilles in like week 3.
I think the selling point that Berry got to make for everything that went poorly last year, Andrew Berry had a good year.
Yeah.
Like the draft in and of itself, I 100% agree. I think it saved him. And like why Stefanski's not the coach here is because Stefanski had nothing to point to.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, Berry had something to point to. And it also helped, too, that it was really the first year, I believe, that DePodesta was not involved in the draft process and kind of just got to hang out and not really have his impact heard and impact felt at least. And I feel like that went a long way with Jimmy Haslam as well.
Which I think then when you go to make it to this, like, by the way, one more thought. Mason Graham, even though he didn't put up ridiculous numbers, Mason Graham is seen as a huge reason why Myles Garrett got to the sack record, a huge reason why that was one of the best defenses in the NFL. If Travis Hunter was a part-time corner, part-time wide receiver, I think your defense is a little worse too. Now, who knows? Maybe.
Well, you probably don't make the trade for Campbell.
Oh, yeah, Tyson Campbell. Yeah. Good point. Yeah. Fair.
I don't know why that one got you so
I was
off
thinking
guard.
somewhere different, but no, I mean, it's interesting. Like Andrew Berry might have finally gotten lucky in his Browns tenure with the trade because Travis Hunter, I think, right now would be. Listen, because Jacksonville won last year, people have kind of gone soft on the Jags for not having this work out. In Cleveland,
well, it's still early.
It would have seen. But.
I mean, the wide receiver part of it might not be early, even though he's disputing that online now. He's definitely going down the road of I've not been told anything. I don't know what they're talking about. But like he dealt with an injury last year, Travis Hunter did, and then he just kind of was what he was. It's too early to say that he's too early to call him a bust, and I think Jacksonville fans would disagree with that.
No. I'm not saying. I'm saying he's getting a little luck. Sorry, not a little luck. He's getting a little bit of a pass.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Because he played on a winning team last year.
For sure. That's exactly.
If this was on the Browns last year on a 5-win team, as people are trying to fire Kevin Stefanski. Oh, I think Travis Hunter being a year one failure, not a bust, but year one failure, would have been a huge talking point outside of Cleveland and in Cleveland.
There would have been a lot of unicorn jokes. No denying that.
Man, we would have had 2 unicorns with no horns.
That's not great for unicorns.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think Evan's got a horn.
Isn't that just a horse?
Yeah.
At that point?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think that's fair. But you can't fail 2 unicorns in one year.
We have to stop the unicorn. We can't hand it out anymore. If that was what.
Why does anyone want to be a unicorn?
Because unicorns are supposed to be special.
Bigfoot's special. I'd rather be Bigfoot
unicorns
than
are more
unicorn.
special though.
How are unicorns more?
Bigfoot is like just big and hairy and kind of gross. Unicorns are these big, delicate, creatures that are supposed to be.
They're
beautiful
horses with a horn. What are you talking about?
Majestic.
And they shoot a rainbow out their ass. What are you
That's
talking
exactly
about?
right. They poop rainbows.
They don't literally.
Bigfoot doesn't do that.
Literally do rainbows.
Well, they don't exist.
That's
Nick.
ridiculous.
They can do whatever you want them to do.
So can Bigfoot.
And in the coloring books that I read my daughter, they do all sorts of fun things. But Bigfoot is just
what kind
a big.
Of books are you reading your daughter?
the age-appropriate books.
It's called A Human Centipede of Unicorns.
They're just age-appropriate, and they have them doing wonderful things, Nick.
Yeah, like what?
Wonderful things.
That sounds wonderful.
Riding on rainbows. All
Do they have
throughout,
pictures?
All through. It's a coloring book, is what it is. And she's very confused by the horn thing too. She doesn't get it. It's like it's a horse with the what is going on here? I'm like, it's a good read by you. You're right.
In case we missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I got to.
Cloudy overnight, low of 65.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of the show. Big thanks to our guest today, Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com. Great stuff on the Browns as trade partners at 6 with Dallas. Lee Steinberg, NFL super agent at 420 today. Great stuff on kind of his career path, what kind of the agent side of the build-up to the NFL draft. Matt Miller, ESPN NFL draft analyst at 4:45, imploring the Browns to stick at 6 and take the best player, in his words, Carnell Tate. And then Daryl Ryder joining us at 6 o'clock. Now, we've been all show long here, because it'd be weird if mid-show we moved. But Rally House in Cleveland, want to say thank you to the staff for they're so awesome, so accommodating. They didn't judge me the 7 times they almost brought things up to the table to buy things and then just to put them back.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
I think it's because I finally came back and just bought something.
Well, you had to at some point, right?
Yeah, the odds were we were getting there. Yeah. But big thanks to the staff here. Thanks for the sales staff at our station for having us out. We always love these events. Of course, tomorrow we got the big draft event. You won't be here.
I won't be here, no.
But that doesn't make it any less big tomorrow.
It's 2 years in a row I'm missing the mock draft.
Yeah. Feels personal.
Yeah, it should.
Yeah. Many people are wondering, is JP too good for it?
I don't think that's the words that people are using, but I have been to Game On, and I've been to that location. Coach Riz and I did a pregame show from out there before. Nick, you're in for a real treat. There's a bunch of TVs out there, more TVs in that place than you could ever dream of. It's a fantastic bar.
My body is ready, but if you guys did miss a minute of today's show, don't forget you guys can watch back all 5 hours on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe. It's free, the channel is. And, of course, like our videos. We love to be liked here. Let's see. I can't recall any other thing we have to do, so it must be time for In Case You Missed It.
All right, we're going to start off with I want to discuss the Cardinals for a second because they had Ty Simpson visiting with themselves today, and we've mentioned how the Cardinals all throughout the show, past couple of days, have just kind of seemed like a little bit of a wild card for myself. I've not been able to peg them and really find out what exactly they're going to do. You seem like you have a little bit of a better read on Arizona than maybe I do, but Ty Simpson making the visit today to Arizona. Is there interest there for the Cardinals? Maybe not even at number 3, but is there interest with Ty Simpson for Arizona?
So, yes, but I think they are one of those teams. Everyone talks about new head coach. But Monty Ossenfort knows he's got to get to the quarterback real quick. He might be one of those guys maybe more comfortable taking a later shot in the first round. They have, I think, the 34th pick in the second round, so a trade up to 30, 31, probably not going to cost you the moon and take you out of 2027. I think Ty Simpson makes a lot of sense for them, even if they don't have maybe an incumbent starter to sit Ty Simpson.
Well, how quick are they going to be able to move off of Kyler Murray has got to be the question here, and are they going to feel like they have to fill that right away? It's really depressing for a fan base to get rid of Kyler Murray and everything that came with Kyler and feel like you're turning a corner, everything's great, and then throw the Pastronaut out there for 17 games.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like if you move off Baker Mayfield, go to Deshaun Watson, get stuck in the seventh circle of hell that is not being able to move off of Deshaun Watson, and then year 5, after a shoulder injury and Achilles injury, now you have to sit here and say, will Deshaun Watson start over Shedeur Sanders? Eat my shorts, Cardinals fans. That's my message there.
No, so the difference, you just kind of laid it out there, though. The idea that from Baker into Deshaun was an easy transition, supposed to be at least, and it never got there, and it absolutely sucked because of Deshaun being awful. But that need by the Browns to not be able to move off of Baker without a plan, that's not something Arizona is sharing. It's not a similarity. And if you're a Cardinals fan, you're just kind of stuck in quarterback hell, and that sucks.
All right. I want to get to something that was heard on Baskin and Phelps. No, not Andy Baskin eating or Jeff Phelps ordering something from yours truly. No. Sal Paolantonio, legend Sal Paolantonio, openly baiting me, whether he knows it or not, on Baskin and Phelps about what the Browns could do at 6. And we're going to play that for you.
Any minute.
Because I realized.
Any minute now.
I forgot to
you
tell
didn't tell
Jax.
Yeah.
That we're going to do this in quick hits. I just thought because we played it earlier this hour, it would already be up. But I understand now communication does help these things. I apologize, Jax.
If I'm Todd
that doesn't mean he
Monken,
can give
and I want to try to build this offense into something that it wasn't last year, namely scoring points, and Kenyon Sadiq is sitting there when the Browns pick in the first round, if the Browns are there at 6 and Sadiq is available, I take him. I take him right away. You got to create matchup problems on this offense. You only scored 16 points a game last year. You only had 16 touchdown passes. To me, you got to find somebody. There'll be plenty of wide receivers. I know people say Carnell Tate to the Browns there, and I'm all about getting guys who can put it in the end zone. You can find a lot of offensive tackles in this draft, especially lower round, in the first round and in the second round. You got to have matchup problems, and to me, after Love, it's the tight end out of Oregon.
I mean, I think Sal Paolantonio just doesn't understand Harold Fannin Jr. is a matchup problem. I thought you made a fun comparison. It's the Love, Quinshon kind of thing. Can you do better? You don't need to. And by the way, I understand he put up big numbers. I understand he's an athletic freak. The drops are a concern, and you don't need a wide tight end. You've got one. So if later in the draft you find another style of tight end, even as soon as like Stowers in the second round, I get it. But if it's the same style tight end as Harold Fannin Jr., you're not really making this thing any better.
At 24 overall, 6 is insane. Everyone understands 6 is insane. But Todd McShay says he's got the similar skill set of Brock Bowers, and that's going to be enticing. At 24 overall, you're less taking him more for the idea that you're taking another tight end, more so the idea that you're taking someone that's wildly productive in the receiving game.
I mean, wasn't Brock Bowers like a top 10 pick? And like
I think
a good
13th,
draft.
I think it was 13th overall.
So if he was the 13th pick in a good draft, if Kenyon Sadiq was Brock Bowers, why wouldn't he be a top 10 pick?
Kenyon legitimately might go top 15 in this. He's number one tight end off the board, not even close. And then as far as I've seen all sorts of different mocks with him having top 15. Let me pull up what McShay has him as far as the big board is concerned, like his generic all-encompassing big board, and then I'll give you a little bit more insight here.
Scrolling.
18. He's 18 on his big board.
I'm going to say right now, I'm locking it in. He won't go top 16. I just locked it in. It's a fact.
So it's locked in then.
It's locked in.
Unquestionably, best tight end in this class doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work out and it's the greatest thing ever. But at 24, I don't hate it at all.
There's so many. So listen, I'm not saying Sadiq isn't an athletic wunderkind. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is there's so many tight ends I like here. I like both Ohio State tight ends for the Browns in either the third round or maybe fifth or sixth round, right? The Stowers kid we've talked about. Oh, my gosh. Who's the big kid from Stanford? Sam Roush? That's another kid that I really, really like kind of in the middle rounds. I'd rather that than go, again, a tight end you already have on the roster.
We also have 5 tight ends already on the depth chart. Not that we can't get rid of them. We can, but it is funny how many we've loaded up. Legitimately, we have 5 tight ends on our depth chart.
We've got one. His name's Harold Fannin Jr. The other guys.
We acquired Jack Stoll.
No bueno. All right. Big thanks to Mac Robinson, not on the board, yes, for engineering out here at Rally House. Jax Gregory on the board, yes. Back in the studio, Jake Murrin, Matt Corrali, the great 92.3 The Fan support staff here, the promotions team. I would clap, but I have a microphone in my hand, but yay! Or ham. Did I say ham? JP, I'm going to miss you, buddy, but enjoy your time off.
I will enjoy your time at Game On, and I'll talk to you on Monday.
All right, guys. Well, it's going to be Game On tomorrow. I think it's Spencer. I think Spencer's joining me. Very excited for that. Of course, it'll be 1 week from the draft. See you guys tomorrow at 2.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.